X.
Wow. Hello, hello.
Whoa. Hey, buddy. Well, I was in the middle of like having a heated argument in your debate thing, bro.
Oh, well, I'm sorry for interrupting.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry about that, man. I don't know if you caught me like he's yelling at somebody. Anyway, what's going on, Destiny? How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Just work.
Yeah, me too. Same. So I don't know. I was thinking about like how to do this. I want to like build a little bridge a little bit, maybe, if that's okay. Is it cool for me to build a bridge?
If you want to, go for it.
Yeah, okay. I know you probably despise me, but let me try and build a bridge. Okay. I've been watching you since the Justin TV days. As a game, I was a fan of your gaming stuff back when you were with Root Gaming and stuff. I was a big fan of your Zerg stuff, right?
Okay.
Where you did like Lingbane Infester before anybody was doing that.
Yeah.
Skipping the mutas, right? And you remember the Deezer memes?
Yeah, I remember that.
Deezer was the tip top, right? That's when I became a Destiny fan.
Okay.
Because that shit was wild. Of course, I was on the Drunken Peasants for a while. I don't think we ever interacted on that show. Did you ever do DP ever?
Was that the one with the amazing atheist or? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've spoke to him. I feel like we've had a lot of like Twitter fights or crossovers, but I don't think we actually had a conversation. I don't think.
Okay. Yeah. I know you guys have a past. You and I haven't really interacted much on Twitter and stuff. I'm not a big debate bro kind of guy. The politics kind of pushed me away from you a little bit when you started focusing more on that. But I did enjoy seeing your kind of like libertarian arc fizzle out, and you're more kind of politically. I know you don't call yourself a leftist, but democratic kind of evolution and stuff has been kind of cool to watch. But I don't. The last meme that I was. Dude, I'm kind of a gut bucket Destiny fan now. Like I watched the Lav memes.
Okay.
When that shit was hot.
All right.
I was
nice,
like,
yeah.
I was into that. And by the way, you were correct on that. But I'm also a dude that thinks you caught a lot of shit for being open about your like poly lifestyle and stuff, and being open with your fans about your personal life gets you a lot of shit, and I respect that.
Okay.
That being said, you've had a couple of rough fucking takes here recently, haven't you?
Well, I mean, obviously I would disagree because they're my takes, so I agree with them, but okay.
Sure. Okay. So how about riding with Biden? How are we feeling about that?
What in particular?
Okay. So about like around 2020, right? There was I was not what I would call a Bernie or Buster, but I was a Bernie supporter, right? And I think that the DNC coordinating a dropout of the main candidates the day before Super Tuesday was a little bit of like an et tu Brute moment. You know what I mean? A little Ides of March.
Is there any evidence that like that was a DNC coordinated?
I mean, no. Do I have access to DNC's like private emails?
Or
No.
any public statements or any indication?
No.
Just
Right.
all
No.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Do you acknowledge that like it could be totally reasonable that like
Yes.
all these candidates of the same space that saw that they were competing for a similar like subset of voters, probably a lot of them realized like, okay, well fuck, like the likelihood of us being the one or me being the one that makes this probably not high, so you make deals, with other candidates. Like, listen, if you give me a cabinet position or some bullshit, maybe.
Right.
I'll.
Okay. So here's the deal. Like I said, I'm not a Bernie or Buster. Like
Sure.
I'm
well,
not.
wait.
I'm
Not talking about. I'm just saying that you can acknowledge what I just said.
Right.
That's possible. What I just said, right?
It is
Okay.
possible.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay.
100%. But in 2020, when Biden was elected, I started pointing out on my show routinely that Biden's mental faculties were not there. Right. I noticed the lapses in memory. I noticed the inability to connect things up. One of the most stark things that he did was, you know how he ejects out of a sentence? He'll do this thing where he's like, Jack, we got a lot of things to handle in this country. You remember there were 50 anyway. You know that?
Okay.
So if you've grown up around old people that are declining mentally, that's like a hallmark, right?
I would disagree, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. It is okay. All right, fair enough. Well, maybe you have some experience that I don't with it.
My mom currently has Alzheimer's disease, and my grandma had dementia and died from it. I'm sure
Okay.
there are different people it could be that it manifests differently in different people. I think that like an ordinary cognitive decline as you age might be people kind of like stumbling through their sentences or being a little bit forgetful. I would say that, especially for my grandma, when she started to show big symptoms of dementia, the idea of her being able to like start speaking and then if she like stumbles to pick it up again, she wouldn't be able to do that. That's in my mind as like I don't ever argue this publicly because everybody has their own conceptions or whatever. And I could be wrong. Maybe it's just my experience. But like if my grandma were in the middle of talking about something and then she would kind of like lose it, I could see her getting frustrated and then she would either drop that topic completely or she just wouldn't want to talk anymore. That was usually like her.
So you agree with me then that when Biden ejects out of a sentence and doesn't want to continue this topic because he's frustrated, he can't connect up, that's a sign of mental decline.
I think it's from what I've seen. From what I've seen publicly, it looks like ordinary aging to me. So, for instance,
just
like
said that.
I didn't. In the debate stuff, if he was like speaking and he like lost something and then he like just had no concept of like what was coming next and he was just like completely out of it, I feel like I don't think you'd like come back when you're like mind fucked like that. Now it could be that maybe a person who's experiencing significant like cognitive decline in the form of dementia or something, maybe in a high stress situation where he's forced to stand desk, maybe that is what it looks like. I don't know. I can't say like maybe if you were to put my grandma or my mom up on stage and put them in a high pressure situation, maybe they would look like Biden. I'm not sure. I don't have like that perspective, but people like kind of being a little bit forgetful or, or like having trouble in conversations and stuff. Yeah. I don't know if I would say that.
Are we saying a little forgetful now? Is that really what we're doing?
Well,
I mean, that debate performance was pretty rough, bro.
True, actually. I wouldn't say forgetful at all because he didn't really show any sense of forgetfulness. He just had difficulty navigating the conversation. Would you agree that like in terms of like factual statements or stats or numbers that Biden probably had 5 times as many as Donald Trump in that with no teleprompter, no notes?
I read the New York Times article and kind of like tried to follow it and stuff. And Donald Trump, I think, lied provably like 27 or 28 times. I think it was.
Sure, but I'm not even saying in terms of like citing facts like incorrectly or whatever. Like I don't think Donald Trump tries. I'm just saying that like Biden definitely has trouble in conversations. That's absolutely not up for debate. He's definitely slower cognitively than he was even 4 years ago. I think you can tell
noticeably. Yeah,
for sure.
Would you give it that modifier? Like
yeah, I would say noticeable. I think that when you talk about like putting together like a person's cognitive faculty, I think there's a difference between like, can this person navigate conversations in a really fluid manner versus is this person like not sure where he's at. He's like lost and there's like a significant mental, would you say mental illness? Is dementia considered like mental, like some kind of like neurodegenerative thing or whatever? Yeah. I don't know if I've seen the latter for Biden. It could be that it is manifesting because in the early stages it's hard to tell. And even in intermediate stages, when combined other things could be hard to tell. It's possible. I just don't like a strong
we have similar, I'm sorry to hear about your mom currently. I don't have that, but we have similar family histories with Alzheimer's and dementia. And so we have similar experiences there as well, I think. Sure. What you said about how your mother would get visibly frustrated and disconnect.
Grandmother. So my mother right now, who's I think 4 or 5 years into her Alzheimer's disease, if you were to put her on stage against a perfectly mentally healthy person in like a debate environment, she would run circles around them because she's very adept at conversations. Even because she was on my stream chatting a few months ago and nobody in my chat could really tell that she had issues except maybe like in every 30 or 40 minutes, sometimes she would repeat a question that she'd already asked. But I'm just saying like that's the difference in terms of like my mom, I think is at like approaching like a moderate, at least in terms of years, like progression of Alzheimer's disease. And you can't tell when looking at her. So I think it's hard when you look at somebody like, ooh, this person stumbles through conversations a lot. Therefore they must be like having like crazy dementia. I don't think that necessarily falls, but yeah.
I definitely don't want to act like I'm a diagnostician or something, right? I'm not trying to say I know for an absolute fact that Joe Biden is suffering from dementia or age-related cognitive decline or frontotemporal issues or whatever, right? I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I do have the same kind of experiences with you, and I see signs of that in him.
Okay.
The look on his face during the debate, that kind of like lost, gape-mouthed face. My relatives that I've known that have died with dementia kind of would do that when you were talking to them. Sure. It would disconnect as they were trying to trying to tune in on the conversation, and then you would see it leave their eyes, right? And so so let me ask you a question, or a couple of questions here. Would you support a cognitive test to prove that Joe Biden is mentally capable, like an independently run, right, cognitive exam, just like they'd give an old person to see what their cognitive function is, and then releasing those results publicly?
Damn. At this point, if I were to weigh Trump versus Biden, my assumption would be that Biden would do worse than Trump. That would be my assumption right now. So I'd probably say no, just because I wouldn't want that thing influencing the results of the election.
Right, because I was never probably going to be a Biden voter to begin with. I call myself a Daryl Davis leftist or a labor leftist. So I'm entirely focused on the health and welfare of the blue collar middle class.
Sure.
Unionization and organizing in the labor space and stuff. I think that like the left needs to put that foot forward, and not the social issue foot forward, not the I don't know what you'd call it, woke or whatever, right?
Well, I mean, it depends. You could be a tanky, which
Sure.
case you guys
And
you wouldn't be woke.
another-
You'd just be like Marxist or whatever. But yeah, go ahead.
Sure. You're right. I'm not a Marxist. I'm not a communist. Although, I do think there are some ideas in Marxism. Obviously, being a unionist, I'm aware of Karl Marx's founding of the International and all of that. And the Gilded Age labor revolution in the United States as well. So, I think that's all based. But I don't call myself a communist or a socialist. I think that's counterproductive. And, I guess you would say bad optics or whatever. Like,
Depends on what your space is. I mean, if you're an activist or something, I mean, then fuck off.
I'm an activist, but I don't think. But like one of the things, here's an example I have. So I worked at Starbucks for 8 years, and the IWW used to protest from time to time out in front of Starbucks, and at that time, this would have been in the earlier 2000s. We're talking like 2005, 6, 7, 8. At that time, at least the chapter of the IWW that was organizing out in front of the Starbucks was very prominently displaying what you would probably call like ML insignias, the red rose. There was hammer and sickle stuff. Some of the people were wearing Che Guevara stuff, right?
Okay.
And I went and talked to them as a labor advocate, and I said, you guys really have to like stop with the hammer and sickle shit. This is just pushing people away, because I think that labor is a space where the left and the right can communicate. To give you props on something else, like you catch a lot of fucking heat for being willing to talk to anybody. And the fact that you'll bring in like a Nick Fuentes or a Sneeko or whatever the fuck, right? And actually talk to them and try and like unpack their shit. I advocate for that. That's Daryl Davis left. You know who Daryl Davis is? The black guy that,
I've spoken to him before. And it's my fans always try to use that guy as a comparison because, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a bad meme in your community.
No, it's not a bad meme. It's a good meme. It's
okay.
That because every time I talk to somebody like that, usually a far left person will be like, oh, he's a Nazi, and they'll be like, what about Daryl Davis? Blah blah blah, and they'll be like, oh, Destiny's not black. That doesn't count. I was like, okay, whatever. It's just funny you bring him up.
Okay. Well, I
also
don't
as a real quick thing, the only reason I said the Marxist or tanky thing is because I know that like if you go into those spaces, if those people are not woke, in fact, they hate like Paul as much as like conservatives do. They focus more on like the class stuff. So if you start bringing up like racial stuff with them, they'll just call you a loser and they move on. That's I was just clarifying. I don't know. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I don't like the categorization shit. I'm not going to deny it. I mean, you might at the end of this and your fans might be like, oh, he's an ML, he's a tanky, whatever. I don't really give a fuck, bro. Like I call myself a labor leftist or a Daryl Davis leftist because I believe that contact theory works, and I believe the labor space is the best place for that to happen. I don't think we're going to convert Trumpists to being not fucking fascist by yelling fucking slurs at them all day and calling them retards and all of this other stuff, right? Sorry if the R slur is not kosher here. I don't know.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool. I'm from the 80s and 90s, so I can't really help it. It just is what it is. But yeah, no. So I think that's why I said I wanted to try and build a bridge rather than argue with you about this shit. Because I feel like you're one of the people nominally on the left. I'm going to call you on the left, even though I don't think you. I mean, would you say you're on the political left?
Yeah, I think very squarely, but depending on the online space I'm in, they don't feel that way. But I mean, I guess depends on what space you're in.
He just keeps yapping. I'm sorry, chat. I'll let Destiny ask some questions or whatever?
No, don't worry about it. Keep going. Word.
Well, the chat's being very mean, dude. I read my chat.
That's
and
chat. Chat's
probably,
always mean. Don't worry about them.
Yeah, you're right. They're very fucking mean. But anyway, so yeah, the Biden cognitive shit. Like at this point, you have to admit, right, whether they're right or wrong, there's a lot of people who would probably be galvanized if Biden were to prove with a cognitive test that, like, hey, this dude's fine.
This is the one thing where I kind of disagree. This is why I'd be opposed to it. I don't think the cognitive test ever helps him. I think it can only hurt him. That's why.
So you think, but then like think about that, right? A guy who's going to be like our chief diplomat, right? That's the president of the United States. That's a constitutionally enumerated power of the presidency, right? Chief diplomat of the United States. Mm-hmm. This is the dude that's supposed to be sitting in the room with Putin, Kim Jong-un, whoever, right? Xi Jinping. If that dude can't pass a cognitive test, and you've said that he's visibly and noticeably declined in the last 4 years, where do you think that train's going in the next 4?
I imagine probably worse than now, right?
Horrible, right?
Yeah.
But I understand where you're gonna say, but Trump, right? That's the kind of the fallback is
basically,
even if it's horrible, it's better than Trump.
Yeah.
But that fallback, being true as it is, doesn't look like it's going to win the election.
Maybe, yeah. Depends. I mean, but
I know it depends. I'm not trying to call it or whatever.
Yeah.
But and I'm also I lived through 2016 just like everybody else, so I know the polls can be fucking big cope. But if you look at it in a broad sense, shit does not look good for Biden right now.
Okay.
And coping about, well, Trump would be worse is one thing, but I think that argument is over. What are your prescriptions for Biden going forward to turn this around?
Okay, so there's a lot of different issues that are unrelated, I would say, or not unrelated, but they're different questions. Like when we ask the question of like, what does it look like for the next 4 years for Biden? I mean, my hope would be that, assuming he wins the election, if he wants to step down or whatever, that's a whole separate conversation. I don't care about that. In terms of like to win the election now, I mean, there are things that, I mean, I would say one would be if the people next to him, if there is like, so one kind of like news narrative that's floating out there is that Biden is always like this and that everybody really close to him knows that they're trying to hide it or something, right? If that was the case, then I would say, okay, well, that probably shouldn't happen anymore. And if it truly is, like if you could say with honoring certainty that there's like a 99% chance that the next few performances are all going to look like the last one, then I'd say, maybe we pull the plug and we roll the dice on something else. There are things that I would change, being a professional debater, things that I would change in terms of his strategy. I think you can build around where he's at mentally for how he should be doing conversations. Like the cognitive capacity that Trump needs to carry his campaign is so much lower than what Biden is trying. I don't know why Biden doesn't try to emulate some of that. Like when Biden is on stage, he should just be pointing out the fact that, Trump is basically divorced. His wife has left him. He lied about fucking a porn star. He stole campaign money to do it. He's a convicted felon. Like the most memorable line that I remember from Biden wasn't him trying to rattle off 50 million numbers. It was when I think he said to Trump that he had alley cat morals or something. I thought that was a funny line.
It was a good Joe Biden meme line, but it was just so soggy given his performance, right?
Yeah, given everything else. But like if his whole performance was like built around stuff like that, I think that he just should focus on like the slogans and the witty stuff and like that kind of stuff rather than anything else. And I think it'd be easier for him to carry. It's easier to hit lines like that in conversations. Yeah.
I don't like doing... I don't want to get into the whole debate thing. I don't think a lot of what people do online and call debate is debate. I'm like one of those like literalists where I was in the debate club in high school and shit. So I follow like what's good about debate. But I think a debate needs like a moderator, agreed upon positions, time limits, etc. Right?
Well, careful on that position, because I've heard a lot of people say similar stuff, that debates don't matter and all this and blah 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 blah.
No,
and
that's not what I'm saying.
Because I was going to say, all those same people now who told me that for so long, this is why they don't want to talk about it. Now they're like, the debate was actually the most important thing ever, and this is why Biden usually is like, okay, interesting.
I'm actually on the other end of that. So I watch every presidential, vice presidential debate that I can get my hands on. I watch my local state debates here in California and stuff when they televise them or record them, right? I'm fascinated with debate.
Sure.
I fucking love it. I think you do too, right?
Yeah, I think it's got its pros and cons, yeah.
But I think people understate how important it is what I'm saying. Like the optics of it, right? So a lot
the only
of people
thing I'm not
recall
sure about that is that, like, I feel like people have looked at this in the past for polling stuff, and debate performances just don't seem to help candidates that much, even in primaries. Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was the devastating, like, what was it, 1968 Nixon performance where he just looked old and Kennedy looked young and fresh, like he was off the face of a magazine and shit. And that's considered to be an all-time horrible debate performance. It's said to have lost Nixon the presidency, right, by certain like scholars and historians that look at that time, seeing Nixon standing there with a 5 o'clock shadow and kind of sweat on his upper lip, and then moving to Kennedy, who kind of embodied the 60s ideal of like a playboy jet set kind of guy, just like ruined. And if you actually watch that debate, Nixon won that debate on debate points. He won, like, in terms of substance, Nixon won that debate.
Sure,
But
although I don't,
he lost.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't have the history, but I've heard people talk about this, so I don't have the firsthand experience. But
you should watch it. You should watch it on stream for the memes one day and see what a historically bad debate looks like versus the Biden debate.
Yeah,
because it's unreal how articulate both of these people are.
Sure, I've heard some people say that when they bring this up, that it wasn't just that like debates all of a sudden became important, or this is an important debate performance. It was that traditionally you just didn't have as much access to these people like on TV in these forums, and then seeing them on TV and then debate just happened to be the thing that exposed it. But now when we see so much of candidates on TV, we see them on social media, we see them everywhere else, we're like inundated with videos of them, that like a debate performance just doesn't move us as much, because it's not like there's gonna be like an earth-shattering revelation for the first time you see a candidate or something, maybe. Yeah, not to say that it's impossible that a certain debate performance couldn't totally sink you. It's possible, I'm sure. Like, everything's unprecedented.
There's a monologue in the theater show that was made into a pretty good movie, Frost Nixon, where the guy talks about the reductive power of the close-up and how the nation could see Nixon hollow out when Frost sprung his trap on him and got him to say, when the president does it, it isn't illegal. Which was like the worst optical thing that Nixon could have said at that time. He's trying to convince people that there was some path through his weird money transfers and leaving fucking briefcases on top of phone booths and shit, right? And to say, when the president does it, it's not illegal. A bribe is not a bribe. That was horrible.
Sure.
And that close-up that they show of Nixon there, the hollowness in his face and all that, there's a big monologue about it there. That's what happened at the Biden debate. There were people that were on the fence about Biden that were really following, I think, your prescription, which is, look, he ain't perfect, but he's done a lot of good stuff, or at least tried to, and he ain't Trump, right? There was a lot of people, I think, standing on that saw that debate, and they're not saying, I won't vote for him. They're saying he gonna lose.
Okay.
And I'm one of those people, right? I won't vote for him. I wasn't going to vote for him prior to the debate because I knew it had been sounding the alarm on his cognitive decline since 2020.
Okay.
Not trying to make diagnoses of him, just pointing out times when the man shakes hands with the air, walks away, freezes up, has to have somebody come get him and tap him on the shoulder and lead him off stage, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
There are numerous of like in the last interview he did with Stephanopoulos, there are two moments like I talked about where he bails. I don't know if you watched the whole 20-minute meme, but he bails on two questions where he goes, listen, I was, well, anyway. And it just like there's this uncomfortable 2-second silence where Stephanopoulos is like, was that? Okay. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit happening at post-debate is just piling on these people that I'm talking about that you might have had convinced based on the barest thread of like, hey, don't vote for Biden, vote against Trump. And now they're looking at this and going,
let's just real quick. Oh, yeah. So let's fast forward. Yeah, because I've had this conversation like 5 times in the past. Fast forward, like, what is the point of if there was a candidate that I was very confident like has a low volatility outperforming Biden, like I would say we switch to that candidate immediately. I'm not like principally attached to Biden as a candidate. The only issue
can I run some names by you then? I'm sorry if you've already had this conversation.
Sure, no, that's fine. I mean, like you can run names, but the issue is that like I feel like people always downplay the volatility. They pretend that if they just insert a person because of like one poll, like, oh well, this person would clearly win, and it's like, I mean, do we know that if they haven't even begun campaigning yet?
Well,
like,
don't you think getting that person in there and then letting them hit the stage with Trump in August would be a good way of like assuring people that we've got an adult in the room again?
No. I don't think that matters.
No.
If you watched Hillary versus Trump, there is no intelligent person that came away thinking like, wow, Trump really schooled Hillary Clinton in that debate. Like Trump doesn't know.
You can't tell me as a fucking fan of debate and as a person who respects debate, you cannot tell me that having all of Bill Clinton's accusers in the audience wasn't a fucking move, bro.
I mean, like as somebody, I like, if I appreciated debate in the way that people say that I do on Twitter, maybe I would. But in terms of like, I do like it because it forces two sides with opposing views to commensurate their talking points and make them, understandable and intelligible to the other person to have a back and forth on it. No, I don't like appreciate like meme shit like that. It's effective in terms of rhetoric, in terms of like getting people to like you. But I mean, like, I'm just saying like in terms of like, oh, well, if you like a debate, like,
I mean, when you watched that live, were you going like, fuck? That's a dirty, shitty, like reach down on the ground and grab a handful of sand and throw it in your opponent's eyes move, but it's going to be effective.
I mean, it can be. Yeah, it could be effective. Sure.
Right. So anyway, I'm not like when I was going to name names. These are I want to make sure that your chat and everybody watching knows I'm not endorsing any of these people. I don't think there's anybody at this late date that could really replace Biden effectively either. I'll be honest with you. I think we're kind of fucked. And I think we need to start thinking about how fucked we are and what we're going to do to battle a Trump presidency going forward, because I think that's what we're going to look at.
Sure.
But
also, I think, and I will say over and over again, as much as people blame the DNC and the media, blah, 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 this is who the electorate delivered us. Like, I think Biden, I'm pretty sure Biden said before he won the primaries in 2020, I'm pretty sure Biden said that he wasn't going to run for a second term. I think he was saying that, and he still ended up winning the primaries. So it's like, I mean, this is kind of who we got. So
why did he run if he wasn't going to run for a second term? Why did he run? Why was he even primary if he wasn't going to?
Yeah, I don't know. I remember saying, you can probably find videos of me at the time, but I'm like, that's like you would never give up your incumbent advantage. Like that was the one silver lining in the huge like stormy cloud of democracy ending Trump presidency is that at least if Trump does win this next election, the one after, there's no incumbent advantage. I'm pretty sure Biden was like flirting with the idea. Like the fact that he was just saying that, I was like, that's a little bit strange. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to throw some fucking names out there that I've heard other people memeing about. Like I said, no endorsement from me of any of these people. All right? Gavin Newsom.
Okay. What do you want my take on them?
Yeah, well, like how do you feel that they would be worse than Biden at this point?
You know anything about like investments? Like if you like you've got.
This is not my no.
Sure.
I'm just gonna say no.
Okay, I'll just say a couple general things. You're a smart guy. You understand this, okay? That when you make an investment, okay, you have like your default like rate of return, like what you expect to get back on it. But if you're digging a bit more, you might look at something called like a risk-adjusted rate of return, right? So if you look at something and it says like, oh, well, here's an investment that could net you 7%, you would expect that like, okay, this is probably a pretty safe investment, right? And then if you look at something that nets you, 20%, but there's like a 50% chance of it like fucking completely and totally failing, because I was like, oh, okay, well, your risk-adjusted rate of return.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
My ex-wife was a CPA, so I get the memes. I just said I don't understand them because I personally don't practice them. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that like there is a chance that like there are many worlds where you throw Newsom up there and it's such a bizarre like hype moment that a new guy has come in. He's younger than everybody. He doesn't have the same baggage as these two candidates. And like everybody's talking about it. And, you know, like he goes on to do a debate and and we've seen him on stage. He could absolutely fucking demolish Donald Trump, and he could bring like that younger man's energy. Like I say young man, I'm pretty sure he's probably is he in his 50s?
I think he's 51 or something like that when I look.
It's funny that makes you a child for politics these days.
Yeah,
but
which is a sad thing.
All of that could happen, and voters are like so galvanized and energized, like holy shit, like this is like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. Like, oh god, let's do it, blah blah. Like that is a world that could happen, right? Maybe.
Sure.
I think there's another world where somebody like him gets thrown in, and the talking points for the next 3 months are, oh God, what if homelessness around the entire U.S. looks like L.A.? What if he wants to turn the whole United States into San Francisco? Didn't California just have like huge budget concerns? Wow, this is the guy who's going to talk about taxes. California is the most taxed state in the entire country. Is that what he's going to do to us? Oh, like I could see like these, and then who knows what's lurking in the closet? You know, I brought up these politicians over again, people like Cuomo who are like America's darling, and it's like in 2 like sexual harassment scandals, his entire legacy is destroyed. Giuliani was America's mayor before he started standing in for Trump's lawyer and destroyed his whole reputation. DeSantis was on track to fucking lose Florida after having a good legislative record and like a high government position, and he was like favored coming into the primary. So all this to say that like when somebody's like, don't you think you could throw somebody in and this would be so good for the primary? It could be, but it could also be really bad. The volatility is just so high and so unprecedented that I feel like I would need to see like Biden slip. Like if he's gone like 5, 6, 7 points and it's like, there's no shot that we make this up. It's over. And it's like, okay, fuck it. Let's throw somebody in and roll the dice. Yeah.
When is the convention again? The Democratic. When are we doing the convention?
Is it September, August?
I think
DNC.
it's August. Is it August? I want to say it's August, but I don't want to be wrong.
It is August 19th.
Okay. August 19th. Is the scheduled debate prior to that or after it? I'm sorry to make you Google shit. I could probably I'm just trying to keep the conversation going. I thought you knew.
No, you're good.
Off the top of your head, maybe. Because I don't.
I think the next one is September 10th. So it's after, yeah.
Yeah, you explaining it that way to me makes me understand your position better, and I wish that other people that were trying to make your argument were making it in those terms.
Sure.
The risk adverse thing. You're saying, is there a path to a Gretchen Whitmer or a fucking Gavin Newsom
or even
whatever,
Kamala Harris or even whatever the fuck, maybe. Yeah. But
she primaried exactly nowhere. Nobody likes Kamala Harris, but yeah.
Although the really uncomfortable fact too is that if you want to pick another candidate, then the next part of the conversation would be it would probably have to be Kamala Harris for a variety of reasons. Or if you wanted to say no to her, there's a whole bunch of friction that you've got to go with there as well.
I mean, maybe we need a Huey. What was that? Huey Long or what was his name? The Open Convention in fucking 1965 or something. Or 64. It was like there was an open Democratic convention where the nominees dissolved their votes from the primary and went to a fucking showdown at the convention, like a contested primary convention or whatever the fuck.
Sure.
And maybe that's what we need. Or do you have trust in that process of that Democratic? Well, it's not even really a Democratic process. It's a DNC corporate process that oversees, but do you have faith in that?
I mean, we would get a candidate. I think we would get a candidate who I think on paper, in terms of like presentation and everything, would almost certainly be superior to Biden. I would imagine that. But it's just like I said, it's just all the volatility is just really scary. Like I think Biden has to drop to a point to where it's like, okay, fuck it. Even if it's highly volatile, like I'd rather roll my dice here because Biden looks like he's probably not going to be it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I understand. Like I said, yeah, if it was, well, I don't even know when you could do it. We kind of fucked ourselves. I mean, yeah, it's gotta fuck.
Dude, that's kind of been what I've been saying for the last 4 years is that this like vote blue, riding with Biden attitude, anybody but Trump attitude has fucked us.
Well, it's not really the anybody but Trump attitude. I think there's two other larger things that play in the background. One is I wasn't as politically observant, so I can't give like the detailed breakdowns of it, but I've heard it said a lot that the Obama administration did a really bad job at fostering talent. That there weren't very many up and comers in terms of people that they supported. That just didn't happen. So
you can pick my brain on the Obama presidency because I was actually more politically engaged then than I am now. It was the Obama presidency that broke me.
Okay.
From being I canvassed for John Kerry, I canvassed for Al Gore, I was 20 years old when Al Gore was lost the election, right? I mean, he technically won it, but
Yeah.
the Supreme Court granted it.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that, like, I think so so there's two things. So yeah. So one is that the Obama administration, just the Democratic Party back then, wasn't doing much to foster newer talent. And then two, running parallel to that is I think that we have made a lot of amazing advancements in health and technology and in lifespans and life expectancies and all of this. And one unfortunate byproduct of that is, man, for like the past 15 years of my life, I've been hearing, like, once all the boomers are gone, these things are going to change.
They're never going to be gone, bro.
Yeah, they're not, man. We might have hit that. It might be the unlimited age. We've hit the point to where immortality is effectively medically possible. So you've got.
Oh, dude, I'm a firm believer, and I'm not even a fan of the show. It's going to be the Futurama fucking head in a jar universe.
Yeah, maybe.
Bro, where we're just dealing with boomer heads floating around on little fucking drones.
Mm-hmm. Like you look at Biden and you think that, like, man, Biden is old, and it's like he is, but man, a lot of these leaders are old. Pelosi is 84 years old. Feinstein was literally wheeled around, in her death chair.
I saw this meme on my Reddit, and it fucking blew my mind that Bill Clinton was elected 30 years ago, and he's younger than Biden.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, that's crazy. And have you heard Bill Clinton talk lately? Oof.
Yeah, Bill is not doing well, bro.
He's rough. Oh my God, that is true. Actually, I just looked that up. Bill Clinton is 77 years old. And when he was elected, he was 46 years old. Jesus, yeah, that's crazy. So I think those two things running right now are because you had a whole stage full of. I mean, I'm obviously I'm an institutional, mainstream Democratic opinion shill, but there was a whole stage of what I would consider like decent representatives of the Democratic Party, but for one reason or another, people didn't like one candidate or the next, and eventually I think we kind of like reelected Obama. People just like missed that. And they were like, okay, Biden, he reminds me of that dude. And then I was like, okay. And that's basically what
Can I ask why we find ourselves at odds? Well, maybe we don't. I'm not putting words. I don't feel at odds with you, but my fan base, small as it is in comparison to yours, is at odds with yours. And I don't understand why, because I see over your head there another thing that you would probably think I have unbased takes on, but I don't. Like I was raised out in the country. I know how to shoot guns. I'm not an anti-gun leftist. See, I feel like my voice isn't out there in a way that people don't associate me with people who I don't like. I'm not an ML. I'm not a tanky. I'm not a fucking wokey or whatever the fuck, right? I just am an anti-DNC leftist that thinks that the Overton window shift to the right has gotten so far that what I call a Democrat now, I would have called a moderate Republican in the 80s. Right?
Sure, I can understand you saying that. I mean, like, well, right now we're just talking about things we agree on, and we haven't talked about anything we disagree on, but the disagreements we have are probably very, 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 very deep. So, I mean,
you're probably right. Do you want to move on to something I think might be more contentious? The other issue that I was taking with your recent politics, or do you have more to say on this?
No, I think I've said all. Yeah, that I have to say on this. Yeah.
If you need to move on too, if this is not a good segment or whatever, we can do this some other time too.
No, you're
good. You got a shit to do.
Only other thing I'm doing now is reading Supreme Court cases, which is killing my viewership. So yeah, go for it.
Okay, cool. IP. Okay, let's talk Israel-Palestine. Let's. So I Vegan Gains.
I'm aware of him. Yeah. Or no, I know him. Yeah, we're friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, I interacted with Geegan Veins back. I called him Geegan Veins back in the DP days. He was on the show a few times. We ended up, being opposed and kind of working together against some of the people that we argued against back then. And he recently reached out to me on one of my streams and said, "Hey, dude, you want to talk?" So I did, and we talked about two things. We talked about veganism, where he outlined his vegan ethics. I'm a recent adopter of a really retarded pseudo-vegetarianism called lacto-ovo-pescatarianism. I eat fish, I eat eggs, I drink milk, but I don't eat red meat. I don't eat pork. That's it. That's the extent, right? No poultry, no pork, no beef. Okay. Just for personal health reasons, right? I've lost 50 pounds in the last 6 months. I'm on my way down. It's good stuff. Good beams. Okay. So he established a vegan ethic that I could not argue with, right? And then we moved to IP, and I asked him to apply that same ethic where he said, there's a genocide going on when it comes to cows and chickens in this country. And I asked him, is there a genocide going on in Palestine? And he said no. And I hung up because it had been a very frustrating conversation, and I could tell we weren't getting anywhere.
Okay.
So do you think that there's a genocide going on in Palestine?
If I say no, you're going to hang up. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I mean,
I'm
I would say no. Yeah.
Okay. So do you? What would be the agreed upon definition that you would be most comfortable with genocide, and then we can like go down through the list together? I don't know what I got, or maybe you have a prepared argument for why it's not a genocide. Because like when I read like the International Court's definition of genocide, it seemed and that court definition says it doesn't have to have all of these to apply as a genocide, right? I can find 5 or 6 out of the 10 that are happening in Israel right now.
Okay.
Okay. So how are we not having a genocide?
So internationally, genocide is understood to have 2 elements. The first element would be the actus reus, which is one of it's either 5 or 6 different actions, which I think is like it could be killing people, making people infertile, it's just one of 5 things that are met in basically every single conflict ever. And then the second element is the mens rea component. For genocide, it's said to be a highly specialized intent, and it's
mens rea means having in the mind, right?
Yeah,
so
criminal
they have
state of mind.
The
yes.
intent in their mind that they are wiping out Palestine.
Kind of, yes, true. So for an ordinary crime, you would say the mens rea is the criminal intent to do the action. For genocide, there is a dolus specialis, there's a special intent to eliminate a group of people. It's not just enough that you want to kill people, but it's the special intention to eliminate a people in whole or in part. And that's the big intentional factor that sets genocide apart from just any normal military conquest, basically, yeah.
So I still fail to see how we wouldn't have met that definition.
So
have you recently, I don't know how recently, did you go to Israel?
Yeah, I think a few weeks ago.
A few weeks. Okay. That's why, I got told to DM you because I made a meme about you getting cussed out by that dude. Why did you give him Pepe hands?
I had no idea. I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. We were filming, we were talking, and then we go up to a stoplight, and this guy is going from car to car, and then I roll down my window for him in the French, and he says apparently in Hebrew, he's like, "Hello, Fred," and I'm like, I can't understand. And then he sees the guy recording, and he starts like screaming at us. So I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you want. I don't know what he's saying. And he just like moves. Yeah, it's just fun. Funny times.
Pepe hands maneuver was great though, or like the little Apustaya guy. Like you were like, what? You kept looking at your camera. It was good memes. I'm sorry, but. Did you avail yourself of any Israeli media while you were there?
Avail myself? What does that mean? Make
like,
myself
did you
available
watch?
To or watch?
Did you watch news media while you were there?
Probably not. I don't think I had time. I was just running around interviewing people and stuff. I was on a couple shows, I think. But
so I have there's a follower of mine that has family in Israel. He's an Israeli-American dual citizen, and he's very critical of Israeli policy. And I was in Discord with him, and he was showing me videos he just records Israeli TV, basically.
Okay.
Right? And then he was playing some for me, and it really evoked the same feeling I had just post 9/11 in America. This kind of like frenzied, like wipe every fucking Arab off the map, kill them all, fucking bomb their countries if they had anything to do with this kind of fucking mentality.
Sure.
Is all over the news in Israel, all over it.
Sure. So backing up, taking with what you just said and keeping in mind genocide. So genocide is supposed to be one of the most or maybe the worst crime, arguably, that you could ever commit on the planet. We've created a special convention just for that crime. The ICJ is capable of alleging that countries are allowing this to happen. And the ICC is capable of charging individuals with committing or aiding and abetting for genocides. When we have these definitions for certain crimes, as much as it makes makes one sound like an apologist or whatever, I think it's important that we have different crimes and we have different definitions for those crimes, and then we adhere to those definitions to keep these crimes reserved for what they're supposed to be reserved for, so that we don't overuse it and all of a sudden the definition has just basically become synonymous with something else. So my big issue when we talk about genocide is that special intention part is essentially the defining part of genocide. And when people start arguing that this particular conflict is a genocide, the biggest issue that I run into with the way that they define it is they'll say things like, well, these people want to say they want to wipe out Palestine, and they want to kill all Palestinians, and they want to blah, 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 so it must be a genocide. And I'm like, some of this rhetoric it's not good. It's definitely irresponsible. But it also sounds like the type of stuff you would hear for almost every single country at war ever. Like, do you think in Ukraine, like in their media, are they like, listen, when we say we want to kill Russians, we don't mean
I've seen.
Huh?
I've seen
Sure.
how they.
Yeah.
I know.
Or
how
like
those,
even like
they call them Kadyrov orcs or whatever the
sure.
fuck, right?
Or America after 9/11, we had a bunch of choice things to say about Muslims, brown people, Arabs
Horrible
in general.
things, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, every country always at war.
So does that speak to the mens rea?
I think it can, but I think that if you look at the circumstances of what's going on and what the people are saying and, you know, what's being responded to, it seems like it probably more closely aligns with...
You might want to take a look at some of these memes, bro. You might want to watch some Israeli fucking TV and ask yourself if you think that population and government and media has it in their mind to wipe out Palestine and every Palestinian.
Sure, but then I guess the question is when I look at the actions then of the military, when I look at, you know, like, do they try to give warning on strikes? They have they moved people around to avoid, you know, like bombing civilians? Like,
have they slaughtered people gathering around aid drops? Yes. Have they told people to move to areas and then continued to invade and push people out of those areas? Yes.
So if you want, I mean, we can go through factually any of these claims, but I think that in every single circumstance, you'll find that while there are things that happen, now we can argue whether they were mistakes, whether they were intentional, or whether it was a pattern of intentional conduct. All three of these things are different. And
you gave the mens rea. You said there are two things, right, that define a genocide, right? What was the first? It was the mens...
The actus reus is just an action. It's 1 to 5. The act is obviously met. And then the second...
So you're not denying the act is happening. We're killing people there.
Yeah, and every single war, the actus reus is going to be met in every single conflict ever. Yes, so that's easily met.
So we check that one, actus rea. Now we got mens rea.
Sure, the dolus specialis,
So
special
I've
intent.
just told you, I have just told you, right, the special intent, to have it in your mind to wipe a people off the planet.
Yes.
Right? I just brought up Israeli media. That's literally what they say. Kill them to the last. Kill them to the last.
There might be some people that say that.
It's in the well, here's the thing. That is in the Israeli media. That is in the
Israeli... When you say Israeli media, right, you understand, like, there's a lot of different Israeli media, right?
There's like, it's like we are, right? It's like MSNBC, Fox News, and then there's fucking Al Jazeera, although they've been kicked out of them.
Yeah, the media is not running the war. The media is not the government. There could be people in the media saying...
the media is the fucking mouthpiece of the government during war. You know this, right?
In Israel, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Why would it be any different there that their media is beating the war drums just like our media did every time we've gone to war?
I don't think it's true in our media either. I think that I'm
sorry, I can't let you go on.
Okay.
I was 21 years old on 9/11.
Okay.
Our media was uniformly pro-invasion of Afghanistan. Uniformly.
Yep.
There was no media source that was saying, hey, let's think about the Afghani people. Hey, let's not bomb this country into dust. Hey, there was no source. They were literally embedding reporters with columns of fucking armor rolling into fucking, call it?
I don't disagree, but the issue is when you terrorist attack a group of people, that whole group of people is going to be incensed to do some wild shit. When people are scared, when people get attacked.
Did not terrorist attack us.
I understand that.
Saudi Arabia terrorist attacked us.
Saudi Arabia absolutely did not terrorist attack us. But
yes, they
I
did.
understand. No, they didn't. What do you mean?
They funded all. Okay, so wait a minute. All of the hijackers, Saudi nationals. Their leader, Saudi national, that has ties to a
Bin Laden was in exile. Bin Laden had been expelled from Saudi Arabia, and none of those hijackers were in Saudi Arabia. They'd all been kicked out. Saudi Arabia doesn't want these people in their country. They didn't want those people in this country.
The Bin Laden family money. They distanced themselves from Bin Laden to keep their fucking good graces with America going. The Bin Laden money was not taken. The Bin Laden family was not stripped of title. He still had access to all of that money, which is Saudi money, And you're telling me Saudi Arabia had nothing to do with this?
Bin Laden had a whole bunch of money on his own, and also I don't know how large this family.
He was a Saudi royal adjunct. His family is a high-ranking family in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, when you go to the Middle East and you go to like these families, these huge clans that run these countries, like if you go to Qatar, like 1/4 of the population are like royal family related. Are you an
expert now? You're an expert in like Saudi politics now? I've never heard you talk Saudi politics.
Well, the last book that I read was called Culture and Conflict in the Middle East, and it speaks a lot about the different structures of people in these areas. So I'm not, to be clear, I'm not an expert in these politics. I'm not. I readily, fully admit that. But I will say that one thing that I've learned that was kind of crazy to me is like I get fans that come through and somebody will donate like $500. Like, oh damn, and it'll be like, oh, like I'm royalty from XYZ country. And I've had like 3 different people say this, like, what the fuck? And I remember I remarked on this on stream. I was like, how the fuck do I like all these princes that like watch my stream? And some guy emailed me. It's like because of the family structures in these places like Qatar or the UAE or Saudi Arabia, like royal family will be like 1/4 of the, like there's thousands of people or tens of thousands of people that are like a prince or related to a prince just because of the way that these family structures work. That's something that I wasn't aware of. And I'm like, oh, okay, shit. And like so these royal families,
you're arguing against American intelligence reports now, which identified the money that was used in 9/11 as Saudi money.
So, okay, when we make these statements, okay, when you say Saudi money, can you tell me what you mean by that?
I mean money that was gained from a closeness to the royal family in Saudi Arabia by the bin Laden family, was appropriated by Osama bin Laden and used to fund a bunch of Saudi nationals coming to America, infiltrating planes with box cutters, and flying them into national monuments and buildings in an act of terror. So
okay, so my understanding. Wait, real quick.
I feel like in any other situation, your answer would be follow the money.
Kind of, but so like for instance,
yes, no, straight up. But in this situation, there's nuance.
In all situations, there's nuance. Okay,
sure. So, but in this situation, there's way more nuance than I think there is. Right.
Okay, so in there's a crossing, is it Rafah, that goes in from the Gaza Strip into Egypt? Well, it's closed, I think now. But there are Egyptian soldiers that take bribes sometimes to have stuff going in and out of there. And oftentimes I'll hear people say things like Egypt is trying to, send arms, or Egypt is smuggling arms into the Gaza Strip. And I'll say, people will say, I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, Egypt takes money to smuggle arms in. And I was like, well, Egypt, like the government. That's not
what I said, though.
No, I understand. I'm just saying Egypt, the government isn't. The soldiers there probably are. Probably easy to bribe soldiers.
I agree. So when we say that,
so when we say that there's like Saudi money that funds bin Laden, there money going from Saudi Arabia to all sorts of Sunni extremists, through the Middle East. I think that's a undisputable and well-established phenomenon.
Saudi extremists, Saudi and Sunni.
Sure. However,
let's not obfuscate that all the people that perpetrated 9/11, according to our fucking investigation, were Saudi nationals. All.
Okay. The
money that paid for the operation is Saudi.
Hold on. Just to be clear, you're not just claiming that they were Saudi nationals, though. You're claiming that the government of Saudi Arabia was aware of it and intentionally funded them to commit that terrorist attack.
No, I did not. That's not what
wait. Okay. Well, then maybe we might not disagree at all then.
Okay.
Because if you're just saying that like money came from the country of Saudi Arabia, so it might have been people in Saudi Arabia that were still sending money to bin Laden or something else, then that seems to be the case. That's my understanding that is the case. Right. But there's a difference between saying that versus like the government of Saudi Arabia was knowingly funding these terrorists in an attempt to have them go and do a terrorist attack against the United States. These are two very separate claims, I think. Yeah.
So do you think that Saudi Arabia was made aware that Saudi nationals and bin Laden's money were being used post 9/11? Do you think they knew it before we knew it? I would say yes, right? There was a call from the Bush administration to King Abdullah, who was at the time was the leader of the Saudi royal family.
Okay.
Saying, we've got Saudi nationals, we've got Saudi money, and we've got Osama bin Laden here. Right? Do you think they were made aware of this?
Made aware that Osama bin Laden was like a terrorist who was being funded money, or
made aware that money was being funneled to a terrorist organization from Saudi royal families?
They might have been, but I mean, like, how many terrorist organizations existed in the Middle East at that time that were getting funding through Like the question is do you think that Saudi Arabia knowingly was supporting, the government of Saudi Arabia was knowingly supporting or knew people were supporting Osama bin Laden to commit a Saudi-led or Saudi national-led terrorist attack against the United States?
Well, you're asking me to reveal what would be highly classified information in any government, right? You're asking me to have some knowledge of what you know would be XXX classified information. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, like, what we are talking about right now, wait, the camels that you're referring to about Saudi Arabia communicating with the United States about information is what we
Here's what I do know. Here's what I do know. On 9/11/2001, Saudi nationals, backed by a Saudi royal family member or an adjunct to the royal family, Osama bin Laden, with Saudi Arabian money appropriated from Saudi Arabia, perpetrated the biggest terror attack on American soil in U.S. history. I follow the money. Tick. Okay, we've got Al-Qaeda. Well, who's funding this cell of Al-Qaeda? Well, their leaders, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden family, very close to the Saudi family, multi-billionaire oil family. So that money's going there. Okay, let's look into the backgrounds of these guys now that we know who they are. Oh, Saudi. You're asking me. You sound almost like OJ's defense team. You're asking me to like look elsewhere other than Saudi Arabia for the answer to that.
Well, no,
and
but you keep saying Saudi Arabia.
Turning Afghanistan into a parking lot was better than just jerking the chain on Saudi Arabia and telling them to quit funding terror.
So I never said anything about justifying the invasion of Afghanistan. I just alluded to the fact that after 9/11, I think the entire American public was ready to go to war with basically anybody. Okay.
It was.
Number one. But number two, I'm just saying that we have to be clear when you say like Saudi funded, Saudi organized, Saudi money or whatever, the implication there is that the government is orchestrating or at the very least knowingly supporting things. I don't think that evidence has ever been. I don't even know if bin Laden still had his Saudi citizenship at the time when he was living in Afghanistan. I don't even know if he was even. I don't think he was even allowed back into that country for years prior to this.
Right, because of his actions helping the Mujahideen with the United States against Russia.
That wouldn't be why he would be banned from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, well, why was he banned from Saudi Arabia?
Because Saudi Arabia doesn't like terrorists. They don't like extremists because they're trying to westernize.
And why do they allow terrorists to continue to be funded by their royal adjunct families?
Because I don't think the Saudi Arabian government can control the.
They have no idea. Yeah, they've got no idea where that money's going to.
I didn't say they have no idea. I'm just saying. Why? I mean, do you think that there aren't U.S. citizens that fund terrorists, or there aren't U.S. citizens? I
know there are.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't say that all of that funding is U.S. supported, right?
If the United States government, see, this is different. You're talking about some yokel that contributes to some white nationalist organization or something. I'm talking about a high-ranking billionaire family member of a royal adjunct to the Saudi throne. You can't make that comparison fly, bro. Come on.
Okay, so then let me just back up and reassess. Wait, hold on, wait. Let me just reassess. Let me just reassess. Okay, because I don't know what your claim is anymore. I'm not sure. So I'm just asking again because it feels like you're not giving me clear answers. Do you think that the Saudi Arabian, the crown prince, the royalty, the monarch, the Saudi Arabia government, okay, the monarch knew that bin Laden wasn't going to engage in big terrorisms against the United States, and they continue to intentionally allow funds to flow to him or fund them themselves, or whatever?
I don't know.
Okay, well then what's the point of like saying Saudi over and over and over again?
Because what you're at, let me give you a better analogy that isn't weaselly like the one you tried to sneak by me. Okay, how about this?
Wait, what did I say that was weaselly?
You said, oh, but there are people in the United States that fund terrorism, right? Well, yeah. You're trying to compare a high-ranking government official in Saudi Arabia, or at least the family of a high-ranking government official, with some yokel that gives money to the local fucking Nazi party or something. And that funds a fucking Groiper attack somewhere or whatever the fuck, right?
I'm just saying there's a difference between the private citizens versus like the government. I don't know if bin Laden wasn't like part of the Saudi Arabian government or anything, right?
No. In the Saudi Arabia, there is not. In Saudi Arabia, they're royalists there. So your closeness to the royal family determines your power and the power you project below you.
Sure, but just because
the bin Laden family is incredibly fucking powerful in Saudi Arabia. Billionaire oil magnate family. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. So let me give you an American analogy that works. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, is funneling money to Russia secretly through Ukraine to fund attacks on the Donbass. You would be making the argument, do you want me to know? Do you want me to believe that the American government knew about that money leaving the country and going to the Donbass?
If who was
To fund
doing it?
terror? Hunter Biden.
Okay.
Or Nancy Pelosi's daughter, Alexandra Pelosi, decides she's going to stop making documentaries and start funding terror groups.
Yeah.
Are you going to tell me that the U.S. government has plausible deniability when one of their leading class funnels money to terror?
I wouldn't say that the United States supported this thing. Whether the United States would know about it or not, I'm not sure. It would depend on the specifics of the circumstances.
I think you know. I think you are sure. You know, you read Snowden's book, or at the very least are aware of the surveillance state in this country, right? Do you think a dime leaves this shore that America doesn't know about?
Probably in a variety of ways, yes. As much as the surveillance might exist, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. It's hard to keep track of all of it, yeah?
Gotcha, buddy. Oh, it's Geegan Veins.
No, wait, Vegan, what do you want?
He wants to argue with me because I...
How do I turn on my...
Wait, can you come back and wait, let me finish this conversation and you can come back, okay? And then you can argue with me.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, I just wanted to...
Wait, no, because whatever you say is
Paul.
he's gonna want to respond, and then it's gonna go back and forth, back and forth.
No, not at all. I just wanted to tell Paul, even though you're upset at me, I don't know why in particular. You're always free to come on my channel and have a debate.
Thanks, bud. Now, can we move on?
I also wanted to ask.
Can we go back to what we're? Oh, so now you want to fucking please, dude? You want to fucking finish this topic, or you want Geegan Veins to be salty because I
I just wanted to ask one other question.
Because I'm gonna hold on. Before you ask the question, I'm gonna let Destiny know. I'm gonna want to respond to this.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, listen, you can ask the question, but then he's gonna respond, and then you don't get a response after that, even if he says the worst thing ever. Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
That's fine.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I saw Destiny disagreed with you. Why didn't you run away and start screaming?
Because Destiny didn't spend an hour establishing a very clear-cut and defensible ethic about the value of life, and then undercut it with his IP.
Okay. All right. And then you can come back in and argue with him later if you want on that. Okay. All right.
Bye.
Okay.
Have some consistency. Fuckwad.
Jesus.
Anyway.
Okay.
What
all
a dumb fuck.
Okay. Backing up a lot. Okay. Just backing up a lot. Okay. So, okay. I'm not. Okay. If Hunter Biden.
Dude, can I
Yeah.
I'm sorry to do this.
No,
Can I
you're
go
good.
fucking piss? This is
Yo,
fuck
you're
my
good.
mental.
Go for it. Yeah. Knock yourself out. Go ahead.
I want to recenter. I'm going to go take a leak real fucking quick, boss. Okay. And I'll be back.
Okay.
Just give me a sec.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good.
I don't even remember what we were fucking talking about. So let me go. Can you, if you will do me a favor while you're gone and fucking give me a 1-paragraph launch back into where we were.
Yeah,
I
you're
would
good.
love that.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that, man.
No, you're fine.
I don't do this shit for a living. So
You're
it's a
good.
little-
No problem.
I usually don't argue for a living. So hold on.
Did you see his debate with me?
I have not. No.
It was pretty hilarious. He basically screamed and just ran away and left when I pulled up the militant to civilian casualty ratios. And he just freaked out, and then he started a stream calling me a genocide denier.
Nice. Okay. Well.
Just be prepared for somebody who can't make arguments and will yell at you.
Okay. I'll do my best. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, bench press update. I did a heavy single with 375. It went up really easy. And I did 4 sets of 3 with 365. So 405, assuming I can, stay away from injuries. It's going to come very soon.
Cool. Well, good luck. Be careful.
All right, take care.
All right, buddy. I'm back.
Hello.
No worries.
Okay.
Take your time.
So, right now, we're trying to ascertain Saudi Arabia's involvement with 9/11. Okay?
Okay.
My point is just because bin Laden's family has a close relationship with the Saudi family, just because Osama bin Laden had a lot of money doesn't mean that the government knew that Osama bin Laden was creating this terrorist network. He'd been expelled from that country in 91 over his anti-American views.
They had no idea where the money that was very close to the Saudi family was being appropriated out of the country. They had no clue that the bin Laden family was still materially supporting Osama bin Laden.
I don't even know if his family was supporting him anymore at that point. I don't know what his source of funds
His family
were.
never stopped supporting him.
Okay. His family, he literally has like 50 siblings. So I don't know if the government is keeping track of every single dollar that goes out.
His family is over $100 billion in Saudi oil assets.
Sure.
So that'll take care of
I'm
200
just saying,
siblings
okay,
forever.
So flipping it, do you think that Saudi Arabia knows where every single dollar is going out of that country and who they're going for? And
not
what
every
purpose
single
for?
dollar, but I think if $1 million or $2 or $10 million disappears from the fucking rolls and ends up in Afghanistan, I think they know about that. Yeah.
It's not disappears. Let's say
No, it does.
Money is probably flowing out of that country at all points in time to different types of projects, right? Mm-hmm. So
and I can guarantee you that country has CPAs and accountants and fucking specialists hip deep watching every dollar.
Okay,
you don't get rich like that.
Okay,
you don't get rich like that with not knowing where the money in your country's going. Like,
well, a lot of their wealth is generated from oil, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So so then your point then is just that you think Saudi Arabia knew about the terrorist attacks. The United States didn't.
I'm saying I don't think it's a fucking wild conspiracy theory to say they probably knew that money was being funneled out of their country to Osama bin Laden to the tune of millions of dollars. Yes, I don't think that's a wildly conspiratorial statement.
Well, it's relatively conspiratorial, thinking that considering he got expelled from the country in 91. So I mean,
which would give the government every impetus to watch his money even closer.
Okay, I don't know if Saudi Arabia has eyes on every bank account outside of the country as well. Okay.
They have eyes on the money that's in their country that's generated from their oil fields, is what I'm saying. And that's the money that he used to blow up buildings on 9/11.
If the family is making money from some other venture and the money is just moved around to some other business.
Oh, now who's being conspiratorial?
Do you think that the bin Ladens made all of their money just through Saudi oil? Or
why does it matter?
Well, because you just said that
is it Saudi money still? Is it still Saudi money?
Is my money American money?
Yeah. Are you an American?
Yeah, but I don't think the things that I fund, I don't think you would call that like American funded for the purposes of like national or international conflict, right?
Are you a royal family member here in America that I'm unaware of, or?
The bin Ladens aren't royal family members.
They're royal adjuncts.
Okay, any aristocratic family is going to be adjunct to the
are you an
family.
aristocrat?
No, but even if like a Kennedy was funded, they're not technically aristocrats either.
Oh, that would be a little different conversation, though, wouldn't it be?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be. No.
Oh, it wouldn't be.
I wouldn't say the United States is supporting something. No, I would say that the Kennedy was. Now, if the government knew about it, then I'd make a stronger statement. And if the government was facilitating it, I'd make an even stronger statement. Yes, but just because somebody is a nationality,
backing into the corner of plausible deniability isn't gonna fly on every conversation. Like you and I, in order to prove this, in order to really settle this, would need the both America, Afghanistan, the bin Laden family, and the Saudi royal family to open their books.
Okay. All right. Let me just back up and lay out my thing. Okay. So the United States was a terrorist attack, okay, by Al-Qaeda, which had a fuck ton of funding, majority of funding, and led by Osama bin Laden, okay? Osama bin Laden had written fatwas about things that he was really irritated about when it came to the United States. A lot of our presence in the Middle East, our support for Israel, military bases and being hosted by Saudi Arabia, all of these things. Osama bin Laden had reasons to not like the United States, whether you think they're justifiable or not. He had reasons to try to terrorist attack the United States. He did so multiple times. There was a prior, World Trade Center bombing with a truck in a basement, okay? Saudi Arabia expelled Osama bin Laden in 91. Saudi Arabia was trying to curry favor with the United States. The idea that any part of that royal family would be signing off on or would be okay with somebody that is adjacent to the royal family trying to commit terrorist attacks against the United States, an ally that they were desperately trying to win favor with for support for the upcoming confrontations with Iran, which is what we're seeing today, right? Just doesn't make any sense. The narrative doesn't make any sense. There's absolutely no proof or evidence that the Saudi royal family had knowledge that money was going to an organization that was eventually going to lead to a terrorist attack in the United States. States. And to speculate on that is not only done without any kind of material fact, it's also done in contrary to the narratives that exist historically that we would expect countries to be following. It doesn't make sense that Saudi Arabia want to terrorize the United States. It doesn't make sense that the United States wouldn't say anything about it or wouldn't punish Saudi Arabia in some way for it. No part of that makes sense, and there's no material fact to assist it. So the idea that I have to prove the negative just doesn't make any sense. Oh, I just want to lay this out because you interrupted me a ton. Okay, I just want to lay this out from start to finish. This is why I'm saying that the fact that we say Saudi nationals or people from Saudi Arabia, yes, there is a lot of terrorism that's funded by Gulf states, especially in other Middle Eastern countries. Some of this money ends up in places that ends up coming back to attack the United States. I'm pretty sure ISIS is a Sunni group, and a lot of their funding might have initially come from places in the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that the Saudi royal family is overseeing or signing off on funds being used by terrorist groups knowing they're going to attack the United States of America. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough. After you lay it out that way, it reveals my position to be more conspiratorial than I assumed it was. Okay? I still believe that it's not wildly out of wing to insinuate that the Saudi government knows where tens of millions of dollars of oil money are going outside of their country, but I cannot prove that. I'm not going to get the Saudi royal family to open its books. And for me, and asking you to prove the negative is incorrect. So you're right.
Okay.
I feel like we got sidetracked down this little path of a broder subject, which was IP, right? And we started to
Stop, vegan. Go away.
Different direction.
Okay, sorry. That's okay. Okay.
That dude is fucked up, bro.
No, it's okay. Okay. That
guy is fucking weird, bro.
It's okay.
I know you. I know you're friends with him. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So backing up before we went off on this tangent, I think that when we look at media in the United States, and we say that the media was all supporting this, and then from that we draw the conclusion that the government must have been sending the marching orders or something. I think that in the United States, I think a lot of Americans were mad. I think that Americans are very ignorant when it comes to foreign policy or anything that's going on in a country that's not either Canada or Mexico. They're ignorant about those two countries as well. It makes sense to me that if any remote inkling was pointed to in another country, like Al-Qaeda existing in Afghanistan, or maybe some terrorists are being harbored in a country that we'd just been to war with 10 years earlier for the Iraq War, for the first Gulf War, it's not surprising to me that both people in the media and American citizens would cheerlead this. And I don't have any evidence, nothing's ever been said by journalists saying that, oh yeah, the US government told us that they wanted us to publish this. And journalists are some of the most prolific talkers and yappers of all time, especially on social media now.
Did you see that montage that came out back in 2016 or 17 where literally news stations from across the country affiliated with multiple different national news organizations were reading the same script at the same time?
Yep.
What do you think that came from?
I think that came from, they were all owned, so these are all local. You asked me a question. It was either local media companies. They were all owned by the same owner. I believe it was Sinclair Media. They probably published scripts that I don't think anybody denied it. And the idea that these came from the government, that link is, I don't know if anybody's even asserted that with any credibility. I'm not saying that nothing ever happens, that people don't ever have plots, or that there aren't ever any, consistent marching orders given from some groups of people. But if we're going to claim the U.S. government is doing it, I think we need at least one piece of evidence if it's such a widespread thing that thousands of people are implicated.
Okay, so what? Not to what about you, but what about the fucking kind of news stories about how sharp Biden was and stuff? You don't think that was coming from the DNC and the Biden camp, and isn't that the government, right?
That I would say, oh man, okay. I'm going to sound really pedantic here, but I think it's really important to separate these things. The DNC is not the government, okay? There are going to be relationships between... They're not. There are going to be relationships, though, that might be shared...
The DNC is not president, but Joe Biden is, and Joe Biden is the head of the DNC.
I'm not even sure if that's true.
That
in
is
terms
true.
of how structure of the DNC works.
The DNC, the top of the DNC is the president. That is your top DNC official. Here, let's look into it, man. Maybe I'm fucking wrong, bro. I'm a California stoner, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
The DNC is responsible for articulating and promoting the Democratic platform and coordinating party organizational activity. The DNC is the chairperson of the DNC is elected by a vote of members from the Democratic National Committee. The DNC is composed of the chairs and vice chairs of each state Democratic Party Central Committee, 200 members apportioned among the states based on population and generally elected either on the ballot by primary voters or by the state Democratic Party Committee. Okay, so I think that the head of the DNC is somebody that gets voted on.
So it's an elected official that actually does the chairperson stuff.
A little, but I would even be careful. Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, hold on. I'm being really pedantic with terms of everything. When you say elected official, it's not like a government official. The DNC, so the parties in the United States of America, they're private parties, right? Yeah.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. That allows them to do things like give Hillary the election when using superdelegacy and shit like that to rat fuck the Bernie campaign.
Sure. So I'm not gonna agree or disagree with your characterization of that. But a party could literally just say we're gonna run this candidate, kick rocks.
Right.
Yes. They're private parties. They can do whatever they want.
The whole primary system is basically just like a democratic veneer to allow people some input. But if they decided right now Biden's not the candidate, this guy's the candidate, they can do that because they're not bound by the Constitution in the same way a governmental body would be. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, yes. Although I would say that your states are also not bound in the ways that you think they are. They have electors, and a lot of them have laws on the books now that say that their electors are supposed to vote for the people. But a state could also theoretically say we're always just going to vote for the Democrat and kick rocks population, right?
I'm aware. Okay. Yeah. You're right about that. We don't disagree.
Sure.
So,
okay. So I'm only pointing this out to say that when we talk about coordinated messaging in media, okay, it's tempting to say that it comes from the government. But the problem with diagnosing the problem like that is if we think it comes from the government, well, the solution is like the government needs to stop like giving marching orders to the media. So that's what we're going to spend all of our time fixating on the in bed like process of like the government telling the media what to do. There's two huge problems with this. One is the most obvious problem is there's no evidence for this. We can find kind of circumstantial evidence maybe in messaging, so that's one big problem. But the second huge problem,
I would say I would put the caveat strong circumstantial evidence.
You can say that, but the reality is if I put 100 people in the same room who are all in the same country and then do things to them, they're probably all going to have pretty similar takes, whether they're getting the same marching orders or not. Like that's super conceivable. The problem, though, is that the actual problem is probably a little bit more intangible. It's probably more difficult to figure out. If I had to guess without having super strong investigations into these things, my guess is going to be a lot of issues come from the fact that journalists, in order to do good reporting on things going on in the government, probably need to maintain good relationships with people in government. And the relationships that they maintain with those people means that they're probably only likely to get certain types of stories, or the individual biases of some journalists might make them favor more stories than others, or the individual misconceptions that people in government have might cause them to give stories to journalists more than they should be. These are the things that I think are the problems. Now, they're not as sexy to talk about because there's not like a big evil bad guy to blame, but I think that these are probably the things that make it really hard sometimes to get accurate assessments of what's going on, either inside the government or with other issues.
I agree. That you agreed at the beginning of this that you were being pedantic.
No, I never agreed with that. I would never say that. The terms and everything that's happening, I think, is very, very, very important. Because if we're misidentifying things,
you said I'm going to be pedantic.
Okay, if I said that, then I shouldn't have said that because pedantry implies that I'm trying to pick terms for the point of just arguing, but I'm not. I think that this is why I gave reasons for why I think it's really important to understand exactly what's happening, because if we don't, then that means that all we're doing is just we're giving big bad guys where there are no big bad guys, and then we're going to spend all of our time fighting big bad guys when the reality is there's a bunch of smaller problems that we need to be more aware of.
Sure. So to correct myself, you said not to sound pedantic. Is what you said.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
So at the risk of sounding pedantic, I believe it. Yeah, so that's different, and I apologize for that. I wasn't trying to be bad faith in that way. Yeah. Okay. I do think that it is a little pedantic, though. I mean, we are talking about an organization that is not separate from Joe Biden. Joe Biden is their candidate, right? You're talking about messaging coming from Joe Biden through the DNC to support Joe Biden's reelection campaign. I understand this is a non-governmental body, technically, a private fucking, I don't know what you'd call it, organization, corporation.
Well, so here's a reason why I think the pedantry is important, right? You probably think, my guess is going to be in your mind, you think that Joe Biden is probably dictating a lot to the DNC. My guess is the DNC dictates more to Joe Biden. That'd be my guess. Mm-hmm. that people that probably work in his campaign are very closely affiliated or might have even come directly from the DNC, and that they get a lot of their fundraising coordination, a lot of their other candidates that support and coordinate with them, the media coordination, all of those connections probably exist in conjunction with the DNC. So it's probably the DNC that's helping Joe Biden's campaign more than just Joe Biden has this whole political machine on his own that he runs.
Well, I mean, if the Joe Biden campaign calls the DNC and goes, "Hey guys, we need to get the messaging out that Joe's doing good. We need to get some sharp messaging out. He's sharp in meetings.
Yep.
He's sharp behind the scenes." They're going to listen to that and they're going to prioritize that messaging.
But why? Why do you think they would?
In order to support the reelection of Joe Biden.
Yeah, but also because it's their candidate. They would want that, right? The DNC wants
Right.
that message, right?
Which is why I think the pedantry of saying, yeah, technically they're not a governmental body, but they're absolutely taking marching orders from the highest official in our government is kind of like where I'm having a problem here. If you could elucidate me there.
Sure. I understand why we would have a problem with this is because it feels like an incestuous relationship. And I think it might even be fair to say that there are issues here, but I think it's important to understand that it's not like you've got a bunch of people at the DNC who are like, fuck, we really want to do all this like honest reporting and accounting what's going on, but the Biden campaign is just hammering us on this. It's more that you have a massive overlap in shared interests between the DNC and Joe Biden's campaign for obvious reasons. So they might be a little bit warmer towards each other to take communications and messages that if they were being a bit more critical, they probably wouldn't. Right. So there is a problem, but I'm saying understanding where the problem comes from gives us a better way to diagnose that problem and then fix it, ideally.
That doesn't change the way that I feel about this incestuous relationship that you pointed out, but I understand your side of it. I get where you're coming from, and there is ambiguity there.
Okay.
That I think should be explored, and maybe we could continue to explore that. But at this point, I don't think it undermines my position that it's pretty safe to say that Joe Biden has a high level of influence over the DNC. So whether it's a governmental body or not ceases to kind of matter to me at that point when the highest government official can call up the DNC and give them messaging. And then the DNC is passing. See, because to tie this all together, right, just to make sure we're on the same boat here.
Sure.
We were talking about Biden deciding, I want to look young, passing that message to the DNC, and the DNC passing that message to the media.
Yes. Yeah. Something along those lines probably happens.
So that's the chain. That's the chain of events, so the contention was the media is not an arm of the government. Or the media
but
is
what
not
I'm
a
saying
mouthpiece
here
of
is
the
that
government.
so what I mean when I say that is that like the DNC wants these messages from Biden and they are also highly aligned in incentives. But if the Biden campaign was like outright lying to the DNC, and the DNC realized that, and their interests started to diverge. So, like, if Biden is like, I got to win the election no matter what, fuck these guys, I hate them, and he like starts having heart attacks or something, and like some people are very close to him, like, fuck, we got to tell the DNC we just need to cover this up. At some point, like the DNC will be like, sorry, but fuck that, we're rejecting Biden. We are going to go to the convention, and we're picking a new candidate. Fuck you. Biden wouldn't be able to overrule the DNC there. The DNC would say, fuck you, kick rocks. But up to now, like the incentive structure between what's good for the DNC is good for Joe Biden, what's good for Joe Biden is good for the DNC is like has so far been largely aligned. So that's why you see so much similar messaging.
That incestuous, self-feeding conflict of interest kind of environment. Yeah.
Well, sure, but I mean, like you say incestuous, but I mean, like it's the Democratic National Committee and it's the Democratic candidate for president. It's like saying that like Bill Gates would have an incestuous relationship with Microsoft or whatever, or Elon Musk has an incestuous relationship with Tesla.
That is part of like antitrust law and part of like business law in general is keeping owners of company from having an incestuous relationship with their product.
I'm not aware of that.
We're talking publicly traded companies. That's why.
Yeah. Well, so I think that when we talk about
that's why they can vote out Elon. That's why, you know what I mean?
Well, I think when we're talking antitrust, we're trying to
Come on, bud.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll be more strong. You're incorrect on that, okay?
Okay,
you actually
thank you.
want CEOs to have an incestuous relationship with their product. That's why CEO compensation is often done in the form of stock options that are tied to the total value of the company. You
Right.
actually want
So
a CEO to be highly invested in the goods and services the company produces because it means their compensation will, at the end, be higher. What you're avoiding with antitrust laws is forms of horizontal or vertical monopolization. We have singular companies that are owning all sorts of different products in a market and then having too large of a market share to allow competitors to come in. That's what antitrust is about.
But they're not allowed to have an incestuous relationship with the marketplace. They're not allowed to manipulate their stock. They're not allowed to act on insider information. There are rules governing how they can use their product in the marketplace.
Yeah.
Why do you think it is okay that the president has a direct line to the American media to tell them what to say about him?
Why do I think it's okay? Because I mean that's the structure of the media. What are you asking me? Like, what wouldn't you have be okay right here? What do you think would be made illegal here?
I would have had the media for the last 4 years ringing the alarm bell every time Joe Biden got lost at a rally, every time Joe Biden tried to shake hands with a man that wasn't there, every time Joe Biden went off script and made no sense and babbled his way and boggled the minds of the nation as to what was going on in his head.
But do you
every
think
time
that
I would have been calling out every
I
time
understand,
Biden forgot
do you think that
he was vice president?
Yeah.
You know, like all of the shit, right?
Sure.
Instead of going like, instead of New York Times running the story, Joe Biden, quote, spry as ever, say officials from meetings, right? That type of shit. Like, instead of that, I would have him going like, Joe Biden's old as fuck, and can he run the country? Because maybe then we wouldn't have had that disastrous debate where everybody was forced to confront the fact. And we wouldn't all be scrambling right now looking for a candidate, right?
Sure. So there might be ways that you would run your particular media company differently, which is fair. I think you can make different calls. It's easy to point that out in retrospect, but at the time...
Is it important to point that out in retrospect? For historical perspective? No, it's totally right.
So, well,
those who do not learn from their history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of people are very outcome oriented when they analyze history, and they don't realize that the outcome isn't really as relevant when you're doing a retrospective analysis. What you have to be able to do is you have to be able to do a perspective.
Why do you assume that I'm one of those people?
Okay,
because I'm saying that a recent electoral cycle should be looked at during the current electoral cycle.
When you're analyzing the outcome of a particular thing, you have to go with the information that you had at the time. It's very easy to look back and go, oh, well, look, this was obviously incorrect. But remember, there are a lot of people that say things that are obviously like they should be doing this or they should be doing that, and they end up being completely wrong. History doesn't remember those people. Not to call out like particular supporters of a candidate, but I heard over and over and over again how Biden was totally unelectable against Donald Trump, and he was going to lose, and that's why they should have nominated Bernie Sanders. And all of those, well, he won by like 5 million votes, right? So all of those people.
I mean, we're talking electoral votes. We do have an electoral college in this country. The popular vote doesn't really matter, and we know this, right?
Well, the popular vote.
We're aware that the popular vote can be lost and the electoral vote can be won.
That is true. Yes,
Donald
I'm just
Trump
saying that all the people that said.
Do it again.
Sure. I'm just saying that all the people that said that Bernie Sanders would have been a better candidate to run, Joe Biden has no chance of winning, those people were all wrong. But if Joe Biden, would have ended up losing that election, they would be saying, oh, well, look, we were right. Whether or not you were right or wrong at the point of the analysis before the events take place doesn't matter afterwards what the result was. What matters is the analysis you were doing at the time, good and fair. It's easy to retrospectively look at things and be like, oh, they should just get it right always. But with the information you have on hand at the time, it's hard to know all the time how things are going to play out. So when you look at the media messaging,
I'm not trying to cherry pick history. I'm just trying to say, should we not learn from this incestuous relationship, which, by the way, has been used to gaslight a lot of median, low information American voters into thinking that anybody talking about Joe Biden being old and decrepit is a fascist or a Trump supporter.
Okay,
right?
what about what about the incestuous relationship on the right-wing side? Seems like that relationship is working out really well for getting their candidate elected, no?
Yeah, and I think it's fucking wrong that Fox News is allowed to call itself a fourth estate news corporation.
Hold on, wait. Are we talking about what's...
arm?
Let me back up again. What are we talking about, like what's right or wrong? Or are we talking about like who should be like...
Isn't that what every conversation is about?
No.
What's correct? I mean, like every debate.
What's correct isn't necessarily about what's right or wrong. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. So then backing up, so what are you arguing in a moral sense? Are you saying that like journalists shouldn't be allowed to contact people inside government, or that journalists shouldn't be allowed to source?
No, I'm saying that political candidates should not be able to have undue and direct influence over headlines and media.
But that doesn't mean anything. Through how?
Through the DNC, as we've been talking.
Well, no, I'm asking, like, when you say that, like, what activity would you criminalize?
Gaslighting the American people with DNC. I would.
As much as I have so many BPD girls in my life that I would love to criminalize their gaslighting of for, that's not a real. Okay. What's illegal? What's the criminal activity that you would say?
True. Gaslighting is not a crime, and I agree with you. There are a lot of people I would like to see hung for gaslighting. But here's the thing: taking direct, influential quotes from the government and uncritically publishing them word for word, providing no counterbalanced narrative, and just running it like it's the opinion of that paper. That should be illegal.
Okay, so like what you just said implies so much. So
The fairness doctrine should be brought back, is what I'm saying.
okay, so every single media company should be forced to provide both sides of every single.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Absolutely. Yes. Why would you be against that as a debater? Don't you think having both sides of an argument is an important thing to making a healthy and informed decision about which way the wind blows for you?
I would have to see how it works out in practice. But if I were to think of
that's what you do here.
Let me finish the answer. Hold on. Stop. I'm going to finish answering that question.
Right,
Okay, Jesus, you cut me off
right,
so much.
sorry.
Okay. You just asked me if the fairness doctrine would be a good thing. In my mind, I can see reasons why it would be good, but I can also see reasons why it'd be really bad. A good reason might be, oh, cool, now Fox News people are getting the other side of the argument. But something that might really be bad might be somebody reading Fox News, and in one side it says the United States shouldn't have any sort of public healthcare system because it is unaffordable and it's going to bankrupt employers and bankrupt the American government. Now, here's the leftist perspective. I think that we should have socialized healthcare because it helps DEI. Well, in that case, no, fuck that. I don't even want them to have the other perspective there because that perspective is fucking stupid. And I don't want people that read, hold on, let me finish. I don't want people that read media to fool themselves into thinking that they've got both sides of it just because a fairness doctrine might exist that forces a shitty outlet to publish a contrary opinion that's absolutely fucking garbage. So in that case, I wouldn't be for it. That's what I'm saying, yes.
The reason that DEI is a big thing.
Wait, hold on, wait. Do you acknowledge what I just said? That there's that I might have a legitimate reason? Okay, thank you. Okay, now you can go to your
You
point.
might
Okay.
have a legitimate reason, and I never would. This is a matter of opinion that we're talking about here, right? So I would never say your opinion is illegitimate.
Well, but we're sure, but we're having an argument over like what we believe would be right or wrong, and we're talking about criminalizing a thing, and ideally, if we're two reasonable people,
but
we
what
should
is
come.
right and wrong is a matter of opinion in a lot of cases, right?
Sometimes it depends on what we're talking about.
Right, and I said in a lot of cases. Right?
Okay, I would hope in these cases we're aligning on opinions that are a little bit more fundamental to.
So let's back up.
Sure.
Can you restate your argument for me, but make it simpler so that it's not as verbose and doesn't have? Just give me what you think you have against the fairness doctrine.
I don't know the exact like writing of or implementation of the fairness doctrine.
Would you like me to read it and find it for you, or would you rather just
want,
move on?
I love nothing more than to like look up stuff on my
you.
screen. Sure, yeah.
I'm a wiki warrior.
Okay, yeah, sure. The Fairness Doctrine of the United States Federal Communications Commission, introduced in 1949, was a policy that required the holders of broadcast licenses both to present controversial issues of public importance and to do so in a manner that fairly reflected differing viewpoints. In 1987, the FCC abolished the Fairness Doctrine, prompting some to urge its reintroduction through either commission policy or congressional legislation. The FCC removed the rule that implemented the policy from the Federal Register in August of 2011. Okay, so the Fairness Doctrine was introduced in 49. Was this, when we say holders of broadcast licenses, what is that? Do you know what that means? Was this like people that just like broadcasted on air? Or
in order to broadcast, see, I used to, I have a little bit of a history with the FCC. I was actually like brought in to be briefed by a member of the FCC for trolling truckers on the CB radio in the 80s and early 90s.
Okay.
And I was also barred and had my ham radio license canceled as a result of my conduct over public airwaves.
Damn.
I have a little bit of knowledge about this. So in order to broadcast on what's called public airwaves, which have now I believe, and you can fact check me on this too, has been broadened to include cable airwaves, right? Because just because we're not broadcasting a digital signal anymore or a non-digital analog signal over the airwaves anymore doesn't mean we're not a broadcast licensee.
Okay.
So we're talking about Rupert Murdoch and the Fox News Corporation are the holders of a broadcast license.
Okay.
That allows them to have Fox News here in America. That allows them to have a cable channel that's available on what we call basic cable now in America, right?
Okay.
That is my understanding. You can fact check that. But that is my understanding, and I feel comfortable giving it to you because I think it's the truth.
Okay, yeah. So I want to ask a specific question. I understand you might have the answer to this. I don't necessarily expect you to. I'm just curious. So I do know that the airwaves were opened. I don't know if it was when cell phones moved up or whatever, but there were bands that were open so that now like high quality TV can be broadcasted via the airwaves, right? I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure probably, I'm just assuming this, that every major media company also has a broadcast license. However, is it required? Could you theoretically say like, oh, I've got like a cable TV channel, or I broadcast on this cable TV channel, but we don't broadcast on air, so we don't need a broadcast license.
The FCC has broad overview, right? It's the reason why we can't say fuck, shit, piss, all these words, right?
Yeah.
Over airwaves, right? And they have broad overview and broad control over various levels of airway access, right? So we're talking about CB radio being the lowest form of this, right? This is local short form radio, public airwaves that are only receivable in a 50 to 100 mile radius would be CB radio, right?
Okay.
And then ham radio, you can talk internationally over the ham radio, right? Ham radio is a shortwave radio band that allows you to tune into a much denser signal, a much shorter wave, so you can talk to somebody in Korea. And so the FCC has broad control over what language you can use. I can't go on there and be a fucking memer, right? If you have an FCC license to be a ham radio operator, a shortwave radio operator, there's a whole code of conduct they enforce. Same thing for cable and what they call like airwave stuff, right? So stuff that goes out over the broadcast things.
Okay.
So that's why you can't tune into a movie on Saturday night on the Fox News channel and see, the main character saying, fuck this shit. They'll say, forget this or whatever. You know what I mean? That's why. Because there are standards of conduct. Howard Stern, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Private Parts.
No.
Okay. Howard Stern, I'm sure you know who he is.
Yeah, I've heard of him before.
Yeah, New York DJ or whatever the fuck, right? He started in Washington D.C. and then moved to New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know him for his talk show stuff, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what he does. He's a radio shock jock dork, right?
Yeah.
And he was in a constant battle with the FCC. He would do little things like, okay, it's time to do the guessing game. Blank, a doodle do. And the person would say, well, cock. Now, you can't say cock according to the FCC, but you can say cock a doodle do. So he was pointing out the hypocrisy of it. So there's a lot of hypocrisy in the language control, and I'm not trying to advocate for that, but that is the structure as I understand it.
Sure. Okay. So it seems like I haven't read this full court case, and I haven't read the fairness doctrine, the regulations from the FCC itself. But as I'm scrolling through this, it seems like part of the rationale for having this was that radio waves were limited in terms of like how many stations could exist. So the idea that some viewpoints might be completely and totally excluded from those airwaves would be do a disservice to the American public. So one of the reasons why it was important to have this fairness doctrine was because it might allow for more different viewpoints. Essentially, yeah.
That is one aspect of it. The other aspect of it was to prevent what happened from happening, to prevent somebody calling themselves a news corporation, but really they are an opinion corporation, right? So they just present reality from a right-wing perspective, with no fair balance on the other side.
Sure,
right?
I understand. But now here's an issue that I would have today with bringing this back. Would you say that the fairness doctrine will ignore all of the legal implementation? Obviously, the FCC doesn't have domain over cable, internet, whatever. But like, would this fairness doctrine also have to apply to now like YouTube?
That's a whole broader conversation, and I don't know if you want to have that with me.
Okay, well, let's be more specific. Would we have to apply it to, say, like the Daily Wire that only exists online? Because some of these alternative media companies are gaining. Yeah, so then you end up in a really unfair area where, let's say you're CNN, let's say you're Fox News or whatever, and you're like, okay, well, we're at Fox News, we fucking love Trump. We're at CNN, we fucking love Biden. We just want to promote him all the time, but we have to fucking give airtime to the other people. And now we got to compete with these fucking YouTubers who can literally suck off. Like Destiny on his stream just did like the 24-hour, Biden birthday celebration stream. And if we were to do that, we'd also have to do a 24-hour Trump celebration stream. Fuck us. Now we're fucked. We can't, right? How would you? It seems like you'd have an issue balancing that out, and everybody would just gravitate towards the online shit anyway.
How much old media did you watch prior to like becoming a political entity?
When I grew up, the thing that I consumed vastly, more than any other media thing, was conservative talk radio. I grew up in a Republican household, so I listened to.
Well, that was my intro. My dad was a union member that was recruited out of the union by the company to be a boss.
Sure.
Because,
Wait, real quick, before we move on to this anecdote,
Yeah.
you acknowledge there's an issue there for that fairness doctrine that it wouldn't apply to
and
anyone else.
I'm going to try and address it. I'm sorry, I'm a rambly guy. If you want to hold me to the point, I won't tell the story. It's fine.
No, that's fine. I just want to be so that we go for it.
The reason I was asking was to just kind of get an idea what your basis in old media is. And when I say old media, people understand I'm talking about talk radio. I'm talking about old new, like Walter Cronkite news. I'm talking about old periodicals of note that used to be way more well-respected informational outlets like the New York Times, San Francisco Chronicle, LA Times, et cetera, right? Chicago Tribune, whatever, your local paper even, right?
Sure.
So did you have any exposure to any of that type of old media outside of conservative talk radio?
No, conservative talk radio would have been almost exclusive, and then books that they'd publish, like Ann Coulter, Michael Savage, stuff like that.
Yeah, so my dad did a whole heel turn away from leftism towards conservative talk radio. He and I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. Who's that dude that sounds like greetings, everybody, from the end of the planet. This is Mark Levin. Mark Levin. Yeah, we used to listen to that guy. You remember him? I don't know. Maybe you didn't listen to him.
Wait, is this the same guy that writes for...
Yeah, Mark Levin used to be a big conservative radio talk show host, along with Dr. Well, she's not a
Matt Levine. Matt Levine.
Yeah.
Matt Levine. I don't know. Okay, never mind. Okay, go.
Mark Levin, and it doesn't matter. Anyway,
sure. Okay. Yeah.
What I'm saying is like in order to stay informed back in those days, because I'm a little older than you. I'm 44. I don't know how old you are, but I know I'm older than you.
Almost 36, 35. Yeah.
Not too much older than you. Okay, so, I used to read 2 periodicals a day. I used to read the New York Times every day, my local paper every day, and then on Sundays I would read the Times, the Chronicle, and my local Sunday paper. I used to watch a broad variety of news sources, right, to make sure I was trying to get the full picture.
Okay.
Because I did activism before I started doing it on the internet. I was involved in protest groups and canvassing, like I told you, right? And in order to stay informed and to know that I felt like I was on the right side of history with things, I had to do that. And those things were under the fairness doctrine at that time. Like you read, the fairness doctrine was eliminated, I think, in 2011 completely in order to make way.
Okay.
Is that what you read from the wiki article? I'm sorry if I'm misquoting. That's what I remembered you reading.
Yeah, you're in 2011 the rule was gotten rid of, but I think in 87 I think they stopped like enforcing it or something.
Right.
Yeah.
But the fairness doctrine was still a concept that was in place. It was still widely adopted by these. It wasn't like the New York Times. I'm not claiming the New York Times back in the day used to do editorial counter editorial every time, right? But they did used to do double editorial. Here's one side, here's the other. Here's the left, here's the right. Here's the Republican, here's the Dem.
Okay.
That kind of has disappeared. There's been a partisan kind of fracture in the media. And
sure, but I'm curious if we look at the media. If we look at the media today, do we think that the issue is the partisanship, or do we think that the issue is is different than that?
Well, it's partisanship. It's a lack of fact checking, right? It's letting people present incorrect opinion as fact and just letting that float over an entire organization that has news in its name, right? I mean, what news are you giving people if what you just did was cope about Donald Trump not having a diaper on for fucking 50 minutes? I mean, come on. Give me a break, right? So we agree on that. So that's what I think the fairness doctrine tries to fucking combat, which is now how the American media landscape operates.
Yeah, I guess when I say I'm not convinced, I haven't like explored this argument much. So it's not like I've done a whole bunch of reading or something. Cool. But when I say I'm not convinced,
I don't expect you to like hammer out your whole fucking position. I'm just glad you're thinking about it, because that's why I wanted to talk to you.
Sure.
You know?
I'm only giving that. I was just giving that so that what comes after, it's not like I have a huge conviction on this. I'm just saying that.
Gotcha.
My feeling is when I look at how people do news reporting and stuff today, a couple things have happened. One are a lot of the issues have gotten like exponentially more complicated. So, for instance, like climate change was very, very simple when it was just a fucking donut hole in the ozone layer. There's a hole. We need to ban CFCs to make the hole get smaller. When the hole gets bigger, that's bad. When the hole gets smaller, it's good, right? That issues like that were very simple back in the day.
Our understanding of it was very simple as well.
Sure, yeah, we can argue that, but legitimately, I think a lot of do racial inequities exist today in America? That's a really easy question to answer when you live down the street from a bunch of guys that wear white hoods, okay? It's very easy to question to answer when black people are getting lynched or when some people won't employ people of, who are black-skinned or when slavery is happening, right? I'm just saying that the issues become more complicated. That's one thing that's happening. So the American population
hold on, before you move on from that analogy, that's a tough analogy for me, bro.
What's a tough analogy?
The kind of I don't know what you're implying with the are you saying that it's overblown, the idea that black people have a harder time than white people?
I'm saying that to analyze racism today in the United States and to figure out if something is the result of racism or not, that is a much more involved question than 70 years ago.
Sure, but I don't think it's super involved. Doesn't it? Well, hold on. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it, in theory, just involve talking to that person in an environment where they feel free of judgment and getting their actual opinion on things?
No.
So you don't think if you were to go to, like, my parents are racists, right?
Okay.
I was raised in a little farm town in California where it's 70% Hispanic and many of those are undocumented migrants and stuff.
Yep.
My parents used to use racial slurs to refer to Hispanic people, still do. Mm-hmm. The W back slur and, beaner and all of that kind of shit, right? So you don't think that if you were to talk to my parents and get their opinion on it, right, and they felt like you weren't going to judge and they could just be honest, that you wouldn't be able to find whether or not my parents had racist intent or not with a conversation?
It would be a very, very small piece of the puzzle, I think.
Well, their personal racism would be a small piece of a broader puzzle, right?
Yeah, it'd be a very small piece of the puzzle, yeah.
Right, but wouldn't having a lot of those types of honest, open conversations avail you of the type of knowledge that you're talking about here, right? It would let you know that there is racist sentiment that's still alive in people, and it's not always just the dudes with the pointy hoods on their head, right?
Not necessarily, because what do you do when you start, for instance, there's a whole class of people that you could ask them about employing a person whose name is Tyrone. You don't tell them anything else about it. And when they say, well, I don't know if I'd employ that person, they never go back to race or anything. They just say, like, well, yeah, I'm familiar, with
but why would they say that, though?
Because they think that, like, these people just aren't good workers. They have no problems with black people. They don't care.
People?
Maybe they even say, like, the black people that they've employed, they feel like they're, not great workers.
Now we're getting closer to the issue, aren't we?
I think that it's meaningfully different to say I wouldn't employ a person of X race because of some trait versus in the past where it's just like they don't deserve to even be in the same workplace as us.
But wouldn't those both functionally be racist attitudes?
They could be, but the latter can be a lot more difficult to combat. And the latter,
that person comes to it. So are you saying how that person comes to an ultimately racist position is complicated?
It can be, yeah, for sure.
Sure,
it could also be really simple. It just depends.
I was raised around racists, and I agree, right? Okay. So here's the thing. I was racist growing up. I mean, when your parents are racist and you're raised a certain way, it takes time for you to individuate as a child. And really, for me, it was watching the hypocrisy of their position, right? Okay. They were racist, but they were also unionists. They would have parties after work, and their Mexican friends. There was a black guy that was flamboyantly, openly homosexual named Demas that would come over. And this was a family that used the N-word like it was fucking going out of style. But everybody was chill in the labor space, right? And it was that broke me out of racist thinking. But I'm from that, man. And I'm telling you, it's way more clear-cut and widespread than I think you might know or give credit to sometimes. And I'm not just basing it on this talk. I'm basing it on... I'm not a huge Destiny guy, but I do watch you. Like I said, I wasn't just glazing earlier. I was, but
sure. But I mean,
I've watched you a long time.
Sure, yeah. like a question of why are more black people in prison than white people as a percentage of race for violent crimes? That would be a question you would ask. The answer for that and how much racism is ultimately involved in that is an incredibly complicated question. And the answers are incredibly complicated.
But can we try and demystify a little bit of it, or do you want to move on from this?
Yeah, we can go as deep as you want.
Because you're a guy that doesn't seem to be adverse to going down the primrose path, but I don't want your audience to think that's what I'm doing.
That's fine. We'll bring it back after. But
okay.
yeah, but so like for that question,
in this instance, right? Okay. Have you ever lived in an area that you would classify as like the hood?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So would you believe me if I told you that I have?
I mean, if you say it,
Okay. So I could give you like coordinates because I don't live there anymore if you want to look into it and shit. But like I know the old address still. But I lived in a place for 8 or 9 years.
Okay.
That was had gangs in it. It was largely black and Hispanic. I was one of like 5 white people on the block, maybe, you know. And so I learned kind of what's going on in not to be racist about it, but the hood.
Okay.
The hood. And one of the things is over policing. I saw black men get frisked getting out of their cars in my neighborhood. I never got frisked one time. Now you could make the argument, well, they're doing that because the gangs in the area were black gangs. Yeah. But was every black person on the block a gang member? Is stop and frisk a policy that we want to apply to every black person? Because a lot of inner city areas have violent black gangs. You see what I'm saying? Like, do you understand? Like, this type of stuff doesn't just exist in the little neighborhood I lived in.
Sure. So do you think that over-policing is a significant reason why black people are more likely to be in prison than white people for violent crimes?
Yes. Think about it. Have you ever lived amongst what you would call like, I hate to use the fucking term because I think it's just as shitty as any other racial term, white trash?
No, I don't think
like
so.
Trailer park white folk.
Not in their natural habitat, no.
Okay, I have. Okay. So I'll tell you about that as well, right? Those neighborhoods are not over-policed, right? And so but you're going to be this is going to be a revelation to you. There are crimes going on all the time over there. They're dealing meth. They're robbing people. They're holding people up. They're sticking people up. They're breaking into cars. White people do all this stuff. But there is an over-policing problem in black communities that comes from the Jim Crow era and has infiltrated our law enforcement to the point where black people are cloistered into these areas. Have you heard of no-go zones or redlining?
In regard to Muslims, I know what redlining is, yeah.
Redlining. So are you familiar with the history of black people in Los Angeles?
I'm not, but you just
Like
brought up redlining, so I'm guessing it had to do with the fact that prior to the Civil Rights Act, banks and other financial institutions and real estate agents weren't willing to sell certain property to black people, that they kicked them out. What?
No, this is actually a meme. You'll like this. Have you ever paid association dues in this country?
I don't think so.
You've never but you know what they are, right? You know when you own a house in a community with a
like a homeowners association. No, fuck
homeowners, no. Right?
No.
Have you ever paid those, or
fuck no.
You're smart to never have done that. The first place I bought was a condo in that little hood area that I was talking about. I was 21 years old. I got it for fucking $30,000 in 2001, which is a meme nowadays on a Starbucks salary. But anyway, the over policing problem. Let me bring it back to that, right? So in LA during Jim Crow, black people fled to LA because LA was super fucking progressive. There were tons of manufacturing jobs that didn't care what color you were. It was like economy of LA was booming. Like what we call LA right now was being built, right? And black people fled the South in droves to come to Los Angeles County because there were good paying manufacturing jobs that weren't like the jobs down south and weren't just reserved for white men. A black man and woman who were married could buy a home. I mean, if you go look at some memes from this time, there are pictures of like little black boys in LA dressed as Boy Scouts doing it's jarring to see something that's clearly from the 50s or the 40s where a little black boy is just standing with other little white boys, right?
Yep.
And then, so black people started buying up houses in these new neighborhoods that were being built in the San Fernando Valley and shit, right? And the white people that were living there went, fuck, all these darkies coming in, but we can't fuck them legally unless we come up with a concept by which a group of homeowners gets together and elects a non-governmental board that decides who can live in the neighborhood and what standards you have to meet. Thus, redlining was invented. And the Homeowners Association was invented at the same moment. And that, the legacy of that exists in places like South Central LA, right? So black people were functionally pushed out of these neighborhoods, which pushed them out of striking distance for these good manufacturing jobs and pushed them into poor, economically depressed areas towards the center of the city, which I don't know. I'm sure you've been to a lot of big cities, including LA. You know the
I lived down near
downtown area.
LA for 3 years. I was in Culver City for a year, in
Okay,
Burbank for a year, or Glendale for
So
a
you
year,
know,
and then Huntington
you
Beach
know,
for a year. Yep.
a fish rots from the head, right? The center part of the city is typically the part of a city in America where you're going to see the greatest concentration of this kind of degradation, poverty, et cetera, right? So that started happening. Black people were redlined into these districts. And now, to this day, there are people who are born in Compton, born off of Greenleaf Boulevard, born in Watts, okay, who live 15 to 20 miles from the ocean and live their whole lives and never see the ocean. Because they have no opportunity where they are other than to cling to the people that raised them. And that's often people in the neighborhood. And this is why you have gangs. This is why you have criminal organizations that run rampant in these places. You've heard of food deserts, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're real, but that's a separate conversation.
Okay. So you don't think it's real when everything around is liquor store, gun store, gun store, liquor store, gun store. And it's a 50-minute fucking bus ride to the nearest fucking thing, and you don't have fare? You don't think that's a food desert?
I've heard that Chappelle joke. I don't believe. I just don't think that food deserts necessarily exist, because I think that the demand for that type of food typically doesn't exist.
Okay, then set aside food deserts.
But let's real quick before, because we've gone pretty far off into this direction, okay? Because the initial part that we were kind of like hinging off here. So, firstly, my initial claim was, if you want to talk about racism today, it's a much more complicated discussion. I feel like the fact that it just took you 20 minutes, not really, but 10 minutes to get us to this point, kind of already proved my point that it is more complicated. No, I'm not saying it. Hold on. I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that you made a mistake. But I'm just saying the fact that you would explain all of this just to get us to where we're at right now, I think goes to show that it's a way more complicated discussion, right?
Fair enough. Yeah. You were correct in your prescription that there is a very complex history to this.
Yeah, but I'm also saying that when we look for it today, the reasons for why more people are in prison, for violent crime in the black community per capita than in the white community is also because per capita, I think that black communities in the United States right now have more people that commit crime. Whether you're investigating or not, whether you're over policing or not, you can't lie about dead bodies, right? You can't lie about gunshot wounds, right? That is the case that somebody.
Sure.
So then the question becomes if somebody wants to open a store or move into a black neighborhood and they know that black communities might be overrepresented when it comes to crime and they decide not to invest in that area or not to move there, then the question of, well, are these people racist? I feel like that becomes a very difficult question to answer at that point, or it's a lot more in the weeds than when people are like, oh, well, I just don't think black people belong in this city,
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, because I don't mean to you were right. It took me a long time to explain the history of redlining and the homeowners association. But did you hear what I said there though? Do you think that that's now I obviously am not asking you to endorse what I said, but let's just assume for the sake of brevity that what I said is true.
Yeah.
And the legacy of that is still visible in places like South Central LA, Eastern Chicago, the O Block area and stuff, where people live and die in places where there is basically no opportunity, where schools are so underfunded and under, privileged that they may as well not exist, right? That has an effect on a person when you're talking about a person living in a polite society that has rules, regulations,
Sure.
wants
I
people
think
to
that
treat
I think that
prisoners
I
as
would
themselves, et
probably
cetera, right?
I would probably fight with you on a lot of the particulars, but I think in a broad sense, I would argue that the vast majority of differences and outcomes that you see when it comes to crime in the United States between different racial groups of people is attributable to circumstances historically in this country for how different people have been treated, the types of people that are brought in, things like red line. Hold on, wait, let me finish. Okay,
Sorry,
jeez, okay.
sorry.
I would
My bad.
agree with that. Okay, I'm just saying that as to my original point, because this all goes to like what are problems with the media today is where we branched off from this, and I said there were two things, and the first one I gave was that things have gotten a lot more complicated. Okay, 70 years ago when you had signs saying like no N-words allowed, okay, and you look at somebody, you're like, hey, this is probably not good, okay? Or you look at the TV and you see like, little black school children, okay, getting eaten by fucking police dogs, and you're like, hey, this is probably not good, okay? There is racism here. We need to fix this, right? That's a much more visceral, easy to understand answer than somebody saying like, hey, I know that we have a black president right now, and I know that there are no like racist laws, at least in the books right now, but like the vestiges and the the reverberations of racism are still felt today. That's a much more difficult thing to argue, and there's a whole bunch of like things that, because even though we're diametrically opposed in some ways, when it comes to this type of stuff, you and I are probably, even if we disagree
Do you feel diametric opposition with me during this conversation?
Not 100% in other ways, but I'm just saying that despite that, I'm going to agree with you on most things you're saying, but you understand that there's a good portion of this country that probably would have fought you on every single point you were bringing up, right?
Yes.
It's really hard to have a person go like, hey, look at this girl. She's 13 years old and this Rottweiler just ate her fucking quadricep off her leg. Do you think that's okay? Mm-hmm. That's a really hard thing to defend. Whereas in this world, where you're like, Texas just...
Why are we invoking that talking race?
Because I'm saying that the issues today, when you want to talk about racism, is a lot more complicated to dive into racism. Whereas, like nobody's going to argue before. They're like, well, maybe the little black children are just like messing around too much. Maybe they should have been treating the cop that way, right? Whereas today, it's genuinely is a lot more difficult to tease out a lot of these issues. That's all I'm saying, right? Not that not I'm saying racism doesn't exist or the
I think it's important impacts of racism. And I'm not going to claim I would have, and I don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes with you. I don't know how interested you are in continuing the conversation and stuff. Like I said, I'm aware of your stuff, but like I know I could make some arguments based on historical perspectives that I've learned and such. I'm not a super well educated guy, but I'm about a year and change away from an LCSW. I did a lot of college.
Sure.
Pretty specialized in psychology and stuff, and I never finished.
I'm not saying the point isn't to argue. Wait, I understand.
No, I'm just trying to like give you an idea that like so I know a lot of these historical perspectives.
Yep. I'm not here to argue over the facts. I'm just arguing that you have to know a lot more to be able to diagnose the problem. That's all I'm saying.
And I think it's important that guys like you and me suss those little things out, because you just said earlier I'd probably have problems with you on a lot of the things you would say, but broadly I agree, right? So I think sussing, not that we have to do it now, but sussing out the details of those things is important for dudes or people like us in this space to do, because normies watch it, they hear it, and it might change their mind, right?
Yeah, but there's two sides to this, right? So that like not only are the problems more complicated, because they are, the solutions are also a lot more complicated as well, right? Like if you look at like in the 20s, like the Tulsa riots or whatever, where people just marched through and pogrom basically black communities and shit, or burned down their wealth, their businesses. Oh, well, the solution to that is like very simple. White people shouldn't be able to attack black people with impunity. That's really easy. That's such an easy, simple thing. We should do it. Now there might be people that disagree, but like at least it's like it's a simple problem to diagnose, and it's an easy remedy for the problem. Okay. Now the
problem is if you look at it historically, right? So you had the Watts riots in I think 1964.
Sure.
That happened because of a racist police stop where a man was beaten in front of a community, and the community rose up and fucking started throwing bricks. The National Guard was called, etc. Right? Then you had the literally same area in the late 80s or early 90s, I believe, Rodney King riots, right? The literally Compton, Watts, Inglewood, right? All rose up because the police were seen stomping a black man almost to death for speeding on the ground.
Yep. Okay.
And they were all found not guilty, right?
Yep. And it's not good.
But what I'm saying is you have identified that that is the problem. The problem remains unaddressed.
Yes, I understand. Well, no, I wouldn't say the problem remains unaddressed. I think we've made significant strides in not having crazy like anti-black like laws, regulations, and cultures in the United States compared to where we were
You
before.
think so? With this weird climate
Undeniably,
we're living in, bro?
unfathomably,
Like,
yes, absolutely.
With the Rittenhouse shit, with the fucking George Floyd shit.
In George Floyd,
Like,
the entire country was protesting for months over a cop killing a random black dude. Yes, I think
right,
that
but
is
a bunch of fucking really poor areas rose up and burned. Yeah.
I don't understand that. I'm just saying that do you think that
Right,
wait,
yeah.
do you think that we didn't? Do you think that we haven't made like massive strides in race relations in the U.S. over the past 60 years?
Yeah. No. Yes.
Okay, that's
yes.
what I'm saying. I didn't say it was perfect. I'm just saying we've made massive strides, right? Okay.
We've made but a lot of that has to do with shit that you would probably just call wokeness, right?
Maybe, or in the past they would call it
being-
wokeness and they don't know. I'm not disagreeing with any of that, okay?
Sure.
Okay,
people being more aware of racial biases that are inherent in governmental structures and
Yeah.
local structures and shit.
Yep.
Shit,
Okay.
right? That is.
Yep. And then also, wait, Rittenhouse didn't kill any black people, right? We know that, right?
No, I know, but he was wasn't it a George Floyd and counter protest or some shit? I don't remember what the protest was over, to be honest. But I'm just talking about him as a climatory
Sure.
kind of.
Sure.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So because because you have more complicated problems, the solutions are also like way more complicated. That's like the second half of that thing, right? So for instance, like before where we say like, oh, well, these policies shouldn't exist because they're bad. Now, if you were to ask somebody, oh, well, how do we deal with an increase of crime in black neighborhoods? Our ordinary tools don't really work now, right? So in 93, crack was a huge issue in a lot of black neighborhoods. Violent crime was a huge issue. Everybody around the country, including the black community, is trying to figure out like, well, what do we do? And one of the answers was more policing. That's where the crime bill came from.
Right.
The crime bill comes, crime falls all throughout the United States for a variety of reasons. Some may be related to crime bills, some not. But now a lot of people look at how policing works and they go, okay, well, over-policing might be an issue in areas with violent crime. That might be a thing we can say. It was the thing that you said earlier. But the reality is, if you have violence in an area, you don't really want to under-police it. You probably
want to appropriately police it, right? And you want I think you want to, whether you have violence or not, I think you want an appropriately policed neighborhood, right? You do,
No,
right?
well, I mean,
American,
it depends, right?
You want there to be a reasonable response time for police to come if there's a emergency at your home.
But remember that, like, when we so remember when we say reasonable, that probably means that the police presence is probably going to correspond with the amount of crime. For instance, in any particular city, we have to pay money for our cops, right? I don't want to waste a bunch of money with cops patrolling. We've
got to drill down into this conversation because you're talking about one prescription being
wait,
sent.
wait.
So,
I'm just saying, hold on. I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
Okay.
If you only have so much money, we don't have unlimited money. We don't have unlimited cops. If I'm going to pay money for cops to be in some place in a city, I'd probably want them to be generally more in the crime areas. I don't want them wasting money like patrolling areas where there's like no crime happening. That wouldn't make any sense, right?
We're starting to get into the area that I would counter with by digging a little deeper into the cop idea by saying, when I say over policing to you, what I mean is, right, you're saying there's more violent crime in these areas, there should be more cops, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I agree. But here's the problem. If everything is a nail or whatever, if all you have is a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail, right? That's the old saying, right? So here's the thing. They put the craziest cops. And I'm not talking crazy, like I'm just talking like dudes that have the tanks, the body armor, the dogs, all the drones and shit that they use to bust up drug rings and fucking fight gangs and all that shit, right? Those are the dudes that police these neighborhoods, right? I think that there needs to be reform within the police department. So if you live in a violent area, there are a commensurate amount of SWAT team psychological professionals that can respond to somebody having a drug meltdown. So it's not just like John McKnight, the fucking gang warrior task force guy that comes, plus this dude's fucking melon on the street.
Wait. Okay, so hold on, just as a quick thing, okay? Because I hear this, okay. There probably are better ways that police can police these areas, okay? But it is a fact that there are more violent offenders.
Yes.
There's more violent crime that needs a heavy, actual real police response, not a dude in a coat who's going to come here and talk you through your, you ate too many edibles, right? that this is a thing that has to happen.
Somebody that can like compassionately go to one of these dudes that's having like a flocka meltdown and not bust his melon on the sidewalk, help him pull his pants up, get him to a safe
Sure, that's
place.
fine. Yeah, but this is the minority of the issue we're talking about. This isn't like this isn't.
You
It
need to look
absolutely
at,
is.
you need to take a look at LAPD police response numbers to the types of crimes. Most of the crime that the LAPD is responding to in these areas is non-violent crime.
Yeah, but
Non-violent.
But I think that the
dudes
general
that show
complaints.
up are-
Yeah.
The dudes that show up are the dragoons in body armor and tanks for everything.
I don't think body armor and tanks shows up for everything. A lot of the times it's probably literally just a single patrol car.
What do you think they invented? No, the dudes that wear the body armor and drive the tank with that mentality that this is like Mogadishu down here, we're at war, are the dudes that respond to the guy having a flocka fit.
I mean, they probably send armed cops to every thing.
And they
yes.
bust his melon on the sidewalk.
I don't
and the
think they
people in
always
the
bust a
neighborhood-
melon. I don't think that
They
is.
don't
I think,
always.
No, I think that's
They
probably
don't
a
always,
very
but they
small
do.
amount of time. It's a very, 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 very small amount of the time.
You know what the police brutality? Let's take a look at police brutality complaints in LA. I mean, they're fucking astronomical. LAPD is run like a gang. They literally
I mean,
have
we can look. So if we
tattoos.
look at
They're like a
brutality,
street gang.
police complaints, Los Angeles.
Let's do it. Let's dig. Let's dig.
Number of Okay, so this is from the year. Hold on. I'm assuming this is recent. Wait. I don't know why they don't have a fucking year on this. Okay, I'm going to assume it's last year, but I'm not sure. Okay. So I went to a website. It's called policescorecard.org/CA. Okay. So this says that the number of civilian complaints of police misconduct, okay, which brutality is going to be a subset of that there were 14,794 complaints. Oh, wait, this is from 2016 to 2021. Is that true? So does this... Oh...
Yikes.
I can't tell if this means, so would I divide this number by 5 then? Or is this 4% just apply to this?
Yeah, I don't know what source you're using, but I know that the numbers are not good, Destiny. LAPD is run like a street gang, bro. There are actually gangs within the LAPD where dudes get tatted up.
4 divided by 4.
And they run the streets doing what they call...
Okay, hold on, wait, real quick. Tattoos,
jump outs.
Tattoos are not a sign of somebody being a...
No. Have you ever heard of a jump out squad?
Wait, I don't know, but let me... Hold on, let me just... Okay, so I'm going to assume... So this says 14,794 civilian complaints of police misconduct, okay? This says 4% were ruled in favor of civilians from 2016 to 2021. So I'm assuming this is for that 6-year period. That would mean that in that 6-year period, you're getting an average of about 2,500 civilian complaints per year for the LAPD, okay?
Who's investigating those complaints?
I imagine it would be the city, right?
The LAPD.
What do you mean by the LAPD?
IA. You know what internal affairs is?
Sure. I mean...
They investigate themselves. So the body being accused of brutality investigates itself, and only 4% of complaints are found to be that. You don't see a problem, a conflict of interest there?
I mean, it depends on how internal affairs is set up, but I mean...
Come on, Destiny. Dude, be straight with me, please.
Okay. The actual answer to your question is, no matter how this entity is set up, people are going to find a reason to complain. If you set it up as a different government agency, people are going to say, oh, well, it's still the mayor is picking these people and it's all still part of the government, so they can't be trusted to vet themselves. Or another complaint can be made that if you make a third party, totally independent a totally independent entity, some people will complain if there's any crossover from one to the other. If some employee goes from the police station to work at this other entity,
okay, can I
then
ask you
people
a
are going to say, like, oh, it's like too biased in terms of the reporting.
Analogy
Oh,
question.
wait, hold on, before we even get into this part, though, what I'm trying to ask is, let's assume that this number is correct, 2,500 civilian complaints of police misconduct per year. Do we think that that is an unacceptably high number?
Yes.
Okay. How many police interactions with civilians do we think there are per year in Los Angeles?
I would say hundreds of thousands
You think so? I wonder
of
if
direct.
I feel like
would
it's
say at
probably
least
millions. I would guess.
You think? Well, I don't know,
How many?
man.
I mean,
You're
LA
asking, I
population
don't
is
know.
like 4 million people.
I would guess it would be in the six figures.
Okay. Police interactions per year, Los Angeles. If anybody else can find this number, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, me too. I'm having trouble finding any concrete numbers here. It's all very kind of opaque when I've gone looking for numbers like this in the past, because the police department is the one that decides how many interactions happened. You know what I mean? They're the ones tracking it. So those numbers are always kind of a little questionable to me. But you know, you're trusting the regulatory agency of a company that.
I mean, who would? Well, I mean, well, here, no, wait. That's a fundamentally separate question. We won't even get to that. Let's assume that. Hold on. Contacts between police and the public. This isn't just for LA, though, right? This is for the entire.
Well, I mean, I'm in California. LA is the whole basin, right? So like.
Depends on if you mean LA County or LA City, but.
I mean, you know, I mean, I don't know. You lived here long enough to know that in California, LA is just like basically Valencia to Burbank or whatever the fuck at the other end, or whatever it is there, the very fucking end.
Okay. I'll go with your number. I'll go with your number just because I don't know if I can find the particular number, but let's assume that it's 500,000. Okay.
And look, dude, don't hold me to that. I threw it out there.
No, I
understand.
understand. But I'm just saying, let's just assume that it is. Okay?
Sure. 500,000.
So if it's 500,000 interactions and 500,000 of those interactions involve police misconduct, that would mean that there are like 0.5% of all interactions involve some kind of like some type of police misconduct. What should that number be for it to be acceptable?
As close to zero as possible.
That still doesn't tell us so. Well, like, how close to zero?
Well,
Does it need to be 0.00001%?
We have to get to the point where the regulatory agency that oversees police misconduct claims and the numbers of how many come in is the police, right? They have SID.
Well, hold on, wait. Wait. Let's just hold on. Wait, let's just on this thing, right? It's just on the numbers thing. What would an acceptable percentage rate be for like police misconduct?
I would say if you're going to drill it down to just that, something like what you quoted, 0.5%, 1%, somewhere around there is what I would expect, just with like normal human deviation.
Sure.
Right?
But let's say, so then like, here's a question. Okay. So we assumed 500,000 interactions, and going by also, this is reported misconduct. So the real number could be much lower. It could also be higher if they don't actually file the reports for whatever reason. We think that happens, right?
Why would it be lower?
Well, because, for instance, I might get pulled over by a cop, not like how the cop treated me on the traffic ticket interaction. I might call in and file a complaint because fuck this cop.
Right, but then wouldn't that make it higher if more people were doing that?
Well, what I'm saying is we probably wouldn't consider that to be like a bad case of police misconduct. These are, what I'm reporting here, these are reported instances.
Right.
Right. But like, let's say that the number of interactions was like twice as high. What if it was actually 1 million interactions?
What if you were right? It would be it would be something like 0.0045%.
Something. It would be it'd be half of what. Yeah. But I'm just saying that, like, it feels like when people talk about bad policing, or they talk about like a corrupt institution totally fucked, people say like, oh, well, there's like 1,000 or 5,000 or whatever bad interactions or whatever, and it's like, sure, but there are like tens of millions of police interactions per year. There's probably going to be
on the books.
Yeah. So there's probably going to be. There's always going to be some bad interactions, of course, in every single field and every single discipline. There are, there are doctors that malpractice, that fuck up. There are,
according to the police, there are this many interactions per year or whatever, right? But
sure.
I mean, like what I'm alleging, I think, is that police offices, particularly large police organizations like the LAPD, like the NYPD, like the Chicago PD, are known to be corrupt.
Well, we say known, but like corrupt how? Because I feel like if they were known to be, if they were like super corrupt people, wouldn't we expect to see like the number of like horrible interactions to be way
cases
higher.
of bribery, cases of prostitution, cases of human trafficking. These are just the ones that have been caught, right?
Sure.
So all of these exist, and like now can we look at like times
we think that like police like we
were
think
caught breaking the law?
Sure,
Right?
but I don't know how
Those
that
are
relates.
bad
I'm just
interactions
saying,
with the public.
I'm just saying that like, do we think that like the police are like massively overrepresented when it comes to human trafficking or something?
No. What I'm saying is I think that there's a conspiracy of silence in most police departments, which is what I think ACAB springs from. I'm not a dude that throws that around. Excuse me. But when it comes to like violence, I think that there's a conspiracy of silence. I think that there's a broad group of cops that are not power tripping. They're not beating people up. But I also think that the whole back the blue brotherhood mentality makes them turn the other way when they hear, Garcia beat some fucking dude half to death.
Sure,
And they
and
just
that might be
shipped him to psych.
Sure, and that might be the case, but that's not unique to cops, right? Like, how many times have you heard?
No,
how many
but
times
cops
over the?
are
How many
unique to
times? How many
cops.
times?
Cops,
Let me
no,
finish.
we're not gonna do this.
You've interrupted me talking so much.
I'm not going to let you go on a whole fucking ramble.
You've got
when you're
every
trying
single
to,
answer.
cops,
It's a whole ramble. We can bring it back. You can say I'm not. That's not the end of the
unique.
conversation. It's not the end of the conversation.
Cops
You can respond
are
after. There's
unique.
there's no rush.
Cops,
Okay.
Cops are unique.
Sure. Okay. All I'm saying is there's not a unique culture for cops protecting cops, and that every group will try to protect itself. For instance, during the Black Lives Matter thing, I saw a lot of people on social media saying things like, if you want to report a crime, you probably shouldn't, because if it's a black person, the cop might show up and kill them, and it's not worth killing a black person over like arson or shoplifting or something like that. It's not fair. So you should call like a local community member. I would argue that that's a form of protecting people in communities who are committing crimes. It's also bad, right? Now, I understand that police officers are unique and that the state is entrusted to enact violence or whatever, and so there are higher like responsibilities.
They're the most powerful public official. They're the only one that can grab a gun and shoot you legally. Yeah, they're the most powerful public official. No, dude, the president can't whip a gun out in public and shoot you in the head. Well, a cop can.
I think the president probably can, but also the cop needs a reason to, arguably, right? But individuals,
but
individuals can also kill people.
They are
there's
empowered to do
self-defense.
it.
Like you can do it. Like, but I understand. I agree with you that yes,
empowered.
I agree. Yes, that police
okay,
officers. Yes, police officers can do it. I'm just saying that idea of like people looking out for their own, that's not like unique to police officers. There could be like a higher burden of responsibility on them for sure. But it's not like a uniquely evil, horrible thing. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
There should be. There should be intense scrutiny of every police interaction. I don't know why we don't have a national legislation that says that every police organization has to have body cam footage backed up of every interaction.
Probably because for a lot of that stuff is really expensive.
So, fund it.
How?
With money that goes to other things like Raytheon and Boeing.
I don't think that federal funds going to Raytheon are going to help a local city fund their, population.
I'm
1,000.
I'm not saying local cities should have to fund it themselves. I'm saying we need a federal blanket standard.
So the federal government should be funding, has to be making appropriations to local police departments for body cams.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know how popular that would be. Like, for instance,
would be completely and utterly unpopular for whatever reason, because we've trusted what the police say forever, and we know that that's wrong, because people say whatever covers their ass.
Well,
and powerful people need to be scrutinized even closer.
I don't think that we have trusted police. I mean, again, you've got internal affairs that investigates. You've got public officials that can file charges. You've got your whole judicial. What internal affairs is not the police. They're not staffed by the police, right?
Yes, they are. They're detectives in the police force.
I thought IA was generally a separate body.
No, it's a connected body within the police force that exists to process charges against police officers, whether they come from the public or outside of it. IA is not a separate fucking body. It's the good old boys club, dude. Are you aware? Like, is this a revelation to you?
I guess it depends on what we mean by separate. People in chat are saying that every single department does it differently, but some people, hold on, let me check.
All right. Well, maybe there are some departments where there's some sort of extra body or whatever that is separate, but in my experience and in my knowledge and in my reading typically SID or IA are in-house. They're detectives.
That work normal. That work normal, ordinary cases or whatever.
They used to. Like, where do you think they recruit detectives from? Some special
hold on.
SID
I'm sorry.
school?
My understanding is that for people that would work these or would staff these, it wouldn't be like an ordinary cop where they'd be like, oh, hey, like you're going to go and investigate Frank today. That it would be like a separate department that would work on this stuff. Would be my
within the same body, yeah, within the same governing body, which is the police. Yes. So let me ask you the question I wanted to ask earlier, but I was trying to talk over you. Let's say that the Shell Corporation is found to be misappropriating millions of dollars of oil money into I picked the wrong. Let's say the Exxon Corporation is misappropriating millions or even $1 billion of money into a shell corporation and hiding their tax liability, which we all know that's what they do, right? Companies alleviate their burdens tax-wise in a number of ways and offset it in a number of ways. Let's say that they're caught doing a criminal version of that, right?
Okay.
Who would you want to investigate that crime, that alleged crime?
If a private company was doing a bad thing that we think is illegal.
What was accused of doing a bad thing that is illegal?
Accused by who?
By some other company, by some regulatory agency locally that doesn't have the power to prosecute, right?
If a company was accused,
a whistleblower within the company, maybe.
I mean, I guess if there was an accusation made and enough evidence was brought up to have, is it probable causes for charges? Is it reasonable suspicion for an investigation? If something is cited that would lead to reasonable suspicion, then I would hope that, I guess for huge companies, it would be a federal body like the FBI or somebody that would probably do the investigation.
So a separate body from the Exxon Corporation.
If there was
you would not want to just turn this over to internal affairs within the Exxon Corporation. You wouldn't feel like justice would be reliably served in that capacity, right?
For a criminal matter, yes.
Okay. So, SID is the internal department within police departments that investigate claims that a cop has raped, brutalized, broken the Fourth Amendment rights of, etc., a civilian. Okay?
Okay.
The numbers that you read to me about the number of police interactions come from the police. They are the governmental body that investigates any alleged monkeying or tampering with those numbers via internal affairs and SID.
Okay.
The people that run those departments within the police department in internal affairs and SID are recruited from the body of street detectives.
Yeah.
It's considered to be a bump up.
Okay.
There is rampant ability for them to make wide latitude for police officers, and they often do. And the oversight is basically nil.
Okay, so a couple of things so one thing is we'd have to distinguish at the very beginning. Are we talking about a criminal complaint against a police officer, or are we talking about like a job misconduct? So we'd have to start there.
What's the difference?
There's a huge difference. If somebody's not doing their job...
It is criminal for a police officer to engage in misconduct while on duty.
I don't believe that's the case. I think that's...
Oh, it isn't?
Isn't that the whole point of qualified immunity? Is that as long as the cop was performing his job?
Oh, but qualified immunity.
I have to be able to finish just a single sentence. Jesus. Okay. If you file a complaint against a cop, if the police officer is said to be doing his job in good faith, then I thought that even though he might get fired for doing his job poorly or whatever, that he would have qualified immunity from the crimes he might be committed of doing if he was doing his job. That the public trusts him with a good faith. That was like the point of like qualified immunity. Am I incorrect in that, or am I not? Am I?
My understanding is qualified immunity is a union, a police union, arbitrated standard that favors cops.
That doesn't make any sense. Immunity, when you talk about immunity, we're talking about immunity from crime. So this has to be something related to the judicial system, and it has to do with what they're allowed to judicially review.
That's the problem, right?
Wait,
qualified immunity. qualified immunity is used to decide whether something becomes a broader problem, or it can be handled in. It's kind of like the same thing.
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on. I'm just to be very, very clear. Don't stop. Okay, if you do things wrong at your job, it isn't always necessarily a crime, right? That's the difference. Now, the problem with police officers is a lot of the things they do in the service of their job, like, are, if they weren't working as a cop, they would likely be crimes, right? And then qualified immunity means that if you're a police officer and you make a mistake in your job, but you were genuinely operating in good faith, you're going to be immune from criminal prosecution. You could still be fired or lose your pension or whatever, but they're not going to prosecute you for a crime, right?
Right. And whether you acted in good faith is often left up to detectives and SID to determine.
Well,
Yeah.
Wait. Stop. Wait. Hold on. Wait, I'm so sorry. Hold on. If qualified immunity is a criminal defense, then it's not left up to internal anything. It would be decided in a court of law. If qualified immunity is
criminal defense, when somebody alleges that a cop did them wrong and the process of SID did not come to a satisfactory conclusion, which does happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't understand what you say. Say that again.
That's like a family alleging a criminal act happening and suing the police department for wrongful death.
Well,
it's like a civil
hold on.
suit.
Oh God, fuck. I'm sorry. No, so civil suits are totally different than criminal suits. If you want to file a civil suit, you can always file a civil suit. Right?
I understand.
Nobody can stop you ever from filing a civil suit if you want to, right?
Qualified immunity is used in civil suits.
Well, but it would be used as a defense in a civil suit. So
exactly.
But SID isn't making the determination if it works or not. It's going to be a jury.
Only if a civil suit is brought. If a civil suit isn't brought,
yeah. But if you want to bring a civil suit, you just go to the court and you file it, right?
Right. SID makes the determination in the absence of a civil suit. There are people out there that don't have the money to get down to the courthouse, let alone file a fucking lawsuit. Let's be real. You know that, right?
Wait, say that again. Or I'm sorry, just repeat. I just didn't hear what you said.
In the instance of police brutality,
yes,
alleged,
yeah,
SID is the first stop, right? And if that person, for whatever reason, cannot or does not file a civil suit, then SID is the only body that ever looks at it. And they're in the building, recruited from the same people who drink at the same bar after work. And you don't think that's a problem. And I want to know why.
Okay. There's a lot of different concepts at play. Let me give you
isn't. This is very direct.
Okay, let's say that we totally get rid of SID, we totally get rid of IA, we get rid of all of that, okay? All right, I go to the local police department and I accuse them of committing a crime. Who investigates?
You wouldn't go to the local police department. You would have to replace it with a non-police body, a new bureaucratic body, where you went to them and the police never got to touch the fucking complaint. Why would it? Dude, it's like you going like, I'm the dude.
Wait, hold on, wait. So you're saying you would make a totally different body? No, I don't need an example. Bro. No, hold on. So you would create a totally separate body, and then who would staff this body?
Non-elected officials that are appointed by elected officials, like every other bureaucracy.
But they wouldn't be detectives. They wouldn't be officers.
No, they wouldn't be police. They would have broad authority to investigate allegations of police misconduct outside of the police's influence.
Okay, so you would basically, so then the solution would be is you would make a second police for the first police, and you would trust them. Why wouldn't you just?
I don't know that I would name it second police.
That's what they are. You're giving them police powers. You'd give them the power to subpoena. You'd hope they're investigators and they've got formal training and they understand the judicial process and putting together indictments and all that, right? So you make a second police to cover the first police. But then let's say that the second police investigates the first police and they decide that, oh, there was no wrongdoing here. Why wouldn't somebody like you just say like, oh wow, the police investigated themselves and they found they did nothing wrong? You would just say the exact same thing, no?
No, I wouldn't. Like you understand the idea of a hand in glove conflict of interest, right? In the corporate world, right? Why you wouldn't let Exxon investigate whether Exxon is breaking the law? Why that doesn't make sense?
I don't know if you.
Please just say yes. It's okay to give me one win.
No. I just don't think you understand. Hold on, no, you don't understand. I don't.
Hold up. Your whole chat is gonna say you dunked on my ass super
no,
hard.
I'm not trying to dunk. The problem is when you're saying things. Hold on. I'm not trying
Give
to
me
win.
one, dude.
I've agreed to tons of things that you've said. Okay, when you
No,
when
I'm
you
just
say
saying,
we
like-
wouldn't trust Exxon to investigate itself for criminal complaints, the answer is obviously yes. Because why would a private company ever do a criminal investigation? The complicated thing when it comes to police is, would you trust police to investigate themselves for criminal complaints? Well, the police are the ones who investigate criminal
I'm
complaints.
not necessarily against the idea of having an SID. What I'm against what I'm against, and then after I say this, I really have to go fill my, dude, you see me, I've been slugging water this whole time. I'm dying.
Okay.
But I'll be back. It'll take me 1 second. But like, dude, what I'm convinced of is that it's a bad idea to have a body, whether it's governmental, non-governmental, corporate, or otherwise, be the first and sometimes sole stop for complaints and numbers about complaints, right? I don't think that makes any sense. Why would you want to have people in SID who go and party at barbecues with some detective's family, force the moral conundrum of putting that dude, and they know his kids, in prison? Or just going like, dude, fuck this, we'll sweep this under the rug. Why would you?
I understand what you're
ever
saying,
think
but I'm
that's a
saying
good
that
idea?
you would make the exact same claim if it was a second police department. If
No,
a second
I
police
would
department,
not, because those dudes would not be partying together. There would be rules.
would there be a rule, a ban that you can't be
Yes.
friends? People in second police can't be friends with
There are
people in
rules
first
like-
police?
You understand that there are rules like this? Corporations enforce rules like this.
For,
You can't have private communications as a Google engineer with a fucking rival company.
first of all, you absolutely can.
What happens when Google finds out that you used Gmail to have a private communication about their product with another company?
Well, if you're communicating trade secrets, that's a different thing.
Oh, now we're gonna. Yeah. But when you throw money at it, it's a different world. No, it isn't.
No, wait,
No,
what?
it isn't. No, it isn't.
If you're communicating trade secrets, obviously you're going to be in trouble there. It doesn't matter if you work for the company or not.
I'm whistleblowing
Why would you whistleblow to another private company?
because I want them. I don't know who else to.
That's
reach
not what
out to.
whistleblowing means. That's just selling a trade secret.
Okay, I'll reach out to the media then.
Well, I mean, there are whistleblower protections, and hopefully you don't, I guess, get caught if you fuck up or something. But
I did get caught. There are whistleblower protections, though, right?
yeah, but I don't know if that's going to protect you from getting fired from your job if that's what you care about.
Yeah, they're not, because there are actually no whistleblower protections. That's a fantasy. That's the reason why Julian Assange almost went crazy in a fucking embassy. That's the reason why fucking Edward Snowden is still living somewhere in fucking Russia, ? Yeah, there's no such thing as whistleblower protections, and you know it, and people like you know it, but you'll just like deny it till the end of fucking time. I don't
Deny
know
what?
why.
Wait, what do you think I'm denying?
You're denying that it's not a good idea to have the cops be the first and sometimes only stop in investigating themselves. You're getting all convoluted and snaky with it, going down different. Oh, over here. What if it's this? What if it's your dad? What if it's your mom? What if it's this company? What if it's that company? I'm saying it's a bad idea to have anybody, whether it's corporate, governmental, public, or private, be the first stop shop and sometimes the only stop shop for a criminal complaint within its body.
I
that makes no sense.
understand that it's not necessarily good to have a thing investigating itself. However, when it comes to criminal investigations, the body that does criminal investigations is the police. This is why there's the big meme saying of who polices the police. We can argue that there should be a second police that doesn't get to talk to the first police, that gets to investigate that police only, and that's fine. But there are times when a state attorney general might make an accusation against a police department and they investigate, or the federal police come in and investigate a police department and no wrongdoing is found, and people say the exact same thing. Oh, wow, the police investigated themselves. Even if it's a totally separate body, that's fine that you say that, but other people would say that you expecting to create a totally secondary division of police officers who are detectives that are generally police officers with experience, but they can't have been a prior police officer anywhere else. So you're talking about a guy that goes to school with the goal of becoming a detective, and the only reason he wants to become a detective is to investigate just the police, because he's not going to be allowed to do any traditional police work. And then these people are not allowed to have any contact with anybody else that might work the same job as them, because it's all that type of communication is barred. And then we're going to trust that when that department is doing investigations like other department, no one is going to have the exact same complaints that they would if SID or IA was doing the same investigations. It doesn't seem like people wouldn't have the exact same. They'd say it's the government investigating itself again, because nobody even sees the difference between these two bodies. Like, people don't even know the difference between the state police and city police, or state police and the federal police. I'm not doing it.
You're setting up a big straw man and you're torturing it, bro. I don't know what you keep saying. People will say that. I'm not saying that, though.
So
I'm not
do
saying
you think
anything.
that, so if because I haven't looked up every police department and I don't know the exact structures, but do you believe right now, you think that there are no independent SID, there are no independent, what does SID even stand for? SID investigations.
Special Investigations Division.
Oh, is that even
It's
just
also known as-
internal?
It's also known as Special Investigations Division is internal and non-police, like white collar crime stuff.
Oh, okay.
right?
So then for internal affairs or whatever, you think that
IA.
you think that every IA is too integrated with the police department because they draw police officers
Yes.
from their police departments.
Yes.
Okay. So your solution would be that
And that places. Hold on. Let me finish that thought. Right.
Yeah.
That places them in the moral conundrum of having to put in jail a man that they barbecued with last week,
okay.
and whose kids go to school with your kids. Right.
Okay. Is there any example that you can point to of anybody using the system that you find preferable in any part of the United States?
I honestly like developed this system of thinking based on this conversation. Like, I've known about internal affairs and the kind of incestuous relationship that the DA can have with the police department. Like, that's a problem. I think that it's a problem. There's no outside body that's freed of social connection from these people can make an objective look at it. I'm not one of these people that would just say, oh, that's just the government investigating the government. It's like, I'm not asking for space aliens with an overview of the, fourth dimension to come and look at it. The government has to investigate the government, right? That's who else is going to do it? You're going to trust a foreign government to investigate it? No, right?
Okay.
So I'm not one of those people. You made a big rant there, but you weren't arguing.
I'm not making a big
me.
rant. I'm asking if there's a single example of the model that you think would be best
I
anywhere in the
do
United
not
States. And then
know.
if you don't have an answer, my
do
next
not
question would be, why do you think that model hasn't been tried? Do you think it's
Because-
corruption in
because
every
I-
single city? Nobody's been able to
Yeah.
vote against it.
I believe that, and I think you know this, the justice system is wielded like a bludgeon by the wealthy, and they don't want to give up that power. And part of that power is that the police department.
Wait. So in poor hodunk towns in fucking Nebraska, middle Nebraska, you think that the
Yes.
wealthy there are making the local police not have
You realize how poor hodunk towns work, right?
how?
Whatever the local industry is owned by a wealthy person or a group of wealthy persons or a conglomerate of wealthy persons.
And you think those
Right.
people are concerned with like local crime enforcement?
I think those people are hand in glove with the police department. They donate a lot of money to the police department. Typically, have a very good donor relationship. Go to barbecues as donors, etc. This is very common in small towns for high-ranking like real estate dude. Like, not to give a total anecdote, but in my town there was a dude named Barry. His last name was Berry, who was known for building whole neighborhoods in Madera, California, and he was like hand in glove with the state level politicians. I remember I went to his office one time to deliver the newspaper, and he invited me in because he knew my mom. He was, he had a daughter that worked at the factory with her, and he invited me in, and I saw pictures of him with Clinton. You know what I mean? Like, he'd met all these like big Democratic, and this is at the time a pretty small farming community when I was a kid. It's bigger now, but you see what I'm saying? Like, that's this kind of hand in glove problem needs an outside objective viewpoint. Like,
Well, but now,
sharp
it
as
sounds
you
like
can
in
get
terms
to.
of what you said here, now the outside objective viewpoint wouldn't even matter, right? If there's
No,
like
it would.
if there's a local company guy who's controlling all the police, wouldn't he just control the second police?
No, but that'd be the thing. If that second government body that doesn't exist, right, had a mandate to stop corruption, like rich dude pays off the police and makes his son's DUI disappear, right? But poor dude that got caught driving home, his life's over, right? This is like happening. This happens, right?
Well, I mean, if you're
Two-tier
getting pulled off and there's like criminal
justice.
charges, this is going through the courts now, right? Not the police, right?
Well, the police are the first stop. The police are the ones that investigate and send the information to the court.
Sure, but then I mean, you can go to court, you can challenge like what the police have found. Isn't that the whole point of the court process?
Right, but what the police have found is what the police say they have found.
No, they have to provide evidence for those findings in a court of law. That's the
Okay.
whole point.
Sprinkle some crack on them.
Okay.
You've never seen the videos of cops yanking stuff out of their pockets, throwing it in people's car, and then going like, "Oh!" I mean, come on, bro.
If we're saying that police can fool an entirely separate branch of government, why would second police ever be able to hold them accountable? They just sprinkle some crack
We
on
need
them
a
there.
separate branch of government. What are you talking about?
The courts are a separate branch of government from the police, right?
Dude, you have a weird idea of how police Have you ever had a police interaction?
Unfortunately, yes.
Would you be willing to share it with me, or does it even matter?
I don't think it matters. I mean, I got pulled over for a lot of speeding tickets when I was younger. I got pulled over for a really bad speeding ticket in Iowa that caused my license to be suspended that I wasn't aware of until I got pulled over in Kansas City, where I was charged with I don't remember, class something misdemeanor, and I had to go to court there like 10 times to fight that. That's my extent of my interaction. I don't know what that has to do with anything, though.
No, I was just asking, like, were they generally positive interactions?
Well, no, because usually if I'm interacting with the police, it's I'm breaking laws or committing crimes. So no, they're not usually
Sure,
positive
but I mean,
interactions.
like, in terms of like acquiescing to that, though, like you say right now that I don't want you to incriminate yourself, but you broke the law, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You're speeding your fucking dude. Keep your foot out of it, bro. I've lost too many friends wrapped around poles and shit, bro.
Okay.
Don't do it, Destiny. Do you have one of those turbo boost fucking Elon Musk?
Not Elon Musk
that
cars,
goes like,
but okay, but I don't understand what's the point. I'm
sorry.
The courts are separate from the police, right? It's a separate.
Right, but no, yes and no, right? They're part of I look at this as a continuum. Right?
I just don't understand. If you think that the courts and the police are in bed with each other, why would the second police body have any power to investigate the first police?
Because in my world, that police body would not have local connections that can be subverted. They would be like a federal body whose entire job it is to make sure that this large police department and any local police.
So they're like kept in a
within
giant
that
like
county-
box all day. They can't like talk to anybody else in the city, or
I don't know, man. What do you like? I don't know, dude. Dude, you remote work is a thing, right? They don't have to be living in dusty ass candy. Maybe we don't even want them living in Kansas City or Chicago, because we want the possibility for local connection corruption to be zero, right?
so you would have. So these would be
Or as close to zero
sure,
as
so then-
theoretically
So these
possible.
would be like federal officers then, or
Yeah. In my mind, it would almost have to be, right?
okay. So then we're saying that next year, assuming let's say Donald Trump wins the election, you hold on, wait 1 second.
Okay. Here, chat, tell him I went to go get water because I'm fucking dying over here. I have cotton mouth and I have no idea how the fuck that happened.
We went down too much. This is too deep. One thing that I said before, in going through a lot of the Supreme Court cases, is that like I think for a lot of complaints people have for the system, it's literally just because they don't have a concept of like how the system works, and then it's just you just have like thoughts that are, yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I don't have like detailed answers for everything, so I can add this to things to make notes on. Civilian complaints and SID are two different things. Not all complaints lead to investigation. Yeah, I think people have a huge problem understanding the difference between like a complaint versus like a criminal complaint too. You could argue that like the problem with the legal system is they use words sometimes that like have common parlance meanings that aren't the same thing as how we understand them, right? So like filing a criminal complaint, that's like a meaningfully different thing than just like filing a complaint against like somebody, right? So you'd think, so that's like, for instance, when he uses the example, like we wouldn't trust Exxon to file a complaint against themselves. Why would we trust the police? Well, because Exxon doesn't Exxon doesn't investigate criminal complaints. If you filed a complaint with the company of Exxon, just like an ordinary complaint, you probably would expect Exxon themselves to handle it, right? HR handles internal complaints. Like, I'm sure there are other bodies of like a company that'll handle like complaints for sure. But for a criminal complaint, the police are supposed to investigate it. But obviously, a criminal complaint against the criminal investigators presents more complicated issues, right? There's an implication of you investigating yourself for the thing that you literally are tasked with doing, which makes it more complicated. But I don't know the exact internal affairs structure of everything. But I do know that, and I am 100% positive, like if a separate thing existed to investigate the first thing and people didn't like the outcomes from the second thing, people would just say, well, the second thing is obviously rigged too. Because he's even saying that like the courts are all rigged with the police officers too. It's like, well, fuck, if you think the courts are rigged to work with the police, why wouldn't second police be rigged to work with the police? And it's like, well, they could be federally staffed. And it's like, okay, well, do we think that, why would we entrust, if we think that cops are going to be corrupt in investigating themselves, why wouldn't federal cops be corrupt in investigating like other cops? Unless we're saying that federal cops wouldn't be just because of the distance, but then it's
They
like
would be.
every single like police officer, like every single complaint then is going to have like a federal cop show up to the local branch. It's just like, it's unworkable. I think the amount of money and everything that you need here would just be, it would be insane.
Look, dude, I'm known. Look, I know we haven't interacted before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm known in my community for being what I think you would call like really charitably a dreamer. So I'm not trying to say that what I'm saying is feasible. In terms of, especially in terms of the way that politics works now, we're talking about an anti-corruption movement and a political system that thrives in an environment of constant corruption, right? I mean,
Sure, I think, probably not actually, because my take is, honestly, I think that when you talk about like corruption and wrongdoing in police departments, I think that is probably massively overblown. When you look at like the number of bad police interactions, given the amount of police we have and the amount of police interactions that we have, I think that is a massively overblown problem. I think there are issues, but the idea that like the entire system is corrupted and rotted from, like start to finish, I think it doesn't map cleanly onto reality or any reported numbers we can find or any independently investigated numbers we can find anywhere. So the idea that we need to tear down and reform and rebuild the entire system, like a lot of people were suggesting with the whole ACAB stuff, where they tried to do it in some cities and then immediately abandoned it because it was unworkable. I just don't think it's a good way to address problems that I don't even know if they truly exist. That's like my take.
Your pragmatism is always the hardest thing I have to formulate an argument against when I do watch one of your, because you're nothing if not a pragmatic dude when it comes to politics, and I give you props for that. I tend to be a little less pragmatic. I'm probably more what you would call radical on but I'm a labor guy though. See, what I want is blue collar people to get a fatter piece of the pie that they make and bake. That's all my politics are, man. And digging into this other stuff, IP, racism, policing, has been super fun for me. For you, I don't really get to have interactions like this with somebody that I disagree with that don't devolve.
Sure.
I'm sorry I cut you off as much as I did, but I think we're both guilty of that in a certain way. You certainly are when you hear somebody say something, I'm not going to let you, that's kind of a destinyism, right? I'm not going to let you go on and on and on and on about this.
True.
When you're misrepresenting.
It is a destinyism, but the reason why I do is because I end up getting cut off a ton. So like in this conversation, my guess is you've probably talked 2 or 3 times as much as I have, and I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
I'm sorry for that. Dude, that's a meme in my community. It was a meme back when I was on Drunk.
Sure, I understand you're saying it's a meme in your community, but I'm saying that people have this impression that I cut people off a lot. But generally, the debates are the most frustrating when you see me doing that. If you look at the end, if you look at the reported talk time, because I'll have people go through and look at it, the other person is speaking like 1.5 or 2 times as much as I am, which is why I'm saying like, hold on, let me finish, because I'm like fighting for airtime. Yeah. So then the impression that comes out because people watch clips. One of the questions you asked me at the beginning is like, why do you think my community hates your community so much? Oftentimes it's because of these 30-second clips that are like created of me and then propagated in other.
I'm not I like your term clip chimp. Was it you that did that, or was it Vosh that did clip chimp?
That's a term that came from Twitch.
Oh, okay. So yeah, well, I like that term. I learned it from you, I think. It was either you or Vish.
Sure.
I've been on Vish's show 3 times, and I have a really horrible, incurable case of what they call VDS. I have it real bad. I think he's a douchebag, and a privileged, rich kid that doesn't know shit about shit. And I think he learned pretty much how to navigate a debate from you, but he doesn't have the basis in knowledge that you base that skill on. You know what I mean? Because you are able, like that moment earlier when you whipped out like, well, the last book I read happens to be about fucking politics in the Mideast. You know, that was good. I don't think Vosh does that homework, right? I think he just kind of like goes with the flow. That's how I feel about him as a leftist, right? That wants to see a little bit more radical action happening. I think he's kind of like an albatross around the neck of that in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would agree. Yeah.
I also like, you know, I followed that meme pretty closely. I had to go back and look at it before I went on Vosh's show. I wanted to see like what his interactions with you were, and I learned through that like his interactions with you are basically the same as the interactions of a mother when she squats down to give birth. You know what I mean? Like you basically like lifted him from the dregs of your chat and made him what he is.
Sure.
So how do you feel? Do you feel any like responsibility for the people? Because like you kind of did the same with Hassan too, didn't you? Like a kingmaker guy.
I mean, people come into my community, I chat with them. It is what it is, right?
But I mean, let's like, okay, be humble for a second. Now stop being humble and be real, right? You understand that like your community has put a lot of people on, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if they talk to me and they are somewhat polite and we have conversations, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
I'm not saying you went through some like coronation ceremony.
Yeah.
But your community is
I'm aware
huge,
that there are people that I can build careers. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting a little bit of like lag spike in the call. Can I like back out and rejoin it real quick?
Yeah, hold on.
What would I have to? It just usually sometimes I have to restart these Discord calls.
Sure, rejoin and join the Stream Disagreements channel. I can drag you back up.
Stream Disagreements. See, I don't know if I could see that. Hold up.
It's like 3 channels below this called Stream Disagreements.
I'm still like a pleb here or whatever. I just joined today, so I don't stream disagreements. Is that law general or? I'm sorry, dude.
No, you're good.
I don't
it's
use
like
Discord a whole fucking lot.
Yep, you're fine. Under Stream Voice, you're in Destiny's room.
Yeah, I'm in Destiny's room. I see that.
Dating advice, then Nathan's room, and then Stream Disagreements.
I don't have the roles. I see special voice, event 1, 2, 3, 4. I see voice general.
Then just join general lobby after, and I'll drag you up.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, bye.
All right. Dude, oh man, somebody was kind of fucking say some shit to me, and you pulled me in just at the.
He just left. Wait, hello?
Sorry, bud. I'm a boomer. I clicked the wrong fucking shit. My bad.
You're good.
Anyway, yeah, that's better. By the way, that helps. So thank you. I'll turn my camera back on now. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, dude, I appreciate the conversation and shit. I don't want to drag it on. It seems like it maybe has run its course, but I'm open to talking, you know, sometime in the future or keeping talking today for a while. I do have shit to do a little later, but I'm chill to talk for a while if there's something else you want to.
Sure. I guess you want to go back to 20 billion topics ago. I'm just curious. How do you differentiate in your mind like genocidal rhetoric from just rhetoric of a country at war?
Wipe them off the face of the map.
Okay, so do you think that if in like Great Britain, if people were saying we're going to wipe the Nazis off the face of the map, do you think that would count as like genocidal rhetoric?
No, I think if they would have said we're going to wipe the German people off the face of the map and there won't be a Germany afterwards and we're going to colonize Germany and make it England too, Electric Boogaloo, right? That's kind of the sentiment in Israel right now. Is there? What about
after World War I, where I think like Germany got stripped of colonies and weren't allowed to have like a military stuff like that, and people were holding them responsible for World War I. Do you think that was like genocidal or? Also, technically, Germany was split in two right after World War I.
I need to quit looking at chat. Sorry.
Germany was also split in two after like World War II as well, right? We had East Germany, West Germany. I don't know what the plans were. I don't know exactly the circumstances. I don't know the history well, but
Well, I mean, that like it was split and basically it was two spheres of influence, right? East Germany was in the Russian sphere of influence, or the CCCP sphere of influence, and West Germany was in the American sphere of influence, right?
I'm just
That's your
saying that, like, do we
understanding?
think that, like, so in your mind, it's just like those types of sentences, if you say like, oh, well, we're going to wipe them off the face of the map, that makes it, who has to say that? If any media company says that, that counts, then the whole country is committing genocide? Or
I think it's like, if you can take the temperature of the broad sentiment, I think the media definitely plays a big role in that. They're basically like, we know the media feeds, you've heard it bleeds, it leads, right? The reason why people feel like crime is so much worse, and they put their children on literal leashes and shit now, and there's helicopter parents like overseeing every aspect of their child's life, even though, as you pointed out earlier, crime is down since the 90s pretty precipitously, right? The reason that exists is because the media has inculcated a culture of fear by covering every little local bar brawl and stabbing that happens and shit like it's national news.
okay, sure, but again, like, so temperature of the broad public on the media makes for a genocide? Or
Well, I'm saying it's one of the barometers I would look at. Would you agree with that?
maybe, but I think it's hard because you have to, like, if I were to go through Israeli media, would I find more media talking about like the war in general and defeating Hamas, or do you think I'd find more media talking about like eliminating
Right.
every
Well,
Palestinian?
let's make. I'm going to make a point here. I'm not talking about judging it just on this sentiment. I'm just trying to establish with you that you
Sure,
think.
no, wait,
that
I'm
this
understanding. I'm just, that's why we're going one at a
This is on
time.
the
Yeah.
this is on the spectrum of the same. Right. So, ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if do we think that, like, if 95 or 99% of the comments are, we need to defeat Hamas, we need to defeat Hamas, we have to get rid of like violence in the whatever, and then like 1%, some outlets are like, we need to destroy every Palestinian citizen or whatever.
Well,
Do we think that like that makes for a genocide?
I'm gonna get a document together. Like I said, there's a guy I know who I could DM now, and he might be able to send me a fucking list of things, but I doubt it.
Sure.
It's in the
Even if he
middle of
had a
fucking
list
night.
of 20 different things,
well,
like we
it's
can
like
imagine, there's
videos,
probably been
right?
thousands of different. I'm aware. I read the entire ICJ document that was submitted by South Africa. It's probably a lot of the same complaints that were alleged in there. I am
But
aware.
I mean, this is all, but it's ongoing. It's like live TV. He tuned into it, and I watched it. You know how you can share screens here in Discord and shit.
Sure, yeah, I understand,
He
I
shared his
understand.
screen, and he was tuned into it.
Yeah,
It's not a
but
website
I'm saying, like,
that
let's
you
say
can
that there's a
just do
story
it
and they're
on
like, we
Discord.
have to defeat like the Palestinians. We can't allow this like to happen again.
No,
Would that be
it
like a
wasn't
genocidal
that.
statement?
It was. Okay, so you remember after 9/11 when every fucking commercial break would have a bum, 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 with the flag, and then it's average people going like, I support our troops. I support our troops. I support taking the fight to them before they bring it to us. I don't know if you were old enough to remember that. I distinctly remember that, right?
Okay, I don't remember it, but
So
okay.
that media climate is very extant in Israel right now.
Wait, hold on
where-
one second.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
No worries. He left. I don't know if can chat still hear me? Does he trust me with his whole stream? Does he trust me with his whole stream? No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna be a dick. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. How's it going, chat? You guys have been making me mad, but I appreciate a good Destiny chat. You guys are usually on point. Just today with me, not so much. Hello. Hi there. Just saying hello
Okay.
to chat. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
Go
good.
ahead. I was saying, fuck. Now I fucking got all chat giggly. Now
Yep.
I don't remember what I was saying.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm just
Go
saying
ahead.
that I don't think that a few statements in the media make for a genocide.
It's not a few, but
I don't
okay,
think
so
that even
what
20 statements in the media would make
Okay.
it a genocide.
Okay, but on a continuum, right? So then look at a government official in Israel like Ben Gvir, who was on record multiple times saying that Palestine should be, quote, wiped off the face of the planet.
Yep.
That and then there's a lot of that being said by military officials through the media. So General so and so, we are wiping out we're wiping out the Hamas dogs. We're wiping them all off the planet.
So Hamas dogs and everything, that's like you're referring to a government.
But the problem is that, and I think you know this, right? Once the rubble that is Gaza is cleared, there are going to be tens of thousands of bodies. And if you're going to put a Hamas toe tag on every body, you're going to be putting toe tags on little babies, pregnant mothers.
Maybe nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that right now. Like, we're just talking about like genocidal intent, right?
I mean, we're talking about genocide, right? I mean, wouldn't that prove genocidal intent?
No. Dead bodies, dead civilians don't go at any point to furthering the genocidal intent, right? The intent is the intent. Intent by definition is not outcome.
So you've got Ben Gvir and you've got Netanyahu who are on fucking record, not just during this conflict, but multiple times, provably, saying Palestine should be removed from the map.
Yep.
That it should be scoured in holy fire and all this fucking crazy religious Jew shit, right?
Sure,
which I don't think has any place in the government, just like it doesn't have a place here. And I don't see how that, coupled with a media environment that is broadcasting to people what they want to see, which is kill, death to Palestine, kill every fucking Palestinian. That's coming from the government.
So that statement and those types of things in the media, those are going to be incredibly rare statements if they're even published at all anymore. They are. And then from government,
okay. Well, I'll tell you what, dude. I'll get you some examples, and when I come,
hold on, just to be clear, because I don't think when you say the media, even if you got me 50 examples, that might not necessarily be a lot. You're talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of stories that have been posted on Israeli media over the past.
Well, how many people live in Israel?
About 9 million.
So 9 million people, about like, give or take, 1 million or 2 more people than live in the LA basin.
Okay.
And there's like 10 media outlets in Israel that are all broadcasting this type of content.
Saying kill all Palestinians? No.
Saying we're going to kill them to the last man, we'll be victorious?
No, there's not. No. There's a decent divide between like
far
right.
Maybe you're right.
I am. I know I am. Trust me. If these types of stories are being published constantly by
I asked you earlier when you were in Israel, if you spent any time soaking up the media climate, and you said you didn't have time.
Well, I can't listen to media in Israel, like on Israeli broadcast, because it's in Hebrew and I don't speak Hebrew. But I read a lot of Israeli publications.
You're a rich dude. You didn't have a Hebrew, like, wasn't it a kind of a problem? You didn't have an Arabic or Hebrew translator that traveled with you. Like, wouldn't that have been something you could have spent some money on and not had the meme of the dude fucking screaming at you and calling you a son of a whore and shit for recording him?
So I did have a person traveling with me who was doing translations. We didn't for that because we were just driving to our hotel at the end of the day. But yes, there's a lot of people that we interviewed that spoke.
Oh, you could have had somebody sit and watch the news with you and tell you what they were saying on the news.
I can just read the news in my home. I don't need to go to Israel to watch their news. I can just read it at my house.
Right, but you do need to be in Israel to see Israeli news sources being broadcast live, or you need to have an IP address that can access Israeli news.
No, you don't.
It's like the BBC. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Hold on. You're aware that we can both watch the BBC right now.
Then why haven't you? Why haven't you?
I have.
So you've watched Israeli news?
Yeah. I'm just curious. Off the top of your head, how many Israeli news publications or sources could you name?
I'm talking look, dude, I'm not claiming I'm an Israeli. Like, I figured.
No, sure, but I have, right? I know there are far right people like
Right.
Tablet. I know that you've got relatively center to center right people. You've got like your Times of Israel. You've got your Jerusalem Post. I've talked to journalists from all of these publications. You've got your farther left sources like Haaretz, and I know that you've got like only sources that post in Hebrew. I know you've got like Ynet that does a lot of online stuff. I'm aware of all these sources, and I've seen a variety of publications from all of these sources, and I've talked to journalists that worked at all of these sources. So the idea that I need to go to Israel and then have a translator sit here and translate stuff on TV to me doesn't mean anything. Okay, I know. Well, hold on, wait. You just accused me of not like going to Israel to watch the TV there. I don't need to go to Israel to watch the TV there. I can watch it all and read it all like online. It's all available online. Yes.
Fair. I didn't know. Like I told you at the beginning, dude. I'm not a fucking dude that follows every Destiny meme.
Okay,
So
you
I
don't
didn't
have
mean
to be. That's fine. But I'm just saying that you're very confidently
I
telling
didn't-
me that their news is inundated with
Well,
like kill
okay.
all Palestinians, and I'm telling you that
told
even in
you-
tablet, I'm not going to see anything that extreme. That's like pretty rare.
Maybe-
And I don't know if you're aware, but the politicians that you're citing, like Ben Gvir and another really popular mention is Smotrich, these are like the most radical, the most extreme members like of the government, right? And they have universal like disapproval from most of the Israeli population. There's a reason why Netanyahu is looking to lose the next coming election. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Do you feel like I act in bad faith?
No,
Like,
but you were
in these-
making very strong statements about me being uninformed about the media in
I
Israel.
was just wondering because I
Yeah.
keep seeing it in your chat. I keep looking over there. Like I don't feel like I'm a bad faith actor.
Well, nobody does. That's the whole point.
Well, do you think I am?
I don't think you are intentionally, but you seem to be
Okay.
calling into question my understanding of the media and then implying for several reasons that I would be stupid enough to spend $50,000 on a trip to Israel and not have a translator with me for people that only speak Arabic or Hebrew, when obviously I do. And then it seems like you're implying there's a huge gap in my knowledge about the media because I didn't go there and sit and watch TV with a Hebrew speaker while you've got a guy that sent you 5 links to genocidal statements. Like that's,
It
yeah, of
wasn't.
course.
It wasn't 5 links. I spent hours with the dude, him flipping through different media outlets, showing footage of the war, interviews with generals, interviews with man on the street stuff. Okay, so I'm not trying to claim that gives me a comprehensive overview, but please don't reduce it to 20 clips or whatever, 5 clips. It wasn't. It was 3 hours sitting with the dude, watching Israeli media. and
Okay, if
him
you want, you can say, I'm
translating.
confident that that's not true. What you're saying right now, I know that's not true. That there's 3 hours of Israeli media saying like things equivalent to we need to kill all Palestinians or something. There's not 3 hours of that,
Okay.
I don't think. Yeah.
Okay, so if I were able to find that and have him subtitle it and stuff, and you could, of course, I would provide it to you before we met again, so that you could have your translator look at it and make sure my guy's not fucking sneaking the premise by, right?
If you want, I mean, I've got people in
Okay,
my audience that speak Hebrew and Arabic. Like,
all
yeah.
of that now. I don't have all of that now.
Sure, that's
But
fine. I don't
can-
expect you to have all of that now, but at the
fair enough.
least, then we would just assume, well, we can assume that both are neutral. Okay, we'll ignore the fact that I've spent months researching this topic. We can assume that both of us are
that's
just
fine.
neutral
No,
in terms
no,
of
no,
that.
dude.
But I'm just saying that the assumption that it seemed like you're carrying through is like, well, your friend that sent you those links, like that's like way more information than I could possibly have because when I went to Israel, I didn't watch TV
No,
there.
but it contradicts some of the things that I watched in that 3-hour montage of flipping through the channels.
Okay.
right?
Do you think that like a 3-hour montage from somebody that's specially preparing a montage for you to make a particular argument might not be the best way to become informed of the entire media environment in Israel? Like, do you think? Did you entertain the fact that there might be a considerable amount of bias there?
But you just said that it didn't exist at all.
I'm saying that I don't think there's 3 hours worth of Israeli mainstream media footage that's saying things akin to kill all Palestinians. I don't think there's 3 hours of footage of that. I don't believe
What do you
so.
consider mainstream media in Israel?
As in not
So
like
you're
a-
talking
not like an-
thing here, not like a Daily Wire, but like a Fox News.
No, I think I would even consider a Daily Wire like a large alternative media. I think it is. I think it'd be fair.
That's a broader conversation, but yeah, okay. I get
I
what
just
you're
don't
saying.
think I don't.
Large.
Yeah, like a decently large, like has like a lot of listeners of yours within the country of
Okay.
Israel. Yeah.
So I can't back it up right now because I don't have all the sources and stuff, right?
yeah.
But the guy, I will ask the gentleman. He did tell me because I was going to cover this on our show. And if you were able to like filter and fact check it in a way that makes me think about it in a broader way, I'm big on like I wouldn't have this conversation with you if I didn't want you fact checking me,
Okay.
right? I like being fact checked. I like learning. Okay, you know a little bit more about Israel than I might have assumed from watching longer clips or single interviews that you've had with people, right?
Sure.
Fair. Okay, I'm willing to say that. I'm also willing to tell you that I watched hours worth of footage of Israeli news media that was covering this in a very similar way that I remember the news media covering it in 9/11. There's a very
Yeah, but our 9/11
clear
coverage,
intent.
Americans. Do you think Americans were genocidal?
Yes.
You think that Americans wanted to kill every or wipe all of what Arabs off the face of the earth?
I have a picture of my dad wearing a shirt. And this was from the first Gulf War, mind you, not pre 9/11. We're talking 91.
Yeah.
My dad wearing a shirt that has a caricature of Saddam Hussein on it. The shirt says, "Cut it off, then kill it." And in the background is a nuclear bomb.
Okay,
Those- that-
but
that
do you think that
sentiment
people
just
might have? Do you think people
blasted.
might have? Wait, do you think that people just might have felt strongly that they really fucking hated Saddam Hussein and his regime, especially the first Gulf War?
Right, but what's the difference between a strong sense of hatred and memeing about throwing nukes over there and just ending it quick, cutting it off and then killing it, and genocidal intent?
Because I think there's a huge
Who do you think is going to suffer if that policy goes forward?
I think there's a huge difference between like responding to military events versus just wanting to eliminate or annihilate a group of people.
But when you openly profess with your mouth, wipe them all out, I don't know why we're wasting a single human life over there. Just drop the fucking nukes and be done with that fucking shithole over there. You telling me you didn't hear anything like that sentiment during 9/11?
I'm sure there were some people that said stuff like that, but I don't think it was. I don't think there was a widespread. I know we can say a lot, but I don't think there was genocidal intent, especially in the U.S. government or the U.S. military. I'm sure there might have been some people saying crazy, but even at that, we said we should just nuke Saddam Hussein and his military or whatever. Yeah, I don't necessarily think like with people saying like kill all Iraqi citizens. Or like we need to kill every Arab in Iraq.
Well, the government has optics, right? What the government said as they were massacring the Iraqi citizens was that we were going to be liberated. We're greeted as liberators, right?
Sure.
That was the government line to cover for the genocidal intent of let's go in there and just fucking destroy this Sunni minority in Iraq at the cost of any civilian life that comes in the way of it.
So you think the United States in the first Gulf War, when we were responding...
No, in the second Gulf War...
Okay, in the second, you think that... Okay, so in the second one for the Iraq War, you think we just wanted to be genocidal?
No, I don't. I do think that there was genocidal intent, that first metric that we talked about looking at when people's rhetoric... We're talking like you remember earlier we talked about there being a you're not looking for one thing, right? You're looking for a pattern. So you want to see in the right. Okay, hold on. So you want to see in the people rhetoric coming out of their mouths in public places, akin to cut it off and kill them all, glass Iraq, right? Then you want to see a government who makes similar types of statements.
Yeah, but there was nothing even remotely approaching like a genocide in Iraq. None of our military activities matched it. None of the operations matched. Do you think there was in the second Gulf War?
I don't know, man. I don't want to get caught in the mire. I'm just saying.
Do you think that every war, in World War II, when we nuked Japan, was that a genocide?
Maybe not all the genocidal fucking markers are there for Iraq.
No, I'm not looking for all the markers. I'm just looking for that special intent of like wanting to eliminate a whole like a group, like an ethnic group, like a national group.
Have you seen Bugs Bunny nips the nips?
I have not seen Bugs Bunny nips the nips.
Well, you should check that out to see what American sentiment was about Japanese people prior to the bombs being dropped. It was not fucking something that you would call normal human fucking emotions.
Okay, so for Japan, we put Japanese people in the U.S. in internment camps. We firebombed every major city basically to the ground, and we nuked them twice.
Yeah.
But that wasn't genocidal, or
no, because they surrendered militarily, and we enforced their surrender and stopped genociding them.
Wait, so do you think right now, if Hamas were to completely surrender, do you think that Israel would continue to kill Palestinians?
Yes. They've said as much. It's not like they've said like it's not just about eliminating Hamas. It's about eliminating the influence of Hezbollah. It's about like they're not just.
Well, so Hezbollah's in Lebanon, but if we say that if Hamas
and Lebanon has heavily like people will say all the time that. One of the reasons why Hamas is a problem is because it has ties to Hezbollah.
Well, no, Hamas is a problem just because Hamas is a problem. But Israel has gone to war with Hamas in the past.
It's part of a wider problem then. Give me one, like at least be charitable with me, bro.
Well, I won't on this, no, because this is an area that I know a lot of stuff in. If Hamas were to surrender...
So Hamas cooperating with a Lebanese terrorist organization is not part of a broader spectrum of terrorism problems in the Middle East?
Not much. I don't know if there is even seen as like Hamas collaborating with Hezbollah as much. They're pretty distinct entities. Both of them are ostensibly backed by Iran, but I don't know if there's alleged to be like high levels of coordination there. I'm not sure.
Gotcha,
bud. Israel has had conflict with Hamas in the past, and in none of these other conflicts has Israel moved in to like genocide the population after whatever conflict has ended. But you think after this one, you think that if Hamas were to completely surrender and leave, Israel would just continue to bomb like random apartments or?
Dude, I don't know. I think we both know that that's a ridiculous fucking hypothetical. But let's say it did happen, maybe they would stop, and maybe. Then
Well, but then if they would
saying
stop, then that makes it sound like a
genocide.
military operation and not a genocide, then, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know, dude. Like,
Well, it's pretty important. You can't say I don't know because we're alleging
Well,
genocide,
we're
which is the
talking
most
about
serious
we're
international
talking
crime
about-
in the world, right?
but now we're dipping into the morality of war, which you're not going to like my position on.
That's fine. We can say that war is bad and killing civilians is bad. I think we all agree that these things are bad. The UN Charter, it tells people don't go to fucking war with each other. But just because something is bad doesn't make it genocide, right? Like we can
Right,
say that
but
war
what
is
does
bad and
make it
killing a bunch of civilians is bad.
genocide?
All these things can be horrible bad. You can even commit war crimes, but it might not necessarily be.
You told me at the very beginning. Let's rewind it all the way to the top. Mens rea, and the other one we said we could discard because it's present in every military conflict.
Yes.
What was that called again? Because I want to learn it.
It's the actus reus. It's just Italian
Actus
bullshit
rea.
or Latin bullshit.
Mens rea means there has to be intent in the mind, right?
I think it
And
stands
I'm
for.
saying if there's intent in the mind of the populace, there's intent in the mind of the government.
Yeah.
There's intent in the mind of the media. There's intent in the mind of the soldiers
Yes,
that
but
the
the
media is
intent,
interviewing.
the intent for genocide has to be the highly special intent of eliminating a group of people, not just winning a war.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's where we disagree. You disagree that there is any rhetoric about eliminating Palestine off the map.
Well, it doesn't make sense because if I look at the actions, we can even ignore all the actions in Gaza because maybe we'll disagree on every single one of those. But there are 2 million Palestinians that live in Israel. There's like millions that live in the West Bank. Israel's not attacking and killing all of these people. It seems like their military operations are fixated in the part in the region where Hamas is operating out of. It makes it seem like it's a lot more fixated on Hamas than just killing Palestinians.
I'm just looking for some of these fucking quotes from Israeli officials over the years.
If you want, you can literally Google ICJ South Africa case Israel. I've read the entire document that South Africa filed with the complaint that they filed with the International Court of Justice. I've read all of these, yeah.
Why don't you fill me in on some of the things that the government has said about the existence of the Palestinian state, the Israeli government?
There are a lot of people that don't want a Palestinian state to come into existence, an independent Palestinian state, but I don't think that's based on genocidal rhetoric. I think a lot of that could be fairly summarized in terms of
Don't
security
you think
concerns.
that coupled with a military campaign that's got a fucking huge glaring body count that the international community has screamed stop at makes it a little bit stronger of an argument?
Maybe a little bit, but not much. Do you think, for
Okay.
instance, do you think
now
that?
we're
Well, here's a
building,
question.
we're building.
Sure. Do you think that Hamas has genocidal intent against Israel?
Sure.
Okay. So if your neighbor has genocidal intent against you, that would probably give you a wide set of options to choose where you could respond to them. Where you're not
No,
necessarily
they're
wait,
genocide.
let me finish, please. You're not counter genociding them. You're doing things to ensure your own safety and security.
You're not
right?
counter genociding them.
Yeah.
Right. You're not counter genociding them because reasons, right?
Because
Why? So let's say that the shoe was on the other foot and Hamas was the power in the region and Israel was a tiny little enclave just barely holding on.
yeah.
That Hamas basically had all the power over, could stop the flow of water, stop the flow of industry into it, bomb
Yeah.
them at will, right? Let's say that the shoe's on the other foot.
Yeah.
Is the power dynamic the same in your world?
If the shoe is on
If
the
Hamas
other,
is
if
saying
the shoe
kill
is on
every
the other
Jew-
foot, then that other foot wouldn't exist. Hamas would have completely and totally eliminated all of the Jewish people in that region. That's been the goal of every single prior Arab-Israeli war. So that would be what would happen there. The current situation, if the roles were swapped, wouldn't exist in any stable form because Hamas would
Okay.
immediately push all of the Jews out and create one state that was just a Palestinian state.
Okay. So, and if the
Do you
Jews
disagree
do
with any
that-
part of that?
No.
Okay.
No.
And then you agree the
so
Jews
if-
haven't done that, right?
Not yet. Would you agree that they're on the road to doing that?
No?
No, you don't think that they're going. So you think after this war is done, hostage negotiations over, Hamas eliminated, are they going to rebuild Palestine?
I mean, it seems like that's what's happened after every other Gaza-Israeli war, yeah?
Are they going to allow the people in Palestine, the ones that did manage to survive, by the way, to maintain their property rights?
Yeah, probably. The same way
Are they
did
going to
before, yeah.
continue to seize settlements like the Golan Heights?
Are they going to what?
Do we need to look at a history of the borders of Israel and how they've changed over the last 70 years?
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Do you want to?
If you would
Do you
like
wanna
to.
look at it?
Sure.
So when I look at that and I see Palestine shrinking.
Shrinking
I
from
see
what?
Israel-
Which year do you want to start?
Let's just start right at the beginning. Let's start at the founding of Israel, right?
Okay, so in 1948, how did Israel
What
establish?
did the border look like?
There was none.
Right. So there was just it was an established state. It
wasn't an established state. There was no state. In 1948, the British mandate for that territory expired. There were no borders. There was no state in
Okay.
there. Yeah.
So when was the state established then? The state of
Israel declared independence in 1948, and then they fought for their borders and whatever the armistice lines that were established by the end of that conflict, after the 7 neighboring Arab
Okay.
states decided to invade, whatever was fought for was what the borders ultimately ended up being.
Okay. And then the borders have steadily grown to include more and more of what we would call Palestine.
The borders didn't steadily grow. The major border expansion, nope. The major border.
If you took a look at the borders of Israel and the borders of a cancer growing in the body, and would you say that cancer has steadily grown?
No. You would say that it didn't grow.
Well, remind me not to come to you for my future lung cancer diagnosis.
Okay. Remind me not to come to you for my historical analysis of Israel-Palestine. Okay.
Fair enough.
So did the Israeli borders grow from 48 to 67?
I don't know.
They
Did
didn't. No. So that's why I wouldn't say
They
they
shrunk.
steadily grew. So no, they did.
So
They
they
just
shrunk.
stayed the same.
Oh, they stayed the same. And then when did they start to grow?
They didn't start to. In 67, in a 6-day war, Israel seized and expanded their territory to the southwest, to the east, and to the northeast. That
Gotcha.
was So that was in
So
response.
that's the first time that they seized territory that wasn't theirs and made it Israel.
Well, I mean,
When was the next?
when we say it wasn't theirs, I mean, well, whose was it?
Whoever was on the land before it became Israel, I assume, right?
Okay, well, in the
Palestinian?
southwest, in the southwest, it was Egypt because Egypt conquered that territory
So
in
Egypt,
48, and in the east, it would have been Jordan because they conquered territory in 48, and in the north
Okay.
it would have been Syria because they conquered territory in 48, right?
So all of those countries' claims then.
Yeah, for a territory that they conquered,
violated.
they won through. Well, no, because they should have never had it in the first place. They conquered that territory.
But wasn't Israel non-existent prior to their conquering?
Israel wasn't existent, but there was a mandate for that territory in Palestine.
That's a tough one, isn't it? That's a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, well, no. Well, if you want to go by that argument, then Palestine as a state has never existed, so they're entitled to no land, so Israel should just kick all of them out immediately.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so that's not a good argument.
I would rather them round up the Palestinians and ship them to a different country than bomb them into fucking dust and tell them here's the escape route and then bomb the escape route. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd rather that
So-
a million times over.
Okay, so in 67, Israel expanded all of its borders, okay, during a huge war, again, with all the surrounding...
time.
Yep, okay. In,
Next.
So in 79, they gave back the Sinai Peninsula to
Ooh, how nice of them.
Egypt, yeah,
Okay,
okay.
keep going.
And then in 2005, they pulled settlements out of the Gaza Strip,
Okay.
and that's about it.
So all of these settlements that they seized, those don't constitute a border expansion.
I mean, it depends on how you define border expansion. If you want, you can say that settlement expansion has increased in the West Bank, but I mean,
If you wanted to be a weasel fuck and micromanage the conversation, you could say that. If you wanted to just say Israeli borders are steadily expanding, you could also say that too and save everybody a lot of fucking time.
okay, do you
But
know
that's
what the
cool.
borders are in the West Bank?
I'm looking them up right now for you, buddy, along with a historical perspective of the borders through the years.
Okay, hold on. Do you understand that there is I could literally say...
Hold on before you pick up a map and show me what happened. Hold on.
Just as a quick thing, okay? You understand that literally I could argue any point right now and there would be absolutely no way for you to counter a single thing I've said. I've been steeped in this history for months, and you think that you're going to look up a map right now and you're going to be able to out-argue whatever you find on a cursory Google search. That's never going to happen, right? Unless you think I'm a total idiot, which is possible.
I don't think you're a total idiot, but I don't know how I understand what the conflict is here between the two of us.
The conflict is that you just see...
Can I
The
ask you a
conflict is that you've seen memes of the conflict and you think that that's like a strong argument for like, oh, the Israeli border expansion is happening because of this like 4-picture meme I saw online without understanding how any of it like works or what's going on. Oh, and you have the actual 4-picture meme. Yes.
So this is bad meme. Why is this a bad meme?
It's bad
Is
because
this incorrect?
because in 1947 that land right there didn't belong.
It said partition plan. It says it there. It didn't belong. This is the plan in 47. The second meme.
So in 19...
The third one.
Wait, excuse me. Can we, let's talk one image at a time. In 1947, all of that territory is owned and administered by the British. None of this belongs to Palestinians. This isn't even the state of Palestine. This is the mandate for Palestine. Okay.
Okay.
So you've got Jewish settlements, and then you've got places that aren't Jewish settlements. That thing that's in green, that's not inhabited by all the Palestinians. If you know anything about the region, you would know, okay, well then filling all of that in with green doesn't really make any sense. There aren't Palestinians that live all across the Negev. There aren't Palestinians that are covering all of this territory. That's just ludicrous.
Okay. So which one of these maps is incorrect? All of them.
So in 47, it would be inaccurate to highlight Jewish settlements
even when it's labeled
let me finish. Please
plan.
let me finish. In the 47 one, okay, it would be inaccurate to label Jewish settlements versus the rest of the Palestinian land. If you wanted to make it more accurate, you might say Jewish settlements, and then you might have a second category calling it Arab settlements, or if you want Palestinian settlements, and then the third thing can be uninhabited land. But in the first picture, all you're giving is the totality of the area for the Mandate of Palestine that's ran and administered by the British, and then you're showing areas where Jewish settlements currently exist.
Okay. And then the second one, we are showing the plan, not the existent borders.
In the second picture, this is called the partition plan. This one was accepted by Israel, and it was rejected by the Arabs because they didn't believe that Jewish people should have a state here at all, and they wanted to remove them from this region. This is the second picture. Yep.
Okay. The third picture is what?
The third picture is after the independence in 48. So in 47, the Arabs did a civil war to try to expel the Israelis, and it didn't work. And then Israel declared independence in 48. And then during the ongoing civil war, all of the surrounding states decided to declare war to try to push the Israelis out. So you've got Israeli land is the land that Israel fought for and won. That thing on the right side, that West Bank right there, people commonly refer to as the West Bank, that's owned by Jordan, not Palestine.
Yeah.
I don't know why it says Palestine. I know why it says it's for propaganda reasons. And that little part to the left, today we refer to this as the Gaza Strip. We did back then as well. That's owned by Egypt. So in this picture, the third picture, you've got three different territorial owners. You've got Israel, you've got Egypt, and you've got Jordan.
But do these people that live in these areas, would they broadly identify as Palestinian people?
Maybe. That's a complicated question.
Okay. Well, can you help me uncomplicate it? You're very knowledgeable on the subject. So starting from the first picture where it says Palestine, right? You said that this was the British mandate for Palestine, right?
Sure. So
would these people in green here, would they, I just want to make sure the question is very focused, right? Would these people in green here refer to themselves as Palestinian at this time?
In 47, the green is not going to resemble where all the people that live here live. If you get closer to places like Jerusalem or these big population centers, if they're connected, plugged into the media, they probably are starting, or by now they're probably calling themselves Palestinians in response to all of the Jewish immigration that's happened here over the past 60 years, especially over the past like 20, 30 years. They're going to start to call themselves Palestinians. Yes.
Okay. So you're talking about so nobody called themselves a Palestinian or really had any idea of a state by the name of Palestine until what year, by your estimation?
Maybe 1917 when the Mandate for Palestine started, but all of those borders were just drawn by the British.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all borders are drawn by whatever empire drew them, right? Let's be real.
No, a lot of borders are fought for, and they end up being the places.
Well, sure, but I mean, initially when they're established, and then there's wars and territory changes, and borders are redrawn, and
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. This is a very modern concept of nation states, but in the past, what you really had, where you had cities, and then as you got further and further away from the cities, you might have borders, but the control the government has is getting less and less and less and less and less, right? So you'll have like these strong population centers that might have like kings or queens, or in the Middle East, it might be tribes or clans. And then as you get further away, the borders become more hazy because there aren't strong governments yet. And then like in Europe.
And the historical records become hazy too because they're being kept oftentimes by biased sources and shit like that, right?
It depends on what you're talking about.
We're talking about like, well, getting back further, the further back you go, the less veracity you can give to historical accounts because there were a lot of,
Some people keep good records. Some people have enjoyed keeping good records. Some people didn't give a fuck about keeping records.
Right. And some people knew the power of records and altered records. Like, for example, the common view of Caligula is largely thought to have been written by political opponents who wanted to make him look extra bad. Right. Not saying Caligula.
Yeah,
was
but I wouldn't
good.
call like a political statement from an opponent like a part of the historical record. I think if people were interested in keeping archives, the archives are. These are
Roman historians that people will quote about Caligula. This is not.
If people were interested in keeping historical records, I think generally, broadly speaking, the historical records tend to be decent. You're not going to usually find outright lies in like historical archives, although it can happen. It's not that it's impossible.
Yeah, I think that's not true, but okay. I'll let, in the interest of furthering the conversation, I'll let you go ahead.
Sure. So in 47, right, this was the, or wait, I'm sorry. In the second picture, the partition plan of 47, this was the deal on the table that the UN had, okay, for, well, how are we going to divide this land up so that everybody can kind of like live and chill? And in this deal, the Arab states rejected it because they didn't want Israelis to have a state here at all, or Jewish people to have a state at all.
Would you take this, like, let's say, would you take this land deal if the mandate was this before and this after? Would this be a land deal that you'd be like, yeah, dude, that seems fair?
No, I'd probably fight.
Yeah, you probably would, right? So they did, right? They fought, tried to stop this, but they lost.
Yep.
And in 1949, these are the borders, right? Israel and
after Israel survives the war with all of the surrounding Arab states, yes.
And then the present.
And then in 67, all the Arab states were also gearing up for war again with Israel because nobody likes Israel.
Which you admitted you would do, right? If this was your land deal, right? And they took this from you and they won one, you'd probably plan another one and you'd try and come back a few times to get your land back, right?
Probably, yeah. But they lost. Do you agree that if you were Jewish, you'd probably also kind of want to live here too?
Sure. I don't think the Jews shouldn't be able to live here.
Okay, well, the Arabs thought that. That's why they went to war with them to eliminate them.
Right. And do you think that had anything to do with the fact that this was Palestine in 1947 and this was it after the partition plan?
No, I think it had to do with the fact that they wanted to form a giant pan-Arab state that would have resembled the older caliphates.
You don't think that the way that people in this region feel about Jews has anything to do with this land deal that you said you would fight?
I think that's a factor into it, but I think the biggest...
Oh, how big a factor?
10%, 5%.
That's a pretty small factor.
Yep. Because I think that it literally could have been any group of people that were transplants in that region. And I think that...
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if these were like Rastafarians, they would fucking hate Rastafari and they'd want it fucking eliminated.
Well, there is a basis in the religion for hating Jews, irrespective of who actually moved in.
True.
But regardless... I think that they didn't want these people here because they viewed them as European transplants, so they wanted to fight wars to kick them out as much as possible.
Were they not? This is Palestine in 47, you've admitted, right? And this is Palestine after the partition plan in
That's
49.
conquered British territory. That's what it is in 47.
Okay, and
right?
and conquered people feel what towards their conquerors?
Well, I don't know what the point of that question is. I'm just saying that in 47, it wasn't the independent state of Palestine. It was territory that was being...
The word that you're weaseling out of saying is hatred or enmity, probably.
Okay.
Okay. So we're looking at a Palestine in 1947 that had broad control over a region. And you said...
Wait, they didn't have any control over that region. What do you mean?
Well, okay, that had broad recognition as a people.
No, they didn't. In
you
in 47, I said that I said in 47, I said that this was the mandate for Palestine. It was being run by the British. This is the mandate system that was created after World War I.
When did people in this region start calling themselves Palestinian?
When they saw that it was important to do that to fight against the incoming Jewish people.
Okay. And would you do the same?
Probably, yes. But if I was Jewish, I would also probably want to immigrate there. Yes, that's the issue. There's two strong competing claims here.
All right. So if you're a property owner, I assume?
Property rights in that didn't exist in the same way that we conceive of them today. It's a different...
I get it. But does that make it fair?
Well, it depends.
Does that make it equitable for the people in this area?
When we say equitable or fair for who?
For any of the people that you see disappearing on the map in front of you that said was made for propaganda.
When you say, I don't know what you mean when you say, is it fair? The Jewish people secured a concession from
You
the
don't know what
Brits.
fairness
Let me
is?
finish. The Jewish people got a concession from the Brits in 1917 that the British promised them that they would establish or secure a homeland for them in the territory that they had mandate over after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Jewish people bought land down there. They started to move down there after purchasing it, and they started to work the land and cultivate it and grow it. And
Understood.
Yeah. So do you think that that was unfair?
If they purchased the land and started to cultivate it, no.
Yes. Okay. Well, a lot of people would say that was unfair because they purchased it. Some of the land
I
had
wouldn't.
Arabs on it, and they got moved off. They got kicked off after Jewish
Well,
people
I
bought
mean,
it.
them getting kicked off their land, right, becomes unfair when you're talking about the disappearing act that this proto-state is doing in front of our eyes, right?
Well, hold on.
That's where the fairness comes in, right?
I don't know what the disappearing act means. I don't know what that means.
Okay, so in 1947,
Yeah.
the British mandate for Palestine is pictured
Yes.
on the left.
Correct.
The dots of Jewish settlements are the settlements you were just describing. These are people that purchased this land,
Yeah.
right, back during the Ottoman Empire and worked it
Yeah.
at the expense of people in this area who had worked that land for generations. But
I don't know if I would say that, but go ahead.
what would you say?
I mean, there was a lot of movement throughout a lot of the Ottoman Empire. Not everybody stayed in the same place all the time.
So when these Jewish settlements were sold, you had no problem telling me they were kicked off their land a few minutes ago. But now that we're having this conversation, now you seem to be uncomfortable with that language. Do you want to amend
No,
it?
the language that I was uncomfortable was you saying for people that had worked that land for generations. I don't know if
Okay.
every single settlement that was purchased were people that had been there for generations or centuries or whatever. I'm sure some might have
Okay.
been, but the vast majority of them, I don't know if that's the case.
Okay, fair enough. Does it matter in your mind if you've worked land for generations or you purchased the land and worked it for a generation?
I imagine
does it
to the
make a
people there,
distinction?
yeah, it probably does matter. Yeah, if your great great great
Would it matter
grandfather
to
lived in
you
an
if you were the owner of the land?
Me,
though?
no, but I'm like the ultimate
No.
fucking liberal. I don't give a fuck about any of this. But
I
my opinion
understand.
isn't relevant.
Sure. Okay. So, what you're telling me is that if you are a Palestinian now working land in Palestine, and then due to some British mandate from halfway across the globe,
Yeah.
all of a sudden Jewish people are showing up at your door and going like, "Hey, this is mine now. Get the fuck out." It has some element of fairness to it.
Well, prior to this, the country that you were a part of collapsed. So technically, now the territory is like a free for all. But I think because of the prior centuries of.
So if somebody just decided that they owned the bedroom that you sleep in now because they have a claim on it from, the past, you'd be cool with it just being a free for all in your house?
It probably depends on the understanding that I have of where my house exists and who owns the property.
Gotcha. So if somebody just came, if they, let's say that they had a provable charter from some fucking foreign government that said that they get to live in your bedroom.
Let's
would you
say that.
be
Let's say the
cool
United
with
States.
that?
Let's say the United States went to war with Cuba, and for some reason the United States lost horribly, and Cuba seized the southern part of Florida. Would I expect that my property rights under the Cuban government would be the same as the property rights under the U.S. government? Probably not. Do you think they would be? Do you think I should expect it to be the exact same?
So this is the
Wait. Do you think I would
perspective of
expect?
the
Do you think I would
conqueror.
expect the exact? Do you think I would expect my property rights under the Cuban government that has now taken over me to be the same as the U.S. government that owned it before?
I think you would want your property rights to remain the same.
I
Yes,
probably
I
would
think
be,
you
but would that be
Yeah,
my
you would.
expectation?
Well, you would probably find that expectation defied very quickly.
Probably.
Hence the disappear.
Yeah, and I might even fight for it. I might even I might even try to do war and guerrilla warfare and shit. But
Hell yeah, you would.
sure, yeah. But it probably would change, right?
That shotgun mounted behind you would be used for other purposes, methinks.
Sure, but
Yeah.
they would probably be different, right?
I mean, I think they'd be pretty fucking similar.
No. I'm saying that the administration of my land under Cuban rule would probably be different than under American rule, right?
I would say probably pretty starkly different. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's it. So then
I think you'd be pretty pissed off about that too.
I probably would be, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that if this was your country and it went from 1947 to present, you'd probably be real fucking pissed off. Because you got deep dicked, didn't you?
I mean, it depends on how you view deep
Yeah,
dick, but
you-
yeah, I'm sure you would be mad. But
I mean,
so,
you
but
know,
then,
a good deep. I know you well enough to know
What's
what a good
the-
deep dicking is. What
what
you got
yeah, yeah.
deep dick, right?
Hold on. Do you understand, or do you think that Jewish people had a fair expectation to be able to come here, and that Jewish people had a fair expectation to be able to live here in peace without being constantly attacked by their neighbors?
A fair expectation to be able to come there.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking about the fairness of a capitalistic transaction that uproots somebody from their land and gives it to a Jewish person?
Yeah. Earlier you said that if they bought the land, you said it was okay, but now you don't think it's okay?
Well, I think it's okay that they acted within capitalism, but do I think that the capitalistic structure that allowed a Jewish family to purchase land in faraway Palestine and uproot a family there I don't think that's correct. I don't think that the individual
what if your opponents,
Jewish families
what if the
were
country that you were
necessarily the
fighting
most evil
against,
people, no.
what if the country you were fighting against, what if they were going to do the same to you if they won the war?
Explain.
If the country that you're fighting against, if they would have conquered, if they would have won the last war against you, they would have come and they'd taken any of your territory and then either forcibly converted you to their religion or genocided you or kicked you out. And then, but your country ends up losing the war. If the other side is like, okay, well, we're going to actually use some of your territory for different things. Do you think that's probably a reasonable expectation if conflict is going that way?
Do you think the average person that's being kicked off their land has that level of historical perspective when their family's being fucking forced off the land?
Maybe not, but do you think that the average person that lives on that land benefited from the imperialistic conquests of the people that currently own that land that allowed them to live there?
No.
You don't think that the people that lived in the Ottoman Empire benefited from the existence of the Ottoman Empire?
I mean, right, but this is a complex conversation, right? Because you yourself said that, hold on, you yourself said that empires were kind of governed by distance, right? The farther away from the center of the empire you got, the less government support you could expect.
Sure, but by the 1900s...
Hold on. This was governed by that empire as a border region.
The Levant? Excuse me, no. It was not considered a faraway border region of the Ottoman Empire. No.
Was it near? How far from the center? How far from Byzantium?
It goes Israel and then like right up to the northwest. It doesn't share a border, but is Turkey, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay.
If you're talking about like Constantinople or whatever, or if you're talking about
Istanbul.
Yeah. So it's not. I don't think it's that far away. But also, if you go by land, you've got to walk through Lebanon first.
During the
but I'm saying, but it's right across the
you...
Mediterranean. I mean, it's like right. You just
going by how long? Like we're talking about the Ottoman Empire. You couldn't just hop a jet.
You have boats.
So they're being ruled by people that live conservatively 6 weeks away by horse.
Hold on. The Levant is like almost like in the center-ish of the Ottoman Empire. It's not like some distant region. I don't understand.
It's on the western waterborne edge of the Ottoman Empire, as I understand it, according to what I'm looking at here. Right.
What are you looking at?
You want me to go here? Hold up. I'll pull up what I'm looking at. Just give me a second.
Well, I mean, you just bring up like a map of like the Ottoman Empire. I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah,
I don't think it's in North Africa at all. In the 1900s, it's probably just. But it's going to be mainly. I don't remember what they called the regions for it, but like the Levant is going to be here, and then it's like Turkey, and then I think like a lot of Iraq. I think it goes over to Iraq. I think. Does it go over Iraq? Or maybe not. Maybe it's just mainly like Syria and like Western Iraq. But it's not going to be like way in the like border or whatever. But.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean. This is a stock image or whatever the fuck, so maybe it's wrong, but here's, I was just flipping through Ottoman borders and shit, right?
Okay. So this is 1683.
North Africa, right?
Okay, so wait, so where is Palestine here that we think it's really far away or on the outer edges of the kingdom?
So Constantinople is there at the fucking gap into the Black Sea, right? And Palestine is in Jerusalem here, right? That would be our judge, right? So this is the south. It's a southeastern border region of the Ottoman Empire.
Southeastern border region?
Right. So you're talking about the Ottoman Empire of Constantinople or Istanbul, as it used to be called, is the center of the empire, right? That's the heart of the empire.
Well,
the heart of the empire is Constantinople.
The red part is the whole of the Ottoman Empire in 1683. The borders of the Ottoman Empire changed quite a bit.
the brown is the Ottoman Empire at its greatest extent in 1683, and the pink is Turkey today.
Turkey is not the Ottoman Empire.
But what the Ottoman
Empire in 1914 was not Turkey.
The Ottoman Empire, right? The Ottoman Empire became Turkey. That's why they're putting Turkey today and showing the Ottoman Empire collapsed into Turkey, right? The remains of the Ottoman Empire.
No, not at all. Not even close. I'm sorry.
Okay,
It's just not even
fair
close.
enough.
I'm sorry, but it's okay.
So give me so educate.
It's not relevant. No, none of this is relevant.
It's not relevant. If it's
all
not
I'm
relevant,
saying is that I think that Jewish people, they worked as much as they could in order to secure a place to live, and they got concessions from the British government that essentially controlled that territory. And the British government said, okay, fine, like we control this territory, like you guys can start moving here if you want in some area. And the people that lived there didn't like the idea of Jewish people moving in, and this started to create a lot of conflict. And eventually the Brits were like, okay, well, it's not working. We're gonna have to you guys need to live in separate areas now because apparently you guys can't get along. And that's this finalized in the form of a UN General Assembly partition plan in 47, where it's like, okay, well, here, all the Arab people can live here, all the Jewish people can live here, so you guys can stop fucking fighting with each other. And the Jews were like, okay, fine, we accept. And the Arabs were like, nope, fuck this.
Of course they did. Look at that. Would you accept that deal if you were a Jewish person? Of course they accepted. What do you mean? Do you want this giant chunk of fucking land?
So to be clear, hold on. The land offered to the Jews is fucking trash. Would I have accepted this? Only for the dream and the hope that I can take more land in the future. Very little is being offered here. One,
I mean, they've got access to the ocean. They've got access.
That's great, and I understand that just as a
south.
person looking at a two-dimensional flat thing, okay, the vast majority of good land here is going to be in the West Bank. It's that green part, and then arguably the northwestern parts, where you've got, it's going to be where Tel Aviv and Haifa and everything are, right, is nice because it's been cultivated. But that whole big chunk to the south, that's just desert. Nobody fucking lives there. Okay, it's the Negev. It's trash. It's trash land. Nobody cares. But also, the land that that would have gone to Israel was supposed to be 55% Jews, 45% Arabs. So it would have been a huge population of Arabs that also live on that Jewish land. In the Arab land, it was 99% Arabs and 1% Jews. So this was rejected. But at this point, well, now what do you do? What do you do if you're Jewish? What do you do if you're British? What do you do if you're Arab? What do you think is fair for everybody at this point?
You take the fucking sweet ass deal and you move in and you fight every fucking Arabic looking person within an inch of your life to take as much land from them as you can.
So what should they have done? What would have been the moral thing?
The moral thing would be for a non-Israeli government body to have drawn a partition line and then enforced it with international peacekeepers.
That's what the UN tried to do, and it was rejected by all of the Arabs in the area. That's what the 47 partition line was.
Then they shouldn't have been given a choice. If we're going to monkey in the business, let's fix the business.
Oh, so you think they should have just hardcore enforced it?
Yes, 100%. They should have just said, this is the Israeli state. This is the Palestinian state. I am a one-state solution guy. I think that there needs to be a coalition government.
Well, what you just described would have meant two states, but...
I think that the UN needs to immediately, well, I know, but I'm just saying, for a distant solution, I'm a one-state guy. I think that the United Nations needs to step in and establish a coalition government, enforce a new constitution, and also enforce the stopping of sectarian violence between these peoples. And a normalization.
Aren't you just describing America in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years?
Well, see, I'm not the one that chose to monkey around in this region. I'm not the British Empire. Okay? So I'm working with what reality has given me. And I'm saying if we're going to continue to fund to the tune of billions of dollars this country.
Well, back then they weren't funding it. That's why they were
But hold on. In an effort to solve this problem, that we need to draw a line in the sand and enforce it. Or stop.
Sure, but back then there was no funding going on to this region.
Okay, but now there is, and look at the present.
Sure, so even in the present, this isn't entirely an accurate map, but I mean, we can...
What's inaccurate about it? Let's find me an accurate map. Please, correct me.
Well, the accurate map would kind of be
Show me the accurate map. Please show me. I can't find it. This is what I keep finding. I keep finding maps that look like that.
I mean, if
you
want,
find me the accurate current map of the borders between Israel and Palestine, please.
You're talking about Palestine isn't a state, okay? When you're talking about the borders, what we call a border and what it even means, this is why all of this is I don't want to say it's complicated because it's not really, but it doesn't work the same
It kind of is, isn't it?
it's not. It's just that people.
We're talking about the Ottoman Empire 10 minutes ago. That's complicated in my fucking world.
It's only complicated because people
Literally Byzantine.
Sorry, it's complicated because people are ideologically roped into evaluating what they believe to be factually true or not.
Well, I've told you my ideology at the beginning of this.
Labor unions have nothing to do with who owns what territory. I'm just saying that
I'm anti-expansionist. I don't think a single fucking working person should die in a rich person's war. Ever.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with any of this, but
well, I'm just letting you know what my moral fucking compass is on war. Because maybe it gives you a window into something that you don't seem to be understanding, even though I've had you admit that if you're Palestine in this first map and you're Palestine now in the present, you're pretty fucking salty about that land deal.
sure. And if you're Jewish, you probably wish they would have just accepted the partition in 47.
Yeah. I wish they would have just bent over and given half their country to us in 47. Yeah.
So do you think for Jews, do you think they instead should have just sat around the rest of the world and Europe getting holocausted? Would that have been the more moral thing for them to do?
Okay, yeah. Because the U.S. did such a good job of protecting those Jews, didn't they? Why couldn't the U.S. just accept refugees?
We're not talking about the U.S. We're talking about Jews. What should Jews have done?
You said the Jews are stateless. I said the
They were
US
stateless,
denied
yes.
asylum. I said the U.S. denied asylum as the fucking Holocaust was going on. Why'd they do that?
It doesn't matter what the U.S. is doing. I'm asking
Jewish-
what should the
why did
Jews
Jewish
have done?
people-
What should the Jews have done?
Okay. Why did the Jewish people, a religious minority on the planet, deserve a homeland?
They didn't know if they would or wouldn't. They argued for it. They were able to secure it from the British government. They politically organized. They petitioned the government.
Right,
They raised
an imperialist British government that seized land from Arabic peoples.
No.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead and correct me then, please.
So
Not an imperialist British government. Not imperialist?
at that point, not really as much. No.
Why were they monkeying around in the fucking Levant? Wouldn't that be imperialistic? Aren't they on an island way north of the equator? What are they doing in the Levant if they weren't weren't they still in India at that time too? Wasn't there still an Indian empire?
Because the Ottoman Empire collapsed.
Not imperialist. Oh, the Ottoman Empire collapsed. That means an island north of the fucking Atlantic clearly has to go govern it.
What is the island that we're talking about?
England?
Oh.
The British Isles?
Sorry. Okay. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, okay? So
Yes.
the future of the region needs to be figured out. What's going to happen, right?
So clearly the British stepped in to take that over from traditionally Arabic peoples.
So traditionally what would have happened is everybody would have just fought each other and killed each other until the most genocidal, most ruthless regime is the one that came up and ruled the people.
How is that not what's happening?
How?
Oops. How is that not what we're looking at here when we are fucking dissecting this quote unquote propaganda map?
Unfortunately, it's because you just have no concept of what that looks like. You just don't know.
Now the appeal to authority, the appeal to knowledge.
It's not an appeal to authority. Well, it can be an appeal to
it
knowledge if you don't know that. How many people do you think died in the Syrian civil war?
I have no fucking clue.
How many people do you think have died in the entire history
I have no
of
fucking
Arab?
clue.
Okay,
but I
so
don't
if
know
you have
why.
no clue about anything,
talking
wait. So if you have no clue about anything, why are you laughing at the concept that the resolution with the British mandating and dividing territories like this would have been better than another caliphate rising up and conquering everything? Why are you laughing if you have no concept of the amount of people that die in any of these regions are? You don't even know.
What is the difference between people killing themselves and the most genocidal winning in this map?
Because there wasn't a massive genocide that happened. First of all, this map has nothing to do with genocide. And secondly, because there wasn't a massive genocide from the British or the Jews to the Arabs.
You wouldn't say this was genocide if weren't talking about a Jewish state, right? You would definitely call this totally normal if this wasn't a Jewish state that we're talking
Nobody's
about.
talking about normal. Borders and conquering territory is not genocide.
Okay, but killing people and exterminating them from a place that they traditionally called home is.
If the goal was extermination and it wasn't in response to a civil war that they started, then yeah, you could make that argument.
If the goal was extermination, Destiny, you want to know what I would do?
What?
I would slowly but surely seize territory and force the people that I wanted to get rid of into smaller and smaller, more impoverished enclaves. And then I would use a casus belli like October 6th to secure that victory. Yeah, that's what I would do, bro.
How many
what I would
Arabs?
do.
How many Arabs? Okay, so earlier I said that Israel had the population of 9 million people. How many people living in Israel do you think are Arabs?
I have no fucking clue, bro. Why don't you tell me?
Okay, well, let's say that I say it's like there's 20,000 of them. Why wouldn't they have killed those 20,000 people?
Aren't they doing that right now?
Inside Israel proper?
Oh, now it is a state. thought it wasn't a
Inside the
state.
current borders of Israel, there's 20,000.
Where are they doing this operation if not in another state?
Well, they're doing it in the territory of the Gaza Strip right now.
Okay, and why is that territory called the Gaza Strip and not Israel?
Because it's contested right now.
Oh, and they're trying to do what? Uncontest it.
No.
Right?
No, that's not what they're trying to do.
Oh man, Destiny, this is a tough one for you, isn't it, bro? They're not trying to get it uncontested. They're not trying to move into the Gaza Strip. Israel doesn't want to resettle people in the Gaza Strip.
Can we back up and...
We sure can, bud.
Okay. Where do you get the confidence to pursue the conversation with this level of conviction when you are so desperately and utterly lost at every
Because
single part?
I don't find myself. When I have looked into conflicts, and by the way, I did tell you I'm a partially educated man, and I've read a lot of books. Okay, and when I've spent time trying to unpack the minutia.
Wait,
of
you just said?
empire-
Did you say you've read a lot of books? Is that what you said?
I have.
Okay.
Do you want me to? Are you gonna fucking say? Dude, I'm 44 years old and I've been reading since I was 6 years old. Okay. The first book I ever read was Stephen King's It. I've read every book Stephen King ever wrote.
It's possible you've read a lot of fiction. I don't think you've read a single historical book about. I don't think you've read a. You have not read a
philosophical treatise.
That's fine.
I've read every philosophical treatise you could probably think of off the top of your fucking head. I've read every political manifesto you could probably think of off the top of your head. I'm extensively knowledgeable in American history. Right?
Really?
World
Okay.
history.
Okay. You've read every philosophical treatise ever. Can you explain what Kant's categorical imperative is, or anything about transcendental ethics?
Because I've read Kant, I'm supposed to be able to explain
the most
your
important central
single point?
figure to his deontological theory of ethics. Yes. Can you tell me Can you tell me a single? Can you tell me a single normative ethic theory? No. Can you tell me the difference between metaphysics and ontology?
Right.
No. Can
So
you tell me?
is
Let's go back to ancient philosophy. Can you tell me what the difference is between a particular object and a?
Salvage a win out of this fucking.
I'm not trying to salvage it. You told me you were well read in all of these things. I'm going to tell you, I've read like 2 philosophy books back to back. So you should dwarf me in knowledge. I'm just asking questions for if you know anything about. You just said you read all these philosophical treatises, right?
I said I've read a lot of philosophical works.
If you've read these cover to cover, you've read infinitely more than I have. What does metaphysics mean? It's one of the largest branches of philosophy. What does that mean?
Metaphysics is like physics outside of the observable truth of mathematics.
Yep. Okay. I'm pretty sure that what you just gave me was like the layman's definition of metaphysics. Metaphysics is your understanding of like matter and material in the world. It doesn't have to be outside of anything. You're saying meta because you're thinking of like metaphysical, like in a supernatural sense. Okay, so I don't believe you've read books on philosophy. I don't believe that because you'd be able to tell me about the categorical imperative. Okay, and you haven't read Kant because Kant is written in German. I doubt you've read translated versions of it. If you don't remember anything about transcendental ethics, it's probably not true. Okay, you said you've read books about. Do you know what? Okay, so you talk about economies on it. Do you know like what the labor theory of value is? Could you explain what that even is about?
I'm sure I could fucking comprehend it.
Okay. When you said that you studied history, why would you say the Ottoman Empire collapsed into Turkey? Turkey literally had to have a revolution after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in order to establish itself as a country.
Is that not on the same fucking continuum?
No, it's absolutely not. The Ottoman Empire was majority Arabs that was ruled by Turkish people. To say that it collapsed into the Turkish Empire doesn't make sense whatsoever.
What?
When you say, why doesn't Israel, what are they trying to do today with Gaza? Is it contested? The reason why it's stupid of you to laugh and assume they're trying to take it over is because one of the events that I gave you for Israel's territory shrinking was in... What?
You said it was contested, not me.
Do you think it's contested because Israel is trying to capture it, but they can't?
Why? Then how is it contested?
It's contested Because when Israel fought the war in 67 and took over this territory back from Egypt and won, they didn't want to take over the territory proper because they don't have the demographics to maintain a Jewish majority democratic state. It wouldn't survive. So it's not contested because Israel wants it. Israel desperately doesn't want that territory. That's why in 2005, they pulled all the settlements out of it. Israel doesn't give a fuck about the Gaza Strip. If anything, what they want is territory in the West Bank. But even that they can't annex properly because they can't deal with the demographic differences between assuming that many Arab people into their country and maintaining a Jewish majority. So if you to laugh and say like, oh, well, what are they trying to do now? It's sure as fuck isn't formally annexing the territory. That doesn't make any sense with any reading of any history in this region in any way, size, shape, or form. The only way you can say that is if you have no concept of what's going on with the conflict between these two people.
Killing them would be a good way to solve that demographic difference and seize some territory.
Then why is that population doubled over and over and over again? How did the Gaza Strip go from
starting from this map so far down your Immanuel Kant fucking flex?
Because you don't know anything about what you're reading on this map. You don't know how any of the borders in this place work.
To me, why you said this is a shit deal, why you would fight to the last fucking breath in your body to oppose whoever it was took your land from you in this manner, and why you don't think that Israel wants land when it is clearly seizing land. Look at the fractured nature.
In 47, Israel was happy with the partition plan.
I want you to start talking about now.
Israel was happy with it in 47. The Arabs wanted to kick Israel off, and they wanted more. In 67, they also wanted another war where they'd eliminate Israel. They lost that war too.
You called into question this final map, and I asked you to please educate me.
Because on this final map, all those white parts have not been formally annexed into the country of Israel.
Show me the parts that have. Give me a full map of
the
Israel.
Only parts that have would be if you look at that third map in the little middle part there of the West Bank, that some of that territory, known as East Jerusalem, and a little bit out from there, has been formally annexed. What?
The part that looks like a healthy blob and now looks like a rash on somebody's ass. Yeah.
No, not that entirety of that. This is all still part of this. Is all still like the West Bank territory. The entirety of this and all the little dotted parts in the middle have not been annexed formally into Israel.
These are not populated by Jewish people and policed by Israeli IDF forces?
Policed parts of that white blob art inhabited by Israelis? No.
No, so no Israelis live up in here.
I can't see your mouse.
Okay, sorry. Up in the northern part of this rash here.
There are some settlements, I think like Ariel is a settlement that goes in, but the vast majority of Israeli settlers, when you talk about settlers, are living on the western part. They call them settlement blocks of that green territory. Okay. But again, even that hasn't been.
Are those expanding and being formalized by the Israeli government in a pattern?
Formalized? It depends on what you mean by formalized. There are settlements out there, and they build buildings.
I'll tell you what I mean by formalized.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean made legitimate by a government body.
It's not. It hasn't been annexed into Israel proper.
They're illegitimate seizures of land.
Whether or not they're illegitimate is a highly contentious international issue because who even owns any of this territory?
Where do you stand on it?
I don't think international law has much to say about these things. I think that the people need to come to an agreement between themselves, and they need to formally make some sort of deal to declare who owns what, and to negotiate that going forward.
We agree.
What?
That there needs to be we agree that we need to make a hard border and enforce that border and stop funding these countries.
Everybody agrees that there needs to be a hard border.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess all that contention for nothing then.
Well, no.
I don't know, dude. You called into question. You called this propaganda that I have up on the screen here, and I've asked you like 20 fucking times to show me a map of this that isn't propaganda.
I can't.
And I'm asking you.
I don't work in. My brain doesn't work in meme maps, right? In 47, if you wanted a real map, I would Google British mandate for Palestine. I would click images.
Share that, and let's see if it's any different than what mine shows. The one I said that you called propaganda. Put it up. We'll switch back and forth.
I can't. It's hard for me to do that.
Oh, you can't. You can't do it. Okay. Well, do you want me to type that in?
Hold on. I'll just send you.
You can send it to me in a DM or whatever.
On Twitter. I will DM you. Hold on.
Give me a sec. I'll pull it up over here and we'll take a look together. Right.
Hold on. Okay. Message failed. I'll try again. Did you get a link?
No. Oh, yeah. Britannica. Okay. That's the link, right?
Okay, yes. If you want ownership of the land, then this is who owns the land, okay? This is the two different mandates. I think it was originally one and it was split, okay? These are the mandates that Britain has to basically figure out what to do with this territory after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, okay?
Okay.
So in the West, which is what we today traditionally call kind of Palestine, okay? That's the British mandate for Palestine. And then in the East, you have, it was Transjordan because it included Palestine, and then it became Cisjordan and then just Jordan. In the East, that's Jordan, okay? They put the Hashemite monarch there, they run Jordan, and then British had a mandate for, there were also mandates for all of these surrounding territories as well.
I get it. I'm passingly familiar with the Transjordan Emirate.
Okay. If you wanted to look at like population, so you would have this one up for like government mandate if you want. Here's a picture if you wanted to see like, well, where do people live? Like who's who? You could look at this map if you wanted to.
Okay. Are you throwing up another one here?
Yep, I sent you another link.
Okay. Let me get that.
This would be if you're trying.
Giant fucking map. Hold on.
Just click the thing. There you go. Okay.
Yeah. Are you good there?
Yeah.
Right.
If you're trying to say like, well, where are people living? Okay. This map shows you a few things. It'll show you Jewish-owned land is in blue. I think that the light blue stuff, it says state land conceded to or used by Jews. So I'm guessing this is probably land that the Jewish agencies bought, and then Jews are currently working it or living there. And then you've got dark green is Arab-owned land. The light green is state land conceded to or used by Arabs. So I'm guessing the Brits have allocated that land specifically to Arab families or whatever. And then the pink land or peach colored land is unsettled state land, potentially used for grazing because a lot of people here had herds of sheep or goats or whatever the fuck else and they ate shit. And then all the white land is just unregistered, undeveloped. Nobody is doing anything with it. Probably nobody lives there.
Pre-mandate.
No. My guess is this is
Palestine land ownership in 1945.
Yes.
So that's pre-enforcement of the British mandate, or no?
No.
This is post-enforcement of the British mandate.
I'm only being mean to you because you'd read a ton of books at me, okay? But after the Ottoman Empire collapsed, the mandates were used from then to 48. The mandate was the mandate. If you studied European history, you absolutely would understand way more about this. Why they did mandates, why these mandates were made, how they were. This is a huge part of that informs a lot of the history that leads up to World War II and the composition of the Middle East today. Okay, but regardless, regardless,
quit treating me like I'm an uneducatable child and just shoot straight with me. What am I missing here?
Sure. Okay. The mandate, I believe the British mandate for Palestine started in 1917, and I believe that it ended in May of 1948.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. So this would have been during the British mandate.
Okay. So this is the British mandates. And then now this is not a border map. This is a demographic map, right?
Yes, because it was all just one territory.
Right. So now it is not.
You asked me which maps I would use. This is the map that I would use for the leftmost map.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. This is the map you would use for the current borders of Israel?
No. You asked me which maps would I use instead for your meme picture, and I said for your meme picture, this is the first map I would use if you wanted to talk about where people live.
Okay. Yes. Hold on. Let me go back to the meme picture then.
Yes.
All right, we're looking at tax burden. I'm trying to find where I put this fucking shit. Bloop. There it is. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the meme picture, right?
Yes. Do you see the difference between that one on the left versus the map that I'm showing you? It tells a much different story, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah. But it's also a demographic map, and this is a border map, right?
When you say border map, that doesn't mean anything. All of it is the same. All of it is British mandated territory. All of it is. And for up to 48, all of it is. It's just one border. It's one country. All of it is. There are no borders.
Okay.
There are no formal borders inside.
So there's no Palestine in 48.
No.
When is Palestine invented?
26, 2030, 2040. I don't know. Whenever there is no such thing as the state of Palestine.
Okay, but when is the idea of a Palestinian people take root?
Different scholars will argue different times. I would argue
What do you find
probably
to be the most...
in like the 20s is when like the Mufti al-Husseini in Jerusalem starts to become more popular, and they try to stir up Arab sentiment in the region to see themselves as one group of people who are deserving of a nation, so that they can fight against the incoming European Jews that they see coming in that are threatening their ability to have a country. Like the surrounding states who have mandated territories look like they're going to get a country. I would say around the 20s, 1920s. Some people argue earlier, other people argue later, but that's what I would say.
Who argue, like, what's like the range that we're talking, like when the people that argue earlier, what are we looking at? What's the disparity range?
Earlier, people will argue however much they want
you
because they're arguing in their feelings, and they think that they just have, it's just moral arguments.
Moving those people aside.
I don't think there are good arguments. Otherwise, I would probably believe them. Prior to
you would say
1920, you could argue like slightly earlier. You could argue that there are different families that live in an area, and while they might not consider themselves Palestinians, they might have some like microcultures that are somewhat distinct from Syrians and Lebanese and Jordanian people or whatever. Maybe they could argue that, but there's not going to be a consistent, coherent identity of Palestinians running through this territory until like around the 20s, early 20s.
I think that I can see where the contention is coming from here. And I wish you didn't have to frame it as you haven't read books about this and I have. Because I think that having a simple conversation about this, right, that doesn't include knowing the fucking history of the Nakba, southern region of the desert, and the tribal peoples that fucking lived there, and like, yeah, right? You need to be able to make these arguments broadly. Right.
I can make these arguments broadly. My issue is that you were fighting me on every argument like a smug asshole without knowing any of it. If you just ask me a question, I'd be like, oh yeah, sure, here's how I understand this and this. But you're not. You're asking me a question and you're laughing at me like you're trapping me or tricking me in something without even understanding what you're saying. That's why I'm being more...
I want to know why you can't translate your admission that this Palestinian, that if you were represented here, that you would feel pretty salty, right, as a Palestinian about how things have turned out, that you would fight, right?
Do you understand that I've said that like 5 different times in this conversation?
I do, but I don't. But that's my problem, Destiny, is I feel like that's where the disconnect is.
But no. Hold on. Let me be very clear. One, so I've said this even prior to us talking, but one, the disconnect is that I'm willing to admit that for the Arabs, but you won't admit that for the Jews.
I do admit it for the Jews.
Oh, so then you admit that the Jews felt like they had every much as right to be there in 47 as the Arabs did?
Okay, can you walk me through? Walk me through the establishment, and I don't want you to give me a whole history lesson, obviously, but try and keep it simple for me.
Sure.
The establishment of the Jewish state and the Jewish people's movement, right, from Europe.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, sure thing.
Right.
So my history is I don't know anything about world history or European history, so my history is sketchier. But it seemed like ever since the destruction of the Kingdom of Israel, as Jewish people scattered across the planet, a couple things happened. Jews
the destruction of the king. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
The destruction of the. I didn't mean to interrupt. The destruction of the Kingdom of Israel. We're talking about the biblical Kingdom of Israel, right? We're talking about like King Solomon. That.
I don't know. I think it was. I don't know in terms of how much was historical versus biblical, but I'm talking. Hold on. I'm talking about like in the year like 30, 40 AD, not like the 3000 BC stuff. I'm talking about when Rome destroyed, and then okay. So when the Jewish people eventually get scattered throughout for a variety of reasons across the planet, there's a couple of broad things that happen for Jewish people. They like their culture, and other people don't have them integrate into their societies. So Jewish people are either not given the same rights, or they're blamed for shit, or they're not allowed to have certain like upper class like professions. So they all end up either being poor workers, in which case people don't like it because they're losers, or they make money through non-traditional means, like through lending, usury, and stuff like that, and people think they're leeches and horrible. Herzl.
Right.
So up through all of this, I think through like the 1700s, I think 1800s, I think it's late 1800s where European countries start to give rights to Jewish people. And around this point, there's still a lot of like anti-Semitic sentiment all across Europe, all across like Eastern, like Russia. Yeah, all of this. Right. America is not that great, right? So all of this is happening. And some people, there's a guy called Theodor Herzl who is like the big dude that started this concept, this modern
the state of Israel, right? I have read that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so he has a book called, it's either The Jewish State or A Jewish Nation or something.
Oh, I thought it was just I've read a speech that Theodor Herzl gives that's really famous, and I learned about it in a conversation with a Zionist that I had many years ago.
Okay.
And I found it to be really eloquently presented, and I've always liked the language in it.
Sure. So he makes this, he starts to write and opine on this concept of, hey, as Jewish people, it would be awesome if we could all find a different place to go to. And it would be really cool because because all the people in Europe would support us because they hate us and they want us to leave. Every time Jewish people leave a place, Christians could come and take our office and they could, do whatever. So they'd be happy to see us go. And then we could go and find some place to live where not that many people are and it'll be chill. Everybody will be happy, okay? Because we're obviously never going to integrate and this shit is fucked. And eventually, this leads to the formation of, I think, a Jewish agency and a Jewish council or something. There's like two different bodies that are made. There's this guy called Weizmann and another person. I should remember the names. It's Weizmann and another guy. But they start making these plays around. First, they look for places around the world to live. Eventually, they settle in Palestine for a few reasons. I think the other place was like it was like Uganda and some other place. They're like, these probably don't work. Eventually, the Jewish lobbyists, through talking to people, through guilt tripping people, through like supporting them through wars and stuff, financially, they get a concession from Madagascar, Argentina. Maybe I don't know. They get a concession from the British government that says, hey, listen, okay, you just had a huge World War I. Okay, you just had, the Great War. It wasn't World War I then because I know it was the second one. We just had a huge war. The Ottoman Empire has collapsed, and Britain and France, I think at this point in history, they're like, running colonies is bullshit. It's not working out for us. It's more trouble than it's worth. We probably have to start giving this up. This is dumb. So after the Ottoman Empire collapsed, like, okay, well, what do we do with this territory? Because we don't want to just conquer it all because we suck as like colonizers and shit now. It's fucked, okay? Because there was a whole bunch of colonies that were lost. France was in the process of fighting this horrible Algerian shit that was fucking, it's just all bad. So like, okay, we're just going to create these mandates where we're going to say, listen, okay, your country fell apart. We're going to carve out this place. And if you guys can like make a government here, there's going to be some people that are chill, rule. In like 20 years, we're just going to give this to whoever is like the big government in the area. That's what we're going to do, okay? And as Britain was doing that, the Jews were able to get this concession from the British government saying like, hey, listen, because we know that you guys secretly hate us, okay, and you guys want all of our positions and everything, and that'd be cool. Let us like go and make a place here in Palestine. Like, please like promise that we can like just move our people down to Palestine and then we'll be chilled down there. You don't have to worry about us. We don't have to worry about you. And they got that concession from the British government. It's called the Balfour Declaration. Which I believe was in 1917, maybe 1949, 1930.
Right. I'm following so far.
Yes.
What I was kind of hoping for, because I'm somewhat familiar with the history of the oppression of Jews going way, way back. Obviously, the pogroms, the political instability, the loss of the Jewish kingdom, etc. Like, what I was asking is right around this time, right, when Jews are being told, "Here's your new state."
Wait, which time?
So
in 1917 for the Balfour Declaration, or?
Well, no. I think we're talking. Well, I'll let you just continue because it's not bad. It's. So go ahead. Okay. I'll let you continue up till that point.
Prior to the Balfour Declaration, and mainly prior to the Balfour Declaration, the Jewish Agency started to collect money from Jews all over the world, trying to like have enough money to buy shit in the lands of Palestine so that they can start moving people down to like basically work the land, okay? They had this concept called labor Zionism, and it was this idea of like work will set you free, okay? We've got a historic tie to these lands and we want our own place, and we just go down there and we disregard all of our shit and we get our hoes and shovels and we just like fucking work the land and bring in water. It'll be awesome and we'll make our own fucking, dream Jewish world.
Well, it was also a political tool, right? Because the argument was going to be a man is entitled to the labor of the land that he works, right? So it was kind of like solidify their position on that land and avoid any further like kicking off, right?
No, it wasn't about kicking off. It was this concept that like when like a Jewish person can find salvation through working the land, because they had to sell this concept as well to early Jews, because like if you were a Jew living in Europe, like
Theodor Herzl blended religious Judaism and political Judaism and is one of the fathers of like modern Zionism, right? Like
I would say Herzl is probably is considered the modern founder of all modern Zionism, but I would say in the beginning it was not religious at all. It was all secular. There was no religious bend to it. It was just the idea that a Jewish man should go down, he should work the land. We're gonna have like these, he called it, I think like the 7-hour like cycle, or the 14-hour, it was like 3-hour chunks. Right? It was all this bullshit. But they go down, they work the land, and that's how they were gonna get like their country. They tried 2 big population moves. I think it was in 1880 and then in 1900, the first and second Aliyah. They failed miserably. People went there, it fucking sucked ass, and they left. But they're still like buying land, they're doing their best. And then in 1917, after the Balfour Declaration, I think there's a whole bunch of excited Jews. I'm like, oh shit, like we got a promise from the government, so now we know we're not going to get conquered and fucking destroyed by people. And then more and more Jewish people start to move down, and they start to work the land, and they start to expand it. And as this is starting to happen, okay, through, I think we go like up through 1920, a lot of Arabs that live in the region, okay, they look around and they're like, okay, well, there were mandates up in like Syria and Iraq and in Jordan, and Turkey, you know, fought a war, and Egypt's down there. All these people are getting governments. All these Arabs are getting governments. And now we've got a bunch of white people from Europe that are Jewish people that are coming here. This doesn't feel that great. So Arabs start to kind of attack some of the Jewish people that are starting to immigrate here. The Jewish people appeal to the British government. Go ahead.
Do you at this point, like in your perspective, have empathy for those Arab people who start to see what they would consider to be white Europeans showing up in greater numbers and like...
Yes, if you can take any one thing away from anything I ever say, which I don't expect you to, I don't give a fuck. But like, when you look through historical, when you look through historical things, okay, it's very hard for modern Western minds to square this away. But believe it or not, in older conflicts, there could be multiple sides with very strong moral arguments for why they should be there. There are many times we've got conflicting sides where very strong arguments could be made for both sides, and it's hard to just say like, well, this group of people should have fucked off and this group of people were objectively correct. Unfortunately, it's not always that clean or that easy. For Jewish people, you could make the argument that like, well, you guys shouldn't have moved down there at all. Like, it was unfair for you to take that land from Arabs. And Jews would say, hold on, we didn't take that land. We literally purchased that land. The vast majority of land that we moved to, we purchased under the Ottoman Empire.
That's a good distinction.
That's fine, but then Arabs would counter and they say, okay, that's great. You bought the land from wealthy landowners that we didn't even confer with. You bought the land for people, they don't even fucking live here. So when you bought it from this dude who's never lived here before, and then you kicked us off of the land, how the fuck is that fair for us? Is what they would say.
Also a good point, right?
Sure, but then Jews would say, okay, well, that's fine, but the only reason you lived there under the Ottoman Empire and we weren't there at all is because the Ottoman Empire literally had restrictive immigration where Jews couldn't even buy land. Jews couldn't even move down there. Jews weren't allowed to go down here at all. So even if we wanted to buy private land or move there, and even if you guys weren't on that land whatsoever, you guys literally racially discriminated against us. Like, if we want to buy the land fair and square now, and there are Arabs willing to sell it to us, some of you did live there, how is it unfair for us to buy that land? Like, are you entitled to it forever?
Sure. This is why I'm a one-state solution supporter in the long term.
Okay,
because
sure.
I don't feel like we're going to untangle
this
kind of political enmity between these two people without there being a complete relocation of one of the two of them, or forcing them to live cheek by jowl and respect each other's fucking space within a UN monitored and policed country until they are ready to take the reins of their own government.
Maybe it's possible, but it's the deal probably has to be worked out between the people there. Generally speaking, and all of U.S. is traumatized from Iraq, when a third party comes in and tries to administer a territory to other people, it's usually fucked. Usually doesn't work that way. Didn't work in Iraq, didn't work in Afghanistan, didn't work in...
I think that a U.S. piece, I think that a U.S. backed, if the money that supported that region that the U.S. is sending now was less about military advantage and more about policing a brand new state of people that have a coalition government and a constitution that respects everyone's religious rights and freedoms and provides shared access to places like the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which Jews call the first temple, the Temple of Solomon.
Sure, but but the issues you run into is that like Arabs don't want to share that. Muslims don't want Jews to even be able to go to the Western Wall.
That's like, why there are UN peacekeepers there to enforce.
Yeah, but why would Arabs, why would the Palestinians there agree to a deal that doesn't give them exclusive access to that?
They're not going to get the chance to agree, and neither are Israelis.
So you're going to come in as a third party body and try to enforce on two people that don't want you to do a particular deal?
Yes.
Okay. Well, here let's
Rather
go through
than
let's just go through real quick.
concept-
I'll speed run through 20 years, and we'll see maybe why that's not as good. So
Sure.
as Jewish people start coming in, okay, Arabs start to commit attacks on some of the Jews because they're getting super ass mad. The Jews fight back sometimes, but for the most part, it's Arab on Jewish violence at this point. The Jews appeal to Britain and they go, "Hey, this is bullshit. You guys have cops here and stuff. Why the fuck are we getting like attacked by Arab populations? Like, can you please protect us?" And this culminates after a few massacres, a couple back and forths. This culminates in around 36. So there have been a few things called white papers where some old British fuck comes down and he looks at the land. He's like, "Oh, well, maybe you guys should try this or that or that." In 36, there is a Peel Commission, okay, sent from the Peel administration, I think, in Great Britain. And they come and they do a huge look and they're like, "Okay, we've gone through everything and we see what's going on here." And I think it's in 37, they make the opinion public. They say, "You guys need to be totally separated. You can't play nice anymore. You can't work together anymore." Okay. So in 36, 37, the Peel Commission is made public. When this happens, the Arabs collectively lose their mind. They're like, "This is absolute fucking bullshit. Everybody around us is getting states. So now we're killing all the Jewish people because fuck you." And then when the Arabs start to revolt over that Peel Commission, the British police put them down pretty decisively. They crush all of the Arab resistance over the next few years. That fighting goes on up until around 39 is when it ends. I think most of the middle class there gets crushed. A lot of the more influential figures end up fleeing, and it's kind of like fucked. However, after 39, the Brits are like, "Okay, listen, we know that we kind of fucked you guys up a little bit, but we're going to not let so many Jews come here, okay, because obviously shit is getting fucked." So the Brits turned to the Jews and they said, "We're going to cap your guys' immigration to like 10,000. We're not allowing many of you to come anymore, okay? You guys have fucked it up too much and fuck this. It's not working." Well, now the Jews, okay, so in 40, the Jews are looking at the British and like, "Okay, well, hold on. Why are we getting punished because the Arabs were fucking with us? And we're getting reports that some of our people are being walked into these crazy fucking camps and fucking gassed and killed. So what the fuck, Britain?" So there are ships that are like coming down that are being turned back because the Brits are like, "Sorry, no more immigration." And it's like, "Okay, well, back to Auschwitz with you." So now the Jews start to commit terrorist attacks against the British. It's like, "Okay, well, fuck you. You're like, our people are literally getting holocausted. You're not allowing them to come here, okay? Al-Husseini is dancing in Jerusalem on our fucking graves, okay, celebrating the fact that we're getting holocausted and we are no longer allowed to immigrate to this territory that you promised us. You said in 1917 that you would secure land for us." So they commit terrorist attacks till around 44. And then basically the Brits are like, "This is fucked." From 44 to 47, like there's kind of some back and forth. And then eventually in 47, the mandate is coming to expire. The Brits basically pack up and they're like, "Fuck you guys, figure shit out." And then in 47, the Arabs begin to fight more with the Jewish people because they're like, "Okay, well, the mandate's about to expire, so who the fuck is going to run this place?" 48 comes around where the Jews have generally beaten back the initial Palestinian aggression. And then in 48, they declare, "Okay, well, now we have a country." And then after that, then all of the surrounding Arab states are like, "Bullshit." So they all come in to help fight alongside the Palestinian Arabs that are there, although they're not as united and they don't have the experience that they think they do. So the surrounding Arab states just kind of conquer some territory. The Israeli Jews manage to conquer some territory. And then you get armistice lines in the 47, 48 borders. And that's like where the nation of Israel's initial borders come from. They're armistice lines after that war.
Okay.
The only reason why I point out that conflict is because, or that history is because Britain tried to mediate between both sides, but neither side really wanted what Britain was trying to compromise between both sides, and they both ended up eventually attacking the Brits, and the Brits were like, "Fuck this," and they left. I feel like a similar situation would probably happen today.
Okay. So, thank you for running me through that. There was a lot of interchange in that I was not aware of, so it was informative to hear it, even if it was kind of painful for you to have to do it for the 9th.
That's not painful. You're fine. That's good.
I don't want to I want to try and fucking establish a little bit of a walk back on my part. When I threw out that I'm well read, I wasn't trying to say I've read every goddamn thing. And if I came off that fucking way, I apologize. I really am a blue collar guy. I tried my hand at college. I didn't get all the way through it. I read a lot of psychological treatises and manuals and stuff. I'm a big fan of psychology, and I almost got recruited into stupid fucking advertising and stuff because of the interplay between those two things. Mm-hmm. But anyway, long story short, if I presented myself in a bad way, I don't really care about your chat, but I would like them to not think I'm a total fucking retard. And I would like you to think I'm not a total fucking retard, at the very least.
Okay.
Especially just admitting that I don't have this broad overview type of perspective on this. Does what you said to me change my mind on my prescription? I don't think so. And maybe you can walk me through why, if you'd like, right? So I still think that given that history, the fractious nature of that history, I think we need like some sort of intervening body to step in and enforce some sort of a peace and a coalition government. That still seems like the right thing to do to me.
Sure. So I understand what you're saying. The issue is that if they come in and they enforce a peace, either one side is going to be unhappy, which means it would probably be unworkable, or both sides are going to be unhappy, in which case it would be mega unworkable. Or maybe there's a world where both sides are happy, in which case you don't really need the third party because they would basically negotiate it themselves. That's, I think, the issue, yeah.
Okay. I see that. You know what, dude? There's more wiggle room in that argument with me if you wanted to, like, pull that string than there is in, like, the argument I had with Vegan Gains. Not to put that on you. Mm-hmm. But, you know, that one was very different than this one. And you've given me shit to think about with it, right? I don't, like I said, I don't know that I'm walking away with a totally different perspective, but I understand your perspective better than, like, Destiny's a raving Zionist and blah, 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 right? Which is kind of like the type of shit that echoes into the community that I'm more adjacent to.
Sure.
Right.
I will say, please, just come back in 20 minutes. Okay. Never mind. I'm just trying to, okay.
Yeah, dude, we don't even have to go 20 minutes.
No, yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm sorry. I didn't know somebody about to come and say a bunch of
limits
retarded shit.
It's all good.
Yeah. All I was going to say is that if there is a way to tell history here where either side is fully exonerated. Okay, Jewish people can say, we worked really hard. We got a concession from Britain. This was an area that we wanted to build in. There weren't many people here. We were willing to live together with peace with the Arabs. They rejected us. They wanted to kill us. We were getting genocide in Europe. We know where else to go, et cetera, et cetera. You tell that history and make it completely sympathetic to Jews. There's another side of history that you could tell to make it completely sympathetic to Arabs. We were part of the Ottoman Empire. Our kingdom collapsed. Britain came in, and through military force, they basically enforced upon us a whole like native or foreign population onto us. It didn't happen to any of the surrounding mandates around us. We lost our right to self-determination of our country, something the UN decided to enshrine in their charter. And then we were conquered by a group of people that came with military training and funding from other people all over the world. We were betrayed by the other Arab states around us. And now we're completely fucked and relegated to some land that, you know, where we can look across, you know, the road and see places where our grandfathers lived. Well, we sold the keys to our houses. And now Jews, because they were able to win wars against us, are able to stay here indefinitely. So there's like a way to tell history on either side where you make the other side look like a total fucking villain, which drives me crazy because, like I said, and it's not, we don't think about this much in the West because all of the ways that we conceptualize wars are good guys and bad guys. But especially when you go back to conflicts, almost any conflict, truly, there's always like competing moral claims on both sides where there's a lot of validity to both claims. That's all I'm saying for this particular conflict. And settling those claims is hard because both sides have things that are valid that they don't want to make concessions on, but unfortunately, both sides have overlapping areas that are going to require some concessions. So for Israel, it's things about military security, and for Arabs, it's about, you know, restoring honor and dignity to the lands that they lost and not living as a subjugated people, especially to Jews. Sorry.
Okay, sure. So let me like recap the gulf between our positions as I see it on this, and you tell me if I'm wrong because I don't want to ascribe things to you, right? I'm just going to try and make it simple, just for my head, right? Okay.
Sure.
I support the one-state solution because I think that this side-by-side thing has been tried and has been devastating for both Jewish people and Palestinian people. And so I think that there needs to be a one-state solution with a constitution that protects the religious identity of both of these people and enforces a, you know, no racism policy and allows people to own, you know, like I guess gentrify is the wrong word. You get my idea though? It is harder to hate your neighbor if you live cheek by jowl, right?
Sure.
By your neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay. And then your solution is you think that there need to be, and I think I'm quoting you correctly, clearly defined borders between Palestine and Israel. Right?
I mean, I think personally, if they can make a one-state solution works, that easily solves literally every single fucking problem. Obviously, it makes things so much simpler.
So you have trepidation about the one-state solution because you just don't think Jews and Arabs will accept it.
I mean, there is a huge... So the issue that Jews have... This is the issue that Jews have, okay? Jews feel like they can live side by side with Arabs, but they feel like the only way they can do that is if they're in charge of things. Because if Arabs are in charge of things and Jews live in a minority in an Arab-run country, in every single historical example, that has been horrible for Jewish people. So, for instance, if I had to guess right now, my guess would be there might be 15 to 20,000 Jews that live in every single other Arab country combined. There might be only that many left. In the country of Israel, there are 2 million Arab Palestinians that live in Israel proper. There are 2 million that live there. They comprise over 20% of the population, and it works well right now when Jews run the government. But a Jew would say, well, fuck, if we take all of these other Arabs into one state, and now they outnumber us. Well, what if they start doing pogroms, or they start controlling the government to oppress us, and then more like holocausting, genociding shit happens, and now we're fucked. This is our last refuge on earth. There's like 50 fucking Arab countries. Why can't we have one Jewish country? That's what they
And
would
Hamas has shown an intent and been very vocal about their intent to scour Palestine, what they see as Palestine and traditionally Arabic land of Jewish people. So they would have every reason to fear that. I think that Palestinians would have every reason to fear it as well. Here's a state that has invaded us multiple times and killed everybody in the fucking neighborhood, whether they were Hamas or not. It's happened a bunch. They turn off the water, they turn off the power, they do this, they do that, right? I mean, they've given a lot of reasons.
So there's some talking points for the West, but this isn't the primary concern. The two primary concerns, the Israeli concern is that if we make one state and they get a demographic majority, they're going to vote and do things like supporting Hamas that would lead to really bad outcomes for us. The concern for the Palestinians, if they make one state, is I think there are two major concerns. One has to do with the administration of holy sites, because Jews want access at least to the Western Wall to pray, if not to be able to walk into the Al-Aqsa, where the compound is on the Temple Mount. And I think Arabs might not want them to even be able to go to the Western Wall. I've heard different things from Arabs there about that. But so
I have heard mostly that they don't want them even near the Western Wall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So administration over holy sites is a big one that people feel strongly about.
Well, this is why I call for that UN coalition government, right? That is not having that enforces no sectarian bias and does not hand over the keys to the people that live there until a constitution has been ratified and established.
Yeah, but the issue that you run into here when it comes to administrating these holy sites is it's not a constitutional question. For some people, it's a religious question.
Well, I believe that in this case, because you understand like the confluence of religions that center around Jerusalem, right?
Kind of.
I know some of it is like there's debate over whether Al-Aqsa is really like the historical biblical accounted Solomon's temple, right? And a lot of people say it definitely isn't. Christian people will say this is the manger that Jesus was born in, when it provably like he wasn't born there at all, right? Sure. That whole sort of thing. Or this is where Mary went up to heaven, right?
I would say, yeah, in my opinion, the vast majority of fighting is over the old city. It's over the Temple Mount. I think everything else can kind of be figured out.
That's been the flashpoint of intifadas, right? 2 or is it 3 now? Intifadas about the Al-Aqsa mosque.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But so the holy thing is one thing, but the second issue that the Palestinians have is something called the right of return, and it has to do with Palestinian refugees. And this is another huge stickling point, which is after the 47-48 war, a whole bunch of Palestinians were expelled from the territories that the Jewish people ended up conquering. The number is in north of 700,000 people. All of those refugees and their children and their children's children and anybody they've married that are in refugee camps, all of them to this point today are still considered refugees. There's about 5 or 6 or 7 million of them. And a lot of Palestinians argue that all of them should be allowed to return back to Israel proper. So if one state was made, they want to fight over who gets to administer the holy sites and how many people are allowed to come back in the form of refugees. And these are two huge stickling points for Palestinians, You're
making a good point. That, I mean, it's a complex issue, and the complexities are, like I told you earlier, my fan base and stuff call me a dreamer a lot because I make these kind of broad prescriptions, but I'm not really good at drilling down into the detail. And I feel like maybe you're more detail oriented than I am. And that's a good perspective for me to get because it gives me access to a different line of thinking, right? So I appreciate you doing it, even if it doesn't ultimately change my mind. It is it's a can of worms, right? If I was a genie and snapped my fingers and made this prescription happen, it's a total fucking can of worms, right?
There's a lot going on,
But I think it's a can of worms that could be navigated generationally. I don't think we'd be turning over the government to those people for like 15 years, maybe even longer, right? They'd be living under a coalition international government that enforced peace on the streets and enforced equal access to everything and all of that, right?
I think so. I don't disagree so this is where we get into big. Well, I don't know if we disagree, but this is where my big disagreement comes from for how the West covers it. I don't disagree that that's possible. I think that the issue is that when the international community comments on this, the words that they use and the way that they attack the state of Israel, if I was a Palestinian, it would make me never want to agree to a one-state solution. So, like, let's say that we believe that it's an apartheid state, that the Jews are genociding us in Gaza, and that everybody in Gaza has been forced to live in a concentration camp. Why the fuck would I want to negotiate one state with them? I want them out, or at the very least, I need a state where I'm in charge. There are no fuck protections for them or anything. And I think the international community drives the expectations up sometimes on the Palestinian side of saying that, like, listen, there are no negotiations that happen. We need to figure out shit. That's fine. Just wait for the ICC to arrest Netanyahu. Wait for the ICJ to say Israel's committing a genocide. Wait for the West to come and displace Israel. Wait for the U.S. to stop funding this country. Like, and I think that that's what a lot of the Palestinians are waiting for, as long as the international conversations stay the way that they are. I think is the issue. There's like no dry. Like, why would we negotiate anything with people that are genociding us?
I won't pretend to have anything to add to that perspective because I wouldn't even know where to begin to talk about instituting this. I don't think it's wrong of me to bring it up because I think I think you might agree. If we were able to get it instituted and get a constitution adopted that includes like an amendment that says that the UN has broad latitude to come in again if there's any sectarian movement in this government, right?
I understand what you're saying there, and I think in a dream world it can work. But then here's the question. Okay, let's say that I go to Israel and I make that argument. Like, listen, the UN will protect you. Okay, we'll have this one state. The UN promises we're going to make strong commitments to you about what to do for your country if you get invaded. Okay, Israel is going to look to the north. Okay, and they're going to say, like, the commitments that you made to helping the people in Syria that were getting gas attacked by Assad. And then they'll look further north and they'll say, like in the Budapest memorandums, when you guys took away Ukraine's nuclear arsenal in '94 and you said that you would give them security assurances and now Russia's invading them and you guys aren't doing anything to help them. Or they would look back to their own history. Or they look back in their own history and they go, like, you didn't help us in 47 when all the states came to war with us. Like, you didn't help us in 73 when they surprise attacked us. Like, you're not helping us in 2006 with Hezbollah. Like, you're not doing anything about Iran fighting in Saudi Arabia. Like, you're not doing anything about the Houthis or like, that's the issue.
Speaking of Iran, was it supportive when you overthrew Mossadegh and replaced him with the Shah and instituted a brutal fucking religious rule in that country? Like, was that productive? I mean, that's
so I'm saying
this part of the conversation, right?
Yeah, so I think the issue with the Israelis is they're going to be, that's their mindset is going to be like, why would we ever believe that you guys are ever going to step in and help us for fucking anything? If we start getting genocided, we're fucked, and we know that.
We're talking about establishing a new people here, though, Destiny, and this is a wild fucking conversation that we're having because we're talking about, like, the end of this, there's not Israelis anymore. There's not Palestinians anymore. There's whatever we name it. I'm bad at naming things, so don't ask me.
Well, but what do you mean by that? I mean, the people still are going to see themselves as like they're like along there.
Yeah, but are the next generation of people going to see themselves that way when they see the fruits of that peace and cooperation? When they fall in love with one another, have babies with one another, are you going to start to see that sectarian influence fray as these generations clash? And
I mean, how many generations of people have lived in Lebanon or Syria or Iraq?
I get it, but none of those people have lived in a country that was overseen by the UN with an eye towards ending sectarian hatred in that country and providing equal access to religious sites.
I mean, theoretically, all of these areas were kind of overseen by, like, with the Sykes-Picot Agreement and like all the mandates. Like, all of these countries were mandated by foreign powers, and then they tried to put like stable regimes there, like the Hashemite.
From what you explained earlier, not to the extent that I'm advocating, though.
I mean, you can, and I understand what you're saying, like, oh, well, we need to advocate for more intervention, right? But I just think the problem is
harder and more clear intervention, yeah.
Yeah, but I think the problem is like the U.S. already learned this lesson in Iraq and Afghanistan. You can't go and impose on people like a foreign administration if the people there don't want it. Like, they're just gonna.
Well, the U.S. fucked up in multiple ways in Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's be fucking real here. And there were things that I know you hate hindsight as 2020 behavior, but there are things that I don't think were wild fucking concepts that could have been employed in both of those places to help those people.
Well, like what? Like, what do we think?
So the Iraqi people, by and large, did hate Saddam Hussein. He was brutal. He was an absolutely brutal person to live under. They were afraid of him. which is why you got these very unorchestrated videos from the early roll-in to Iraq in the second Gulf War.
Sure.
Where dudes were like helping the tanks tear down fucking Saddam's statue, beating his head with their shoes as they dragged him away behind a tank and shit, right?
Okay.
That's why you were seeing that. But the problem is that they didn't deliver the promise that they made of being liberators. They started going house to house and arresting Sunnis.
Who?
American military personnel started military operations
I would have to
in that area.
We would have to dig into the history here. My broad understanding for the problem that happened with Iraq is
this is one of those this is one of those areas where I do have because I was look, dude, I was in my fucking 20s when it happened. I was super well informed on the news.
Well,
in a way
so
that
my
I'm not
understanding
now
is
at the
I
time.
understand. So my understanding is that the issue that you had was across multiple countries. Still today in Syria, you have the Ba'ath Party. In Iraq, you had the Ba'ath Party, which is ostensibly supposed to be like a secular government, but in practice, it was basically ran exclusively by Sunnis. And I think the majority population in Iraq is a Shia population, right? I don't have that backwards, do I?
I believe you're correct on that.
But I think that the issue that you ran into is that once the Ba'ath Party was disassembled after the Iraqi invasion and after the government was taken apart, the United States told all those people, none of you that were in the government before, none of you are allowed to be in government again. Fuck all of you people. And then the people that they end up bringing afterwards in to staff the government all end up being of the other religious sect. I think they all end up being Shia. And now they're looking at this country like, oh, you motherfuckers fucked us over for decades. Well, guess what? Now you motherfuckers are going to get it. And then you start ending up in situations where Sunnis are being like taken off into secret detention camps. I think Maliki, was the first prime minister, where he's like, he wants to go to fucking war with Iran, where this guy is like, yeah, it's fucking revenge time. But what do you do there now when you've got like your sectarian majority supporting a new government that wants to get revenge on the old people? And you're like,
right. Well, that was the mistake that I was building to when I said that America made a number of mistakes in that attempt at nation building that could have been very easily corrected by using the prescription that I have for the Israeli-Palestinian.
Well,
state,
but how would you fix the Iraqi situation? Like, what would you have done instead?
So instead of empowering the oppressed minority and the oppressed majority and allowing, them to take their revenge on everything Sunni, I would have established a coalition government and had it completely and utterly top-down administered by people that are appointed by the UN, by a broad coalition of countries that are overseeing the situation so that no country gets to railroad their oil rights into any deals that are made with this new government. And then in a fucking 20 years, when it's stabilized, it's turned over to the people with a brand new constitution that respects the divisions.
I understand what you're saying, but the issue is like you're talking about like conquering then and taking over, like robbing a country of all sovereignty and taking it over at that point.
Yes. Well, here's the thing: is like, I don't like my tax dollars as an American going to arm Israel to continuously bomb people who've never done me harm. And the only way I see that stopping in the near midterm future is for us to start being as dudes on the left pretty firmly, right? To start making advocacy for these kind of dreamer positions of like, why would it be impossible for an international body like the UN to enforce peace in this state for a generation until their children go to school together for long enough to not hate each other?
Well, because one, it's hard to say, like, would they even go for that? Like, would they even support that? Because you'd be fighting.
It's like the first generation, no. The first generation of people would violently oppose that. The second, though, they're children that grow up in the UN-administered schools together, where they're taught about each other's religions and not vilifying.
Yeah, but their parents are going to be those same first-generation people. Like, they don't even live in the same cities. These people.
It might take even longer.
I feel like
this is why I don't advocate for nation building. But I don't have the benefit of being able to stop America from nation building to the point we are in history here, right? I can only work with what I'm doing, what we have. And it looks like what we're trying to do by supporting Israel in the Levant is to nation build, a country that can protect itself. And if we're going to do that, we need to solve this problem for it. Let's build the nation.
Sure, I understand. I understand the desire. I'm just saying that in practice, it would be so like, you'd have to have like military tribunals for UN soldiers arresting civilians committing crimes. Like this would be such a highly contentious occupation.
It would be.
Yeah.
But I think it would get less contentious with time, though. I think if it established a general modicum of peace in a region that's been on fire for fucking 30, 40, 50, 60 years now, right? I think that after, you know, a couple of years of that, people would start to see the wisdom in it, so long as it maintained its veneer of fucking international cooperation.
It might be,
and the goal.
Maybe the people just don't, but maybe the people don't want to be organized that way. Maybe they don't want like some democratic, secular government with a constitution and all that.
What the people want is clear, Destiny, for me on both sides, for you on one. They want to wipe each other out.
I mean, I don't think it's as simple as that or as reductive as that.
Jews don't want Arabs calling the Temple Mount Al-Aqsa anymore.
Well, but to be clear, under Jewish rule, they do. The only time that Arabs and Jews have been able to worship at this place is when Jews have had control over the territory. Right now, Jordan administers to the Temple Mount. It's called a waqf, I think. So Jordan is allowed to.
Mess.
Well,
I understand.
I mean, it works right now. Like Arabs are able to go into Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Jews go to the Western Wall and pray.
Are Jews allowed to go into the mosque and pray on the temple grounds?
Into the mosque, no.
So I'm not into the mosque through the golden doors, but because you understand the Temple Mount, at the top of it is Al-Aqsa, and it's a garden with the Dome of the Rock, right?
Sure, the Dome of the Rock is in the middle, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is in the corner, and you've got the entire Temple Mount.
There's a garden that's walled off. Many Jews want to go and pray on what they believe is the bones of the first Temple of Solomon.
Sure.
Where I think the Holy of Holies was kept.
I think most Jews just want to pray in the Western Wall, I think, is like the big thing for them.
I have heard there are a lot of Jewish people that would love to have access to the temple fucking grounds on Al-Aqsa and not be forced to stand at one section of wall.
Sure. There might be, I don't know how many people would want to go onto the mount itself, maybe, but...
What I'm saying is like, if there was an enforced international coalition, right, and enforcing this sectarian peace, where it's like, look, you may not like each other, but Tuesdays or whatever it is, like between this time and this time, it's Arabic Day, and then between this time and this time, it's Jew Day, and you come at the time, and then slowly but surely, as we're in control of that region, right, we blend them, and it's like you don't need to be apart; you can worship together. It's okay to have the same holy place. It's okay. Right?
I mean, I think that's fine. I think Jews would probably be okay with that, but I don't think the Arab world would be okay with that. I don't think Muslims would be okay with that. But
well, the Arab world can suck a dick, right? We're America. We got the big balls and the nuts and the big fucking 20-incher, right?
We said that, but we got chased out of Afghanistan, and the Taliban took back that country.
Well,
in like
we ain't been chased out of Israel yet. For some reason, Israel still stands. You know.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's due probably more to the Israelis than the Americans or any type of foreign nation building process.
I think it's also due to the will of America to have a nation state that's entirely friendly to it rather than to build one. I think the will is greater to support a nation state that's already friendly than to build one that isn't.
Israel was established as a country and survived as a country on its own two legs without much foreign help until around 73. But I think the reason why it worked out is because the assumption from the surrounding Arabs is that they were all colonists, but they're not colonists. Like the people that live in Israel consider this their homeland. They don't have a place to run back to. So,
what did they call that? What was it? The 2 days war. Ariel Sharon was chief of the military at that point. Do you remember? Or is it the 5 days war? Or it's like a very short.
You're talking about the 6 Day War. That's when in '67. That's when like all the territorial expansion happened. Okay,
yeah. I was just like trying to peg that at its time. Yeah, you went through the timeline earlier.
Yeah. But at that point, like they weren't getting really help from foreign assistance at that point.
Weren't we providing military assistance to Ariel Sharon?
No, I don't believe Sharon.
Where were they getting tanks and jets?
Well, in '48, they smuggled them in from Czechoslovakia. I think they were buying them from people. They weren't getting free military assistance from anybody.
All right.
In '73, the U.S. started to give them a whole bunch of shit. '73 was the point when we started to do a bunch of stuff. But I think a lot of their equipment was like old Soviet shit and stuff that they'd had over that they were like smuggling in from other parts of the world or buying from other stuff.
Ariel Sharon was not back in the '40s. Ariel Sharon was alive when I was a kid.
Sure.
He's just dead now. He was the Israeli general and politician who served as the 5th prime minister.
No way.
And I
No
was
way
talking
it was the
about
fifth.
whatever-
Wait,
whatever-
real quick. Sharon. So Sharon was the guy that I think he died of a stroke in 2006. He was the prime minister then.
Yeah, April
and I think Sharon,
2006, yeah.
he might have been a big military guy in the Yom Kippur War, but I don't believe he
That's
was.
the one I was thinking of, man. I couldn't think of the Jewish holiday it was named after. They also call it like a very because it was a short war, right? It was like a decisive.
Yom Kippur was short. If you talk to super Zionist Jews, they'll tell you that it was like a super short, amazing war for Israel. But the 6-day war was the real amazing one. The Yom Kippur war was a kind of a scary one for them.
Okay,
they did win,
Got
but
it.
yeah, Sharon was.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to track us off onto that. I was just thinking out loud. Go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, listen, there's a lot of shit going on, but
So I just want to say thank you for having me on and giving me all this fucking time on a big ass fucking platform and stuff. It's really cool that you do that with people and make yourself available to these types of talks, and that you didn't just like hang up on me when your chat was calling me a retard and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, dude, is there enough for everybody or not?
Yeah, if you come on over, yeah.
But anyway, no, I actually enjoyed talking to you. I hope it wasn't too painful for you. I do have to go, though. I've got shit to do this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I think there's probably more we could talk about. So should I just reach out to you in the same way? If I'm feeling like popping in one day, you'll let me know when.
Yeah, whenever. Or just, and if you got any friends that disagree with anything I've said, you can always drag them in too. Yeah.
I don't want to. I mean, if you want to talk to TJ, I could make that happen. I don't know. I mean, I think you might end up agreeing with him a little more than you think you do, but
maybe. But okay.
Yeah, I know
You did really great, Paul. You didn't run away like a little girl and start screaming. Good job.
Thanks, Geegan Veins. Destiny didn't he do good too? He didn't make a convincing moral argument for a genocide going on with cows and then deny one across the planet. You remember? Didn't he do good too?
Well, I actually made an argument against the genocide, and you wouldn't listen, and you screamed and yelled and threw a tantrum, and then you left.
Because normal people, when moral frameworks don't match, they get kind of pissed off, and they kind of want that person to account for why your moral framework doesn't match.
Okay, well, normal adults can actually argue these things, but you can't. You just scream
Normal
and run
adults
off.
also aren't 44 years old and tired of wasting their time with sophists.
Okay, so I make an argument, you scream and leave, and I'm the sophist?
You made an argument for a moral framework about cows and chickens in a chicken coop in somebody's backyard that you would not extend to Palestinian people, my dude.
I don't think Jews are raising Palestinians to lay eggs.
I didn't make that contradiction happen, Geegan Veins. You did, and I didn't feel like, dude. Look, I'm not a saint like Destiny. I didn't feel like
Palestinians lay eggs.
I don't know, dude. Is there a genocide of chickens going on?
There is.
Okay,
but
cool.
I would argue there isn't a genocide of Palestinians.
And I'll let that stand on its own, man. I'll let that stand where it stands. I really do. I don't think I can untangle what's wrong, buddy.
Okay, well, very, very brave of you for actually not screaming and leaving as soon as somebody disagrees with you.
Cool. Maybe you take a little note
in the last few weeks.
Maybe you take a few notes from Stephen Bonnell too about how he handles disagreement.
I was being respectful and cordial with you the entire time. Never screamed.
I
presented my argument, and you just screamed.
You were being very bland, and you were reading from some sort of list of fucking bullet points, and you were detached. And every time I'd say something, you'd go.
So
anyway, blah blah blah. They're making Kassan rockets.
So I was being respectful and calm, and that's a problem for you.
I'm just saying, you got a lot. You got a lot more gas when you're in front of a big audience like Destiny's than you did when you were in front of the 40 people that watch you now.
Okay, so I should scream and yell like you do, and that makes it easier to have a conversation.
Yeah, you might get a viewer or two.
Okay. Thanks for the advice.
No problem. You seem to need it. Not doing too well, homie.
I'm doing just fine.
Got it. Cool. Well, good luck.
Wow.
You got anything else for me?
Did you guys make up? Are you good now?
Oh, yeah. We were about to kiss, but you fucking made it awkward.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking Destiny always busting in right when the fucking gay kiss is about to happen. Making out. You want to? Do you want to just join in, Destiny? We'll have a big 3-way fucking gay kiss in here or not?
No, I'm good.
I could upload it to my OnlyFans.
You pass? Is it because of me you're passing or because of Geegan Veins?
I just want to read
No, I wanna
Supreme
hear
Court
you
stuff,
say it.
okay? That's all I want to do.
I want to hear you fucking
I love
say
you
it.
both, okay?
I want to hear you say it, Steven. I want to hear you say it.
I love you, okay?
All right, dude. I'm gonna fucking take off. Thank you for having me, Geegan Veins. Stay salty, my friend. We'll talk again, Destiny. Have a good one, okay, buddy? Bye.
All right, Destiny, could you please do me a little favor?
Okay.
Go to my channel, watch the debate I had the last 5 minutes. It's just the last 5 minutes. It's the most hilarious, beautiful thing you will ever see.
Was it that guy?
Yeah, it's PaulsEgo.
Debating the poltergeist.
Yeah, PaulsEgo.
Okay.
Just go to the last 5 minutes, react to it on stream.
All right, I'll watch some of it, okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to add, there was a lot of stupid things he said. I'll just bring up 2 points. He keeps mentioning the UN. He has this like weird fetish for the UN when they have a track record of not really doing anything. And it's strange. He thinks sending in UN peacekeepers would somehow help keep peace in the region. All you're doing is offloading the burden of fighting Hamas onto the UN, who is likely less equipped to actually deal with Hamas and the humanitarian issues than Israel is. And he also mentioned like how Saudi Arabia keeps like close track of their money. They're horrible at like managing their economy. Just look at the Line project. I mean, they clearly do not really keep good track of their spending. So there's a lot of stupid shit. Like I don't really need to go through it because it was obvious to everybody, but I would really appreciate if you just watched the last 5 minutes, Paul. That would be just amazing if you could do that on stream.
Okay, I'll speed through it, okay?
All right, thanks. Take care.
Man, this all went for a lot longer than I thought it would.